My girlfriend scammed me out of 5 million, but I'm actually very happy, because after getting drunk, I unexpectedly activated the God-level flash sale system. The first item is 80% of Longhu Pharmaceuticals' $1 trillion worth, with a flash sale price of $1. Upon hearing this, I was stunned on the spot. This is a $1 trillion company, and it's also where I work. The system urged that there were only 3 minutes left for the flash sale, and if the host didn't place the order quickly, it would expire. My hands were shaking as I hurried to buy. Please, hurry up and buy it for me. The next second, the system prompted that the flash sale was completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 80% of Longhu Pharmaceuticals shares. At the same time, a deduction message came from my bank card, spending $1, leaving a balance of $578. Seeing the deduction message on my phone, I was extremely excited. Am I already a billionaire now? Then I realized that the flash sale button had turned gray. However, next to it appeared a small line of text, tomorrow's flash sale preview, for all the equity of Hyaming Business Street. I was shocked once again. Hyaming Business Street is one of the top commercial streets in the Magic City. It combines office buildings, hotels, and shopping malls. Just the monthly rent alone amounts to over 10 billion. In less than 2 minutes, my phone suddenly rang. A pleasant female voice came from the other end. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Chen Chen? I answered. Yes, what's the matter? Opposite. Good day, Chairman. I am Lu Mengqin, the assistant to the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceuticals. The equity transfer agreement for the company is ready. Shall I bring it to you now? I contained my excitement and said, no need, I will make time to come over. At the same time, my heart was in turmoil. Just yesterday, I was just an ordinary employee at Longhu Pharmaceuticals, and now, it felt surreal, as if I was dreaming of going to the company. I immediately got up, got dressed, planned to have breakfast, and then go to sign the equity transfer agreement. Unexpectedly, my phone rang again. This time, it was from my good friend, Zhao Kai. Anxiously, Zhao Kai said, Chingu, why haven't you come to work? That fatso has been looking for you everywhere. The fatso Zhao Kai referred to as my boss. He always likes to bother me for no reason. I laughed and said, if I don't want to go, I won't. I'm a billionaire now. Why would I still go to work? Zhao Kai said speechlessly, Chingu, are you still dreaming? I know you were cheated out of a lot of money by that stinking B*TCH Yin Lily. It's very upsetting, but life has to go on. Try to look at it positively. I said, how could I be dreaming? Wait a while, you'll see. After that, I hung up the phone. After having breakfast downstairs, I calmly hailed a taxi. Now that I have the means, I feel that not taking a taxi would not show my extravagance even after circling the entire city. But speaking of which, even though I became the chairman, all I got was shares. My bank card only has a few $100. I quickly arrived at the company. Originally, I wanted to go directly to find Lu Mengqin, but when passing by the business department, I ran into my boss, Chen Weiji. As soon as we met, he scolded me, you're late, you know? Wait and go to the finance department to collect a 200 yuan fine. I chuckled at his words. In the past, I would have endured it. However, with my current status, there's simply no need for that. So I directly retorted, even the hero can be late. Why can't I be late for work? As for docking my pay, do whatever you want. Chen Weiji was so angry that his mouth twitched. I see you don't want to work here anymore. Pack up and get out. Seeing us arguing, all the colleagues in the department were stunned. This Chen Chen actually dared to provoke him. Dead Fatty is in big trouble now. He's definitely going to be fired. I found this somewhat amusing. After all, I'm the chairman now. Does he have the right to do that? Chen Weiji was furious. You'll soon find out if I do or not. My brother-in-law is a shareholder in the company, so naturally he'll give me some face. I furrowed my brow, about to speak. The system's voice rang out again, detecting the host being provoked, awarding a big prize package to the other party. Choose to endure silently and receive the title of Ninja Turtle. Without a second thought, I raised my hand and slapped him directly. Chen Weiji almost lost his balance, and a fresh palm print appeared on his chubby face. The people around were also startled by the sudden slap. Am I dreaming? Chen Chen actually dared to hit that fat guy. Doesn't he want to keep his job? At this point, my heart was already blooming with joy because the system's big luxury gift package had been successfully issued. The first reward is a bank card with a deposit of 80 million. The second one is a Tangshaniping mansion worth 180 million. The third one is a Pagani function worth 37 million. Chen Weiji's mouth twitched, and his anger reached its peak. It was one thing for Chen Chen to argue with him, but to dare to hit him. So he immediately called 2 security guards over and angrily ordered them to grab this guy for me. I remained expressionless and said, before you act, you'd better check my identity. Chen Weiji snorted coldly and said, aren't you just a little employee? Did you just become the chairman of this group? I smiled, you're right. I'm still the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceutical. Chen Weiji's brow first furrowed, then he secretly thought that he had indeed received news just now that the company's chairman had been replaced. But this is simply impossible. Even if it's a change, it couldn't possibly be Chen Chen. Seeing that they didn't believe me, I immediately took out my phone and found Lu Mengqin's number. After dialing, I said, "This is Chen Chen. Come to the company's business department to see me." As soon as Lu Mengqing heard it, she thought to herself, this tone, could it be that someone has offended Chen Dong? So he didn't dare to waste time and quickly walked out of the chairman's office. Chen Weiji was still thinking about how to retaliate against me. He chuckled and said, "You're quite good at pretending. Today, I really want to see who you can call over with your attitude." Colleagues from the business department also started to guess my identity. A Cheng looks so confident. Could he also have a backing? However, soon a woman in uniform hurried over. When he saw Lu Mengqing appear, Chen Weiji suddenly had a foreboding feeling. A Cheng had just finished the call, and then the chairman's assistant appeared. This is indeed too much of a coincidence. Chen Jiwei greeted him, but Lu Mengqing ignored him and walked straight towards me. He first looked me up and down, then respectfully asked, "You must be Chairman Chen, right?" I nodded, indicating that it was indeed me who called you just now. Upon hearing my affirmative answer, Lu Mengqing was shocked. Judging by my age, I probably just graduated from college. However, I've already become the chairman of such a big company. It's really true that some people are just luckier than others. Chen Weiji looked incredulous and said to Assistant Lu, "Is there a mistake? This kid is just a junior staff member in my department." Lu Mengqing frowned, looked at Chen Weiji, and then scolded, "How dare you doubt Chairman Chen's identity? Who do you think would be so boring as to dare impersonate the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceutical?" Chen Weiji was speechless. If I really were the new chairman, wouldn't he be in big trouble himself? Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Lu Mengqing said coldly, "If you really offended Director Chen, I suggest you apologize quickly, otherwise you'll be in big trouble." Chen Weiji was dumbfounded, and dared not look at me directly again. Then I saw him bend over, extremely nervous. "I'm sorry, Director Daicheng. I mean, you just said you wanted to fire me. How come you're backing down so quickly now?" After hearing this, Chen Weiji's legs went weak, and his chubby body almost collapsed. But he still bowed and said, "Director Chen, just let me go like a fart." "Mr. Lin is generous, please don't compare yourself to me." Seeing this, I just chuckled. If I don't fire him now, he should already be grateful. The business department was in an uproar. Everyone was speculating about my identity. Those female colleagues felt very regretful, as if they had missed a chance to get rich overnight, and regretted not getting me earlier. Seeing me remain silent, Chen Weiji felt a lot of pressure. His face turned pale with fear, and all that was left in his heart was regret. I said indifferently, "You can go hand in your resignation letter. I don't want to see you in the company anymore." After that, I turned and left. Lu Mengqing quickly followed. Chen Weiji wiped the sweat off and breathed a sigh of relief. In my heart, I thought thankfully I didn't pursue it further, otherwise not even his brother-in-law could save him. But the unlucky part is, I lost my job. How am I going to slack off after leaving Longhu Pharmaceutical? Lu Mengqing doesn't know my temper, so he can only silently follow behind me. He's not sure if I'll also remove him, so he immediately said, "Such a thing happened. It's my negligence." I waved my hand, indicating that I know you also just joined the company, so this matter doesn't concern you much. Soon, we entered the director's office. Lu Mengqing opened the drawer and took out the share transfer agreement. Then, he said to me, "The former chairman has already signed. Now, as long as you sign, the agreement will come into effect." I took the agreement, just glanced at it briefly, and then signed. 80% of the shares were now in my hands. Next, Lu Mengqing briefly reported on the company's situation. After staying in the office for half an hour, I also left. Lu Mengqing stood respectfully at the office door, watching me leave slowly. But in my heart, I was speculating about my identity. Director Chen actually worked in the company. Could it be that he's a rich second generation who came out to gain experience? The 3-year period has passed, and he inherited a $1 trillion family fortune. After leaving the chairman's office, I didn't rush back. Instead, I sent a text and called my good friend Zhao Kai over. As soon as Zhao Kai saw me, his face turned pale. He heard from colleagues in the department that I had become the chairman. "Is this true?" I said very seriously, "Yes, what my colleagues said is all true." The shock in Zhao Kai's heart was beyond words, and I'm speechless would be an understatement. You see, Longhu Pharmaceutical is a billion-dollar company, and becoming the chairman at this moment has had a huge impact on him. At this moment, Zhao Kai suddenly thought of a possibility and asked, "Brother Chen, did you hook up with a rich woman?" I was speechless. Do you think I'm the kind of person who lives off a woman? We'll discuss this matter later. Focus on your work. I'll give you a promotion and a raise. Next year, I'll find you a wife. Having a chairman as a friend, Zhao Kai felt he could show off in the future. Watching me leave, he had another goal in mind, to endure the toughest nights and enjoy the easiest life. I walked out of Longhu Pharmaceutical without taking a taxi. Instead, I found a deserted place and said to the system, "Summon the Pagani Huayra." As soon as I finished speaking, there was a flash before my eyes, almost in the blink of an eye. A brand new Pagani Huayra appeared in front of me. At the same time, I also had a set of car keys in my hand. The front of the Pagani Huayra was very sharp, the streamlined body was extremely beautiful, and most importantly, the license plate was amazing, 66666 bodyguard. Seeing this, I really want to give the system a thumbs up. At this moment, the automatic gull-wing doors opened, and I couldn't wait to experience it. The sound of the engine roared like a tiger. Although it was difficult to handle, I quickly adapted. On the street, the surrounding vehicles all moved away, and no one dared to approach this luxury sports car worth over 30 million. First, I went back to the rental house to pack up some things. Then I cursed my ex-girlfriend in my heart, and later planned to move to Tengchenipin. The community already had my information, so I drove straight in. This is the exclusive area for the wealthy. Luxury cars are everywhere in the parking lot, but compared to my Pagani Funching, there's really no comparison. After all, there are too few luxury cars of my level. I parked the car, took the elevator to the 16th floor, and when the door opened, I finally saw what a real luxury home looks like. 500 square meters in size, the layout and decoration inside are very high-end. From the balcony, you can even see the river not far away. I comfortably lay down on the sofa, thinking it would be great to have 2 more maids. Otherwise, cleaning here would probably exhaust me to half-death. Unknowingly, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, it was already past 1 o'clock. Rubbing my grumbling stomach, I walked out of the hall. Just as I reached the parking lot, a familiar voice came, "Chen Chen, how come you're here?" I turned around and saw that it was my classmate from college, Zhou Pengyuan. At this moment, he walked up to me with a smile on his face, then looked me up and down. Seeing me dressed from head to toe in street stall clothes, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because back when I was in school, I used to be one of the top students in my class. Seeing that I'm not doing so well now, Zhou Pengyuan suddenly found a sense of presence. "I heard that you and Zhao Kai joined a pharmaceutical company. Why aren't you working?" I casually mentioned. Zhou Pengyuan said sarcastically after I mentioned quitting, "I bet you got fired. Why don't you come work with me at the real estate agency? I sold 2 houses last month and got a commission of over 300,000. I said in a flat tone, "You're doing well. I'm going out for a meal first." Zhou Pengyuan put his arm around my shoulder and asked with a smile, "By the way, what are you doing here?" I casually replied, "I live here." Zhou Pengyuan instantly dropped the smile and sneered, "No way. Do you know how much a house in this neighborhood costs, kid?" I felt disgusted by this person and chose not to talk to him anymore. But Zhou Pengyan did stick close to me and said, "Let me give you a ride. I just bought a new car recently." I waved my hand to decline, then took out the car keys and pressed a button. The Pagani Huayra's lights flashed in the distance. Soon after, the gull-wing doors opened automatically. As Zupenjiwan witnessed this scene, he was stunned. He suddenly realized that I wasn't bragging, and at that moment, he felt utterly embarrassed. I paid no attention to the shocked Zupenjiwan and instead got into the Pagani Huayra, revved the engine, and left the parking lot. After leaving the residential area, I parked the car by the roadside and then went to a restaurant for lunch. There were quite a few people ordering, so I had to wait in line. In front of me was a female anchor. I glanced curiously and then shook my head, instantly shifting my gaze away. Just then, my phone in my pocket vibrated. I took it out, but unfortunately, it slipped from my hand and fell to the ground. I crouched down to pick it up quickly. Luckily it wasn't damaged, and the screen didn't crack. Unexpectedly, an angry voice suddenly came, "You filthy pervert! How dare you take photos of me?" I chuckled at the remark, took out the car keys from my pocket, and said, "Do I look like that kind of person to you?" The $30 million sports car parked at the entrance, that's me. The female anchor was so angry that her chest was heaving violently as she glared at Chun Chen. "You don't admit it, do you? Do you believe I will call the police and arrest you right now?" At this moment, the female anchor's live broadcast room also became extremely lively. No way! Shocking, someone actually did such a thing in broad daylight. Not only did he not admit his mistake, he's also so unapologetic. Tong Jia, post his photo online so everyone will remember him. The audience in the live broadcast room was going crazy with barrage comments. With the help of the amazing beauty filter, this female anchor also had many fans. The female anchor glared at Chun Chen again and continued to berate him. "How dare you take photos in a crowded restaurant? I bet you do this kind of thing often. I'm telling you, if you don't explain this clearly, don't think about leaving." Chen Chen did not expect the female anchor in front of him to be so unreasonable. He unlocked his phone and opened the gallery. "Take a good look. Did I really take photos of you?" Chen Chen did not take any photos, so naturally, there were no pictures in his phone. Unexpectedly, the female anchor named Tong Jia still persisted. "You clearly wanted to take photos just now. If I hadn't noticed in time, you would have succeeded." Chen Chen chuckled. It was the first time he had encountered such an unreasonable woman. Since it was like this, Chen Chen decided not to be polite anymore. "Miss, what kind of person are you? Don't you have any shame? Accusing me of wanting to take photos. Please, just seeing you makes me lose my appetite. Alright, wear a mask when you go out in the future, don't scare the kids." The female anchor was about to go crazy. "You, How dare you say I'm ugly? Do you know how many fans I have in my live broadcast room? Women are most afraid of being called ugly by others. Chen Chen shook his head and said, how many fans you have has nothing to do with me. Keep your photo in your phone, it can ward off evil during the day and prevent pregnancy at night. With your looks, who would want to take photos of you? The people in the restaurant burst into laughter. Initially, everyone did think Chen Chen was a rogue. But upon closer inspection, it seemed not to be the case. Because the female anchor in front of them did have a unique personality. At this moment, a waiter in the restaurant also spoke up. Miss, this seems to be a misunderstanding. The onlookers also echoed, yeah, the young man has already said it, it was just an accident that the phone slipped. The young man is so handsome, he must already have a girlfriend. How could he do such a thing? The female anchor's face turned red with anger, you all. She did not expect that even the onlookers were on Chen Chen's side. Is it really true that appearance is everything? Chen Chen said indifferently, this restaurant happens to have surveillance cameras, you can go check the footage. If not, you can directly call the police. Chen Chen didn't want to continue arguing with the female anchor. If it was posted online by someone with ulterior motives, it would be impossible to clear his name. He would be socially dead. You? Humph. The female anchor knew she was in the wrong. Unable to argue with Chen Chen, she stomped her foot and quickly left the restaurant. In fact, she just wanted to stir up some trouble. Maybe she could spark some discussion and ride the wave of traffic on the internet. If she was lucky, she might even gain some fans. Unfortunately, she met Chen Chen. Unable to take advantage, she had to leave. As the female anchor left, everyone dispersed. Chen Chen ordered some food in the restaurant. After eating, he went to the adjacent mall to buy some daily necessities. The sun was scorching, and the heat was unbearable. There were fewer pedestrians on the street. Chen Chen quickened his pace, wanting to get back home as soon as possible. It was nice to be a couch potato at home without having to go to work. However, before he reached the parking lot, he saw from a distance that his Pagani Huayra was surrounded in inaccessible group photos, video recordings. What's even more excessive is that there are people live streaming on the scene. Is this really necessary? Chen Chen felt a wave of helplessness. Excuse me. Excuse me. Chen Chen exerted all his strength and forced his way in. What are you pushing? Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Oh, it's you. Unfortunately, Chen Chen ran into the female anchor he had just met in the restaurant. The female anchor named Tong Jie was holding a phone, still live streaming. She had a good spot, and the live streaming effect was great. Many viewers also joined the live stream. Wow, what kind of sports car is this? Looks so high-end. Pagani Huayra, a luxury sports car worth over 30 million, check it out. If I could own one, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Bro, all I can say is, dreams have everything. Go wash up and go to bed. The female anchor's live stream popularity was rapidly rising. When she saw Chen Chen, the female anchor named Tong Jie felt annoyed. Because in the restaurant just now, Chen Chen had belittled her. Just thinking about it made her angry. Chen Chen also didn't have a good impression of the female anchor in front of him and said, please move aside, I need to drive. Tong Jie glanced around. Apart from the onlookers, there was only one car here. That was the Pagani Huayra. You're saying this sports car is yours? You're just bragging. Please open your eyes and see clearly, what car is this? Judging from Chen Chen's appearance, he didn't look wealthy. She didn't think Chen Chen had the ability to afford a luxury sports car worth over 30 million. Exactly. If you want to cut in line, just say it. A heavily made-up girl next to them gave Chen Chen a disdainful look. Who can afford such a luxurious car? I wonder which rich second generation in the Magic City it is. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Among the crowd, many girls were lost in fantasy. They all wanted to see who the owner of this car was. Seeing that Chen Chen showed no intention of leaving, Tong Jie, the female anchor, raised her voice. What are you still doing here? You're blocking my live stream, go queue up at the back. Several girls nearby also urged Chen Chen to leave quickly. Chen Chen felt helpless. He shook his head, took out the key to the Pagani Huayra from his pocket. The dazzling car lights flashed a few times, and then the car door opened automatically. Ah, this. Tong Jie, the female anchor, was completely stunned. She didn't expect that the Pagani Huayra actually belonged to Chen Chen. This despicable guy turned out to be a rich second generation? Others also turned their attention to Chen Chen, looking shocked. Young man, is this sports car really yours? Can I have your phone number? Young man, can you take me for a ride? Actually, I don't have a boyfriend yet. The crowd surrounded Chen Chen. Everyone had something to say. This made Chen Chen feel like he had entered a spider's web. Can it get any crazier? Sorry, I have something to do. Chen Chen got into the Pagani Huayra and quickly closed the door. At this moment, Tong Jie, the female anchor, stood dumbfounded in place. His live stream room also exploded. No way! The guy who was secretly filmed by Tong Jie is actually a rich second generation. Tong Jie, your fate has arrived, go ask for his phone number quickly. It's too late. Amid the shock of the live stream audience, there were also many jokes. Soon, Chen Chen started the car. The Pagani Huayra roared and disappeared on the street. The young man didn't even look at me. Baby is so sad. As Chen Chen left, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Tong Jie, the female anchor, finally came to her senses. Seeing the barrage of comments from the fans in the live stream room, a bitter smile appeared on her face. Just now in the restaurant, she had already offended Chen Chen. Fate, Chen Chen didn't bother with her, which was already the best outcome. Chen Chen returned to Tangchenipin. In the evening, he invited Zhao Kai out for dinner. A night of silence. In the early morning, Chen Chen got up early. Standing on the balcony, he stretched lazily. In the eastern sky, the colorful clouds were particularly beautiful. There were a few pedestrians strolling along the riverside path not far away. Vehicles rushed on the street. A beautiful day began. Chen Chen went out for breakfast and returned to the lobby. It was only 7:30. The waiting time was the longest. Finally, the time for the flash sale arrived. Ding! Flash sale opportunity is here. Today's flash sale item, all shares of Hyaming Commercial Street. Although it was the second time participating in the system's flash sale, Chen Chen was still very excited. System, let me flash. Flash sale successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring all shares of Hyaming Commercial Street. The flash sale was successful, and Chen Chen's phone also received a deduction message. He bought a whole street for only 9.9 yuan. Who would believe it if he said it out loud? But this magical thing happened to Chen Chen. Share certificate has been issued to the system space. Host can withdraw at any time. Hearing the system say this, Chen Chen took out the share certificate and looked at it. Indeed, it's the system. I got a whole commercial street just like that. Chen Chen was overjoyed. Host has used up today's flash sale opportunity. Please participate on time tomorrow. Tomorrow's flash sale preview, 55% of shares of Qingfeng Film Industry. Qingfeng Film Industry is a film company worth over 30 billion. In the film industry of Huaxia, it ranks in the top 5. Compared to Longhu Pharmaceutical and Hyaming Commercial Street, Qingfeng Film Industry's value is much less. But that's okay. As long as the system is there, Chen Chen feels that one day he can squeeze the system dry. System, I love you. Chen Chen shouted loudly. Host, please behave. The purpose of the system is to make you look cool and fly high. Please do not have any other abnormal thoughts. Chen Chen didn't mind the system's teasing and asked, by the way, system, didn't you say yesterday that as long as I complete the randomly assigned tasks, I can get extra flash sale opportunities? Why didn't I see any? The system explained, since it's random, it won't happen every day. Chen Chen nodded. A word to the wise is enough. Not long after, Chen Chen received a call from Lu Mengqing. Chairman Chen, I have a few documents here. I need your signature. I'll bring them to you now. Chen Chen didn't say anything, he gave Lu Mengqing an address. When Lu Mengqing heard that Chen Chen lived in Tangchenipin community, she couldn't help but exclaim again. Chairman Chen is indeed impressive. I heard that the property prices there are the highest in the whole city. When will I be able to afford it? Lu Mengqing dismissed her unrealistic thoughts and drove to Tangchenipin community. Taking the elevator to the entrance, Lu Mengqing double-checked the door number. Then she rang the doorbell. Chen Chen came out to open the door. Chairman Chen, good morning. Lu Mengqing greeted Chen Chen with a smile. Today she was wearing a white shirt, her hair down, with a charming and radiant smile. "Come in." Chen Chen glanced at Lu Mengqing and said. Lu Mengqing followed Chen Chen into the living room. After seeing Chen Chen sit down, she handed over the documents. Using her fair and delicate hands, she pushed her glasses up and stood respectfully beside him, waiting for Chen Chen to finish reading the documents. Chen Chen leaned back on the sofa and briefly looked through the documents in his hand. It wasn't anything urgent, but according to the company's regulations, the chairman's signature was required. Chen Chen signed the document and looked at Lu Mengqing. "If there's nothing too important, you can sign on my behalf in the future." Currently, Chen Chen had acquired a billion-dollar company and a commercial street through flash sales. His assets would only continue to grow in the future. If you take everything to heart, Chen Chen will be exhausted. How can he continue to be a slacker? Lu Mengqing was stunned. "Director Chen, isn't it a bit inappropriate?" Lu Mengqing's current position is assistant to the chairman. In a way, it's equivalent to a vice president. She does have some real power. However, she never imagined that one day she would gain such great trust from the chairman. Chen Chen looked serious. "I'll do it." "That's settled then. Work hard." Lu Mengqing was pleasantly surprised. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Could it be that Chen Chen has taken a liking to her? The thought made her heart beat faster. Even her cheeks turned pink. "Chairman, thank you for your trust in me. I will work hard. I won't let you down." Lu Mengqing bent down to pick up the signed document. "If there's nothing else, you can go back to work," Chen Chen said. "Actually, there is one more thing." Lu Mengqing crossed her hands in front of her. "What is it?" Lu Mengqing said, "The other shareholders of the company have booked the entire Yipingxuan. They want to host a banquet for Director Chen. Chen Chen is now the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceutical. He holds 80% of the company's shares. Those small shareholders naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. People in the business world know the importance of connections. This is a great opportunity to curry favor with Chen Chen." Yipingxuan? Chen Chen had heard of this restaurant before. Yipingxuan restaurant is very famous in the Magic City. To dine there, one usually needs to make a reservation in advance. And the cost is high, only wealthy people would choose to go there. And now, the other shareholders of the company have actually booked the entire Yipingxuan to please Chen Chen. They are really generous. Chen Chen hesitated for a moment and asked, "What time in the evening?" 8 o'clock. "Okay, I'll be there." Since they are all shareholders of the company, it's fine to get to know each other. Although there are some hidden motives. "Director Chen, then I'll go back first." After getting Chen Chen's reply, Lu Mengqing also left. Chen Chen sat alone in the lobby, feeling very bored. He had planned to go out for a walk, but suddenly received a message from his cousin. "Cousin, let's play games. We need one more player." Chen Chen looked at the message on his phone and shook his head helplessly. Young people these days, all they do is play games. Can't they study properly? Chen Chen sighed as he replied, "Cousin, you're not playing, are you?" "All right then. I just met a girl in the game who can play the zither, so I'll..." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. It is well known that no man can resist the charm of a zither player. "Wait. I'll log in now." Chen Chen quickly opened the mobile game on his phone. Time passed quickly. It was almost 11 o'clock when Chen Chen was contacted by his senior sister Qin Mingjie. "Chen Chen, do you have time for lunch? I'll treat you." Chen Chen smiled, "If it's a treat from my senior sister, of course I have time." When he was in college, Qin Mingjie was Chen Chen's senior sister. She took good care of Chen Chen in school. Qin Mingjie can be considered a small rich woman. Her family runs a chain of restaurants, and she is a native of the Magic City. Invite Zhao Kai too. It's been a long time since we graduated and I haven't seen you guys. Chen Chen said, "Zhao Kai is at work, I'll call in to see if he's free." Qin Mingjie asked in confusion, "Didn't you say last time that you both joined the same company?" Chen Chen explained, "I'm not working now. With the system, Chen Chen can comfortably be a slacker." "Working? Not a thing. So, you're unemployed? Should I introduce you to a job?" Chen Chen smiled, "No need. I don't plan to work now." Qin Mingjie was puzzled. "Chen Chen, what do you want to do if you're not working? You don't have a mine at home." Besides, you have a girlfriend to support, how can you not work? Chen Shen smiled. His family has no minds. But he has a system on him. Don't mention it, we've already broken up. Qin Mengjie felt sorry for Chen Shen. Broke up? Why is that? Chen Shen smiled bitterly. It's a long story, let's talk about it when we meet. But senior sister, you always used to treat me to meals, this time I'll treat you. Qin Mengjie said, you don't even have a job now. Let me treat you. Sister has money. Okay, remember to invite Zhao Kai. I'll send you the address, you guys can come over at noon. After finishing the call with Qin Mengjie, Chen Shen sent a message to Zhao Kai. Unfortunately, Zhao Kai was busy working overtime and didn't have time. Coincidentally, the location Qin Mengjie sent to Chen Shen was right at Hyaming Commercial Street. I happen to be going to Hyaming Commercial Street. Let's have a meal on the way. Chen Shen changed into a new set of clothes in the room. Standing in front of the mirror, he suddenly realized that his clothes were far from matching his current status. It looks like I need to buy some new clothes. After leaving the hall, Chen Shen also set off in his sports car. Hyaming Commercial Street. General Manager Zhang Yongwen heard that the new boss was coming, so he had already brought people to the parking lot to wait. The new boss will be here soon. Everyone pay attention. Zhang Yongwen seemed a bit nervous as he spoke to the people in front of him. He had been managing Hyaming Commercial Street for several years. However, today, a tycoon had bought the entire commercial street. It was really grand. Manager Zhang. What kind of person is the new boss who's coming? A sweet-looking girl couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhang Yongwen shook his head. I haven't seen him either. This happened too suddenly. It was only after receiving a call from Chen Shen that he knew the new boss was coming. But from the voice, he could tell that the person was young. He just didn't know which prestigious family the person came from. So, Zhang Yongwen and his team waited for a few more minutes. A Pagani Huayra slowly drove into the parking lot. Everyone, the person in the car is very likely the boss. Seeing the luxury sports car, Zhang Yongwen straightened up. He became even more nervous. In the city of magic, cars worth millions could be seen frequently. But it was rare to see a car like the Pagani Huayra worth tens of millions. So Zhang Yongwen guessed that it was very likely the boss had arrived. As the car parked, Zhang Yongwen immediately led his team respectfully towards it. Had reserved a private room. Arriving at the door of the private room, Chen Shen pushed it open. Chen Shen, long time no see. Why are you the only one here? Where's Zhao Kai? Qin Mengjie stood up, looking joyful. She was wearing a green dress, tall and elegant, with delicate features, the kind of beauty that ages well. Zhao Kai has to work overtime. He said he can't make it. Chen Shen explained. At this moment, there was another woman sitting next to Qin Mengjie, holding a small mirror and touching up her makeup. She was decent looking, but with heavy makeup, and seemed a bit arrogant. She glanced lightly at Chen Shen, then lowered her head to continue her makeup. Since Zhao Kai is busy, let's forget about it. Come sit down, take a look at the menu, don't be polite with your senior sister. Qin Mengjie said generously. Chen Shen shook his head and sat down opposite Qin Mengjie. This is my friend, he Xuehui. Qin Mengjie introduced Chen Shen to her. He Xuehui treated Chen Shen as if he were invisible. After finishing her makeup, she pouted and looked at Qin Mengjie. Mengjie, I shouldn't have come out shopping with you. Look, my skin is all tanned. Next time, let's go out at night. Qin Mengjie just smiled and handed the menu to Chen Shen. Chen Shen took the menu, called the waiter, and ordered several signature dishes from the restaurant. The dishes here were not cheap, with each dish costing several hundred. But for the current Chen Shen, it really wasn't a big deal. Qin Mengjie used to treat him to meals often, so this time Chen Shen decided to treat her. Hey, you're really not holding back, huh? Ordering so many dishes, it's going to cost several thousand. Is the money that you think Chen Shen has just blowing in from the wind? He Xuehui couldn't stand it anymore. Although Chen Shen was very handsome, he Xuehui was not interested at all. Because in her opinion, being handsome doesn't put food on the table. In today's society, having money is the most important thing. Chen Shen did not expect He Xuehui's reaction to be so strong and said, I'll treat you to this meal. He Xuehui gave Chen Shen a disdainful look. Your monthly salary is probably only a few thousand, right? Can you afford it? Oh, I almost forgot. It seems like you don't have a job now either. When Qin Mingjie was on the phone with Chen Chen, he Shuehui happened to overhear. In her view, Chen Chen was clearly trying to take advantage of Qin Mingjie. This kind of man is the worst. He has no abilities of his own and only knows how to rely on women for a living. Shuehui, please stop. If you speak ill of Chen Chen again, I will end our friendship. Qin Mingjie knew that Chen Chen was not that kind of person. But given Chen Chen's current situation, she was a bit worried. Having just gone through a breakup and losing his job, Chen Chen must be under a lot of pressure. Chen Chen, since we agreed that I would treat you. Don't compete with me. Qin Mingjie adjusted the few strands of hair on her forehead. Come on, Mingjie. We've known each other for so long, and you're willing to end our friendship over this man. He Shuehui was a bit angry. Chen Chen was about to say something when his phone vibrated. It turned out to be a notification of a 1 billion deposit in his bank account. It should be the rent from Hyaming Commercial Street. But wait, shouldn't it be 13 billion? Chen Chen felt puzzled. At that moment, Zhang Yongwen's call also came in. You two keep talking, I'll go outside to take this call. Chen Chen got up and went outside to answer the phone. Seeing Chen Chen walk away, he Shuehui turned her head and looked at Qin Mingjie. Mingjie, you just said your younger brother broke up. You're not trying to set me up with him, are you? Let me make it clear, he's not my type. Qin Mingjie didn't expect he Shuehui to have such wild thoughts and said impatiently, come on, I just want to treat Chen Chen's younger brother to a meal. You're overthinking it. But speaking of which, isn't my younger brother handsome? He Shuehui shook her head, saying arrogantly, what's the use of being handsome? With his conditions, he's not even worthy of me. The Prince Charming in my dreams is not someone like your younger brother. Qin Mingjie knew that her friend had high standards. However, she did have some confidence in Chen Chen. Back in school, Chen Chen had good grades. Although he had faced some setbacks after entering society, it was only temporary. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Shuehui, don't look down on my younger brother. He Shuehui took a sip of the drink on the table and said, some things are destined, not something you can achieve through hard work. Look at the housing prices in the Magic City now, most people can't afford it even if they work hard all their lives. Qin Mingjie was stunned, realizing she couldn't argue back. However, she still had faith in Chen Chen. At that moment, Chen Chen was outside talking on the phone with Zhang Yongwen. Mr. Chen, you should have received a billion transfer by now, right? The bank said they would transfer 1 billion to you first, and the rest will come later. Zhang Yongwen explained the situation to Chen Chen. Okay, I got it. Zhang Yongwen continued, and also. After finishing the call, Chen Chen put away his phone and returned to the private room. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit caught sight of Chen Chen. Such a familiar figure. It's him. The middle-aged man recognized Chen Chen and felt extremely excited. He had just seen Chen Chen at the entrance of Zhang Yongwen's office. And he knew that Chen Chen was the owner of Hyaming Commercial Street. Now that Chen Chen was dining in his restaurant, it was a great opportunity to get to know him. He quickly walked to the door of the private room but stopped himself. He felt it would be too presumptuous to approach like that. Chen Chen is likely meeting with clients inside. It wouldn't be good to disturb him while he's discussing business. Boss. A waiter delivering dishes saw the restaurant owner standing at the door and quickly greeted him. Xiaomei, there are 2 bottles of rare red wine in my office. Go get them and offer them to the guests in the private room. Also, add a few more dishes for them. Just say it's from me. The waiter didn't ask further and followed the restaurant owner's instructions. Chen Chen returned to his seat. Qin Mingjie looked at him and said, Chen Chen, how about I introduce you to a job? The cost of living in the Magic City is high, and it's hard to sustain without a job. After some thought, Chen Chen decided to be honest with Qin Mingjie. Well, I'm a billionaire, I'll come clean. Sister, I don't need to work at all now. The entire Hyaming Commercial Street is mine. Chen Chen said seriously. However, as soon as he said this, he made He Shuehui burst into laughter. He Shuehui laughed so hard that she almost choked. Mingjie, your junior brother is quite good at bragging. And the whole commercial street belongs to him. Keep bragging, continue. He Shuehui even had tears in her eyes from laughing. Qin Mingjie looked at Chen Chen in disbelief. But seeing Chen Chen's serious expression, she felt it might not be a lie. So, she was a bit puzzled. Seeing He Shuaihui's exaggerated expression, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Well, he knew it would be like this. After all, no one would believe such a fantastical story if he told it. Chen Chen, are you joking with me? Qin Mingjie asked, half believing. Chen Chen shrugged, sister, if you think I'm joking, that's fine. Qin Mingjie shook her head helplessly. She also thought Chen Chen was joking. She had known Chen Chen for so long and knew he was not the type to throw away his pants even after washing them white. He didn't seem like a second-generation rich kid. On the other hand, He Shuaihui continued to laugh uncontrollably. Is it that funny? Qin Mingjie felt speechless. I'm not laughing. No, I can't help it. He Shuaihui burst into laughter. Chen Chen, ignore her. Qin Mingjie didn't dwell on it and changed the subject. After a few minutes, the food was brought to the table by the waiter. At the same time, 2 bottles of Lafite red wine were placed on the table. We didn't order red wine. And these dishes weren't ordered by us either. Is there a mistake? Qin Mingjie immediately noticed the high price of the 2 bottles of red wine. After all, her family was in the catering business. The waiter explained, the red wine and extra dishes are all gifts from our boss. He said he wanted to give them to this Mr. Chen. Qin Mingjie found it unbelievable. She never expected Chen Chen to have such prestige. Mingjie, are these 2 bottles of wine very expensive? He Shuaihui leaned in close to Qin Mingjie and asked in a low voice. Qin Mingjie looked at Chen Chen with her beautiful eyes and said, this is Lafite red wine, although it's not from 82. But 1 bottle costs over 50,000. He Shuaihui was shocked. No way, such an expensive wine. And it's given to your junior brother. Could it be fake wine? He Shuaihui questioned. Qin Mingjie took the red wine and examined it carefully. The wine was genuine. The waiter interjected, Miss, this wine cannot be fake. Our boss has kept it in the office and never wanted to drink it. Qin Mingjie looked at Chen Chen again, asking in a puzzled tone, Chen Chen, do you even know the owner of this restaurant? Chen Chen shook his head, I don't know. He looked at the waiter next to him and said, could it be that your boss mistook someone else for me? Chen Chen couldn't recall knowing anyone who owned a restaurant here. Let me ask the boss. The waiter, afraid of making a mistake, quickly left the private room. After a while, a middle-aged man with glasses walked into the room. The middle-aged man smiled and approached Chen Chen respectfully. Mr. Chen, hello. The red wine and these dishes are specially prepared for you. Please don't dislike them, Mr. Chen. Chen Chen looked at the middle-aged man and said, I don't think I know you. The middle-aged man smiled, Mr. Chen, I just had the privilege of meeting you at the entrance of Mr. Zhang's office. You are the owner of Hyaming Business Street, this meal is on me. If you need anything else, just let me know. He wanted to please Chen Chen. After all, such a good opportunity is not something everyone can encounter. To be able to buy a whole commercial street, how powerful must the backing be? Unimaginable. What? Chen Chen, is this Hyaming Business Street really yours? Qin Mingjie was completely shocked, her red lips slightly parted. Even He Shuaihui, after seeing this scene, was speechless, covering her mouth. Oh my god. This Chen Chen is actually a tycoon. No, it should be said that he is a super tycoon. How much money does it take to buy this whole commercial street? He Shuaihui was calculating in her mind. But her math was taught by a music teacher. She couldn't figure it out at all. Anyway, for her, it's just an astronomical figure. Senior sister, I just told you. But you didn't believe me. Chen Chen said helplessly. Mr. Chen, I won't disturb your meal. Just call me if you need anything. Enjoy your meal. The restaurant owner tactfully exited the private room. Qin Mingjie smiled bitterly and said, it's not that I don't believe you, but this is really too magical. Chen Chen, what does your family do? Don't tell me your parents are ordinary people. If Chen Chen comes from an ordinary family, it's impossible for him to own a whole commercial street. Chen Chen knew that his senior sister was not easy to fool. He was thinking about how to explain. And at this moment, He Shuaihui's gaze towards Chen Chen had also changed. From disdain at the beginning, it turned into admiration now. Chen Chen is so rich, and he looks handsome too. Isn't he the tall, rich, and handsome she has been desperately looking for? He Shuehui sipped her drink, trying to calm herself down. Her gaze was still fixed on Chen Chen. Senior sister, my parents are indeed ordinary people. Chen Chen smiled casually. His family is just ordinary. It's just that he's extraordinary. Qin Mingjie looked at Chen Chen with a resentful look and scolded, You, Chen Chen. I was so good to you before, and you still want to deceive me. She couldn't believe that Chen Chen's parents were ordinary people. Chen Chen smiled and said, Senior sister, I really didn't lie to you. Listen to me, the truth is like this. I have a friend who runs a farm abroad. A few years ago, when the funds were insufficient, it almost went bankrupt. So I asked my family for some money to invest. He Shuehui listened with interest and interjected, I understand. Later, your friend's farm grew bigger and stronger, and you also benefited, right? Chen Chen shook his head, not really. The farm business is not profitable. Until recently, it was almost in the red. Qin Mingjie and he Shuehui looked at each other. They were a bit confused. If running a farm doesn't make money, where did Chen Chen's money come from? Was it really a stroke of luck? Chen Chen, don't keep me in suspense. Qin Mingjie really wanted to know the answer. Chen Chen took a sip of his drink, cleared his throat, and then said, Last month, just as my friend was about to sell the farm, he discovered a diamond mine underground on the farm. Qin Mingjie happened to take a sip of her drink and sprayed it out directly. No, really? He Shuehui stared at Chen Chen in amazement, full of envy. Could this be the legendary overnight fortune? Chen Chen, your friend's luck is really too good. I'm jealous. Chen Chen shrugged, I also have a stake in that farm. So, that's how it is. Qin Mingjie still had some doubts in her mind, but she didn't pursue it further. No wonder Chen Chen said he wanted to treat. It turns out he made a fortune. It really proves the saying, no night grass makes the horse fat, no windfall makes the person rich. When good luck comes, you can't avoid it. Okay, let's eat. Wait, the dishes are getting cold. Chen Chen didn't plan to continue discussing this topic. Yes, let's eat. Qin Mingjie shook her head. She had wanted to introduce a job to Chen Chen. Now it seems completely unnecessary. Suddenly, Qin Mingjie noticed that he Shuehui next to her was acting strange. Shuehui, why have you been staring at my junior brother? He Shuehui realized she had lost control and lowered her head to eat. But she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Chen Chen. Chen Chen had just broken up with his girlfriend, didn't that mean she had a chance? Thinking of this, he Shuehui became even more excited. If she could get close to Chen Chen, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink in the future. And now Chen Chen is still the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street, which would give her a lot of face if it spread. Chen Chen, don't you want to have a drink? He Shuehui asked gently. She was completely different from her arrogant attitude at the beginning. I'm not drinking, I have to drive later. Senior sister, these 2 bottles of wine are for you. Qin Mingjie said, these were given to you by the restaurant owner, I don't want them. And this restaurant owner is too polite. He even sent so many dishes. We can't finish them all. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Qin Mingjie didn't know which dish to try first. Qin Mingjie chatted with Chen Chen, while he Shuehui also gathered her courage. Chen Chen, aren't you single now? What do you think of me? He Shuehui gave Chen Chen a flirtatious look. Chen Chen felt goosebumps. Although he Shuehui was somewhat attractive, he was not interested in materialistic women. Seeing he Shuehui's current attitude reminded Chen Chen of Yan Lily, his ex-girlfriend. Like Yan Lily, he Shuehui was also a very practical woman. Being practical is not wrong, but being too practical is off-putting. Chen Chen smiled and continued eating without saying a word. Shuehui, are you interested in my junior brother? Qin Mingjie also felt speechless. After all, he Shuehui had just said that Chen Chen was not her type. But after knowing that Chen Chen was wealthy, her attitude changed immediately. Come on, can't you be less materialistic? How could I? Don't talk nonsense. I was just asking casually. He Shuehui denied 3 times. She realized that winning over Chen Chen was not that easy. Qin Mingjie raised an eyebrow. Although he Shuehui didn't admit it, she could tell that her friend was interested in Chen Chen. Looking at Chen Chen, who was indifferent, it was obvious that he had no interest in he Shuehui. The meal lasted half an hour. Xuehui still tried hard to find topics to talk to Chen Chen more. Chen Chen was really not used to it, so after finishing the meal, he quickly found a topic and left. Xuejie, we finished the meal. I have to go back first. Qin Mingjie nodded, we should go back too, let's go. After that, the three of them got up and left the private room. The restaurant owner was still outside the door, smiling and asking Chen Chen, Mr. Chen, did you enjoy the meal? Chen Chen replied, it was very good. The restaurant owner's face was full of smiles. Mr. Chen, if you have time in the future, you are welcome to come anytime. I welcome you with open arms. Seeing that Chen Chen didn't drink, he handed the 2 bottles of Lafite red wine to Chen Chen. Chen Chen had to accept the gesture and took them back. On the way to the parking lot, Xuehui followed closely behind Chen Chen. Chen Chen, do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to supper. Xuehui invited. Chen Chen declined, I happen to have something tonight. If it were another woman inviting him, Chen Chen might consider it. But this Xuehui, better not after all, Chen Chen is not the kind of person who eats anything. Hearing Chen Chen say this, Xuehui seemed a little disappointed. As they walked, Chen Chen also walked to the side of the Pagani Huayra. Senior, next time when you're free, I'll treat you to a big meal again. Qin Mingjie's beautiful eyes smiled, okay. Wait. Chen Chen, is this car yours? Qin Mingjie shifted her gaze to the Pagani Huayra. Seeing Chen Chen nod, Qin Mingjie's red lips slightly parted. Although she couldn't recognize the sports car in front of her, it was easy to see that the car was definitely expensive. This seems to be a Pagani Huayra. Xuehui covered her mouth, looking shocked. Usually, when she had nothing to do, she liked to browse some luxury items and famous cars and watches online. So she could tell that the sports car in front of her was truly owned by a super rich person. To have such a luxurious sports car of this level. Love it, love it. Xuehui, you actually know what car this is. It must be very expensive, right? Qin Mingjie blinked her eyes. Xuehui tried to calm herself down, I forgot, but it must be at least millions. She felt a bit confused. Chen Chen took out the car keys, opened the car door, and casually said, actually, it's not expensive, just over 30 million. Qin Mingjie's eye twitched. Big brother, over 30 million is not expensive? Listen, is this person speaking the truth? Xuehui's eyes lit up, suddenly had an idea. Chen Chen, we happen to be going the same way, can you give me a ride? Qin Mingjie felt speechless, pushed Xuehui, you don't even know where my junior brother lives? Going the same way? Xuehui stomped her foot, a bit dissatisfied, hey Mingjie, you know it's fine, why do you have to expose it? I just want to sit in it. While speaking, Xuehui looked at Chen Chen again. Chen Chen, you will fulfill this small request of mine, right? At this moment, Chen Chen's only thought was to leave here. He quickly sat in the driver's seat of the Pagani Huayra, sorry, I have something else to do. Xuehui interjected, it's okay, I happen to have nothing to do. Wherever you go, I'll go. Chen Chen felt a headache. Could it be true, is there really such a weird person in this world? Qin Mingjie couldn't bear it anymore, she grabbed Xuehui. Xuehui, that's enough. Don't scare my junior brother. Xuehui also realized that she had lost control and looked a bit embarrassed. And so, Chen Chen drove away from Haimin Commercial Street. Seeing Xuehui's lost and dejected look, Qin Mingjie said impatiently, you're not really interested in my junior brother, are you? Xuehui shook her head, no, I was just joking with you junior brother. Qin Mingjie said, sure, you were. I see you drooling over my junior brother's body, you're shameless. Xuehui shrugged, okay, I admit, I really like Chen Chen. Mingjie, please help me. Qin Mingjie walked towards her car and said, I advise you to give up on this. Haven't you noticed? My junior brother has no feelings for you. Xuehui caught up with Qin Mingjie, looking determined. This is fate arranged by heaven for me, I have to give it a try no matter what. Qin Mingjie. Chen Chen drove to a nearby mall. He walked into a Gucci store. Sir, welcome. 2 good-looking female shop assistants greeted Chen Chen. Help me pick out a few sets of clothes. Any piece of clothing here costs several thousand yuan. In the past, Chen Chen wouldn't dare to come to such a place to shop. Sir, this way please. The female shop assistant picked out several sets of clothes for Chen Chen. Chen Chen tried them on and found them all to be good. He bought 6 sets of clothes, spending over 10,000 yuan. But Chen Chen didn't feel any heartache at all. After all, there were still nearly 2 billion in his bank account. And there's still 12 billion in rent that hasn't been received. The female clerk saw Chen Chen paying without blinking an eye and guessed that he must be a wealthy man. She gave Chen Chen a membership card and handed him a business card. Sir, our store also offers clothing customization services. If you need anything, you can contact me. Chen Chen accepted the business card. He drove back to the residential area. When he almost reached the residential area, he received a deposit of 12 billion in his bank account. Chen Chen was excited to see so much money for the first time. Now, the rent for Jaime Commercial Street for this month was also fully paid. Chen Chen finally experienced the joy of collecting rent. Back in the parking lot of the residential area, Chen Chen parked his car, humming a tune as he got out of the car. As he entered the elevator, he noticed a small dog following him without him noticing. It was a cute and fluffy white Pomeranian. It was wandering around Chen Chen's feet, occasionally looking up at him curiously. Whose pet is this? Chen Chen checked around but didn't see anyone nearby. Little one, go find your owner. However, the Pomeranian didn't understand Chen Chen's words and continued to follow him. Chen Chen had no choice but to let it follow him. Back in the lobby, Chen Chen put down his things. The Pomeranian seemed to have taken a liking to Chen Chen and showed no intention of leaving. With nothing else to do, Chen Chen took out a lollipop and offered it to the Pomeranian. The little one happily started munching on it. Little one, you're lucky to have met me. Chen Chen played with the Pomeranian for a while, then took it to the property management office to find its owner. He then returned to the lobby, found his mother's bank card account number, and tried to transfer 2 million directly. However, his mother's bank card had a limit, so he could only transfer 10,000. Forget it, I'll just transfer 10,000 for now. Chen Chen seemed a bit helpless. Coming from a humble background, now that he had money, he wanted to improve his family's living conditions. After a while, he called his mother. Mom, what are you doing? Li Ling said, just finished dinner, about to go to work. Chen Chen's parents were both working class. It hadn't been easy for them to send Chen Chen to college over the years. Mom, don't work anymore in the future. I just transferred 10,000 to your bank card. Li Ling was surprised, 10,000? Son, where did you get so much money? In Li Ling's eyes, it was very difficult for Chen Chen, who had just entered society, to earn 10,000 through work. Chen Chen made up a random reason. A few years ago, I invested in a company with my classmates. I made quite a bit of money. Mom, when you have time, go with Dad to see the new house, don't live in that old neighborhood anymore. I'll pay for the house. Although his parents lived in the city, the house was old and run down due to being in an old part of town. The chance of benefiting from urban redevelopment was not something everyone could encounter. Those who became rich overnight through redevelopment were few and far between. Li Ling said, Son, there's no need to buy a new house. Your father and I are used to living here. Now that housing prices were high, Li Ling didn't want to add pressure to her son. After thinking for a moment, Chen Chen said, Mom, we definitely need to buy a new house. When I bring my girlfriend back in the future, you wouldn't want us to live in the old house, right? Chen Chen said this to persuade his mother. Indeed, when it came to the future daughter-in-law, Li Ling became more understanding. Son, are you dating someone? She didn't know about Chen Chen's relationship with Yan Lily since he hadn't mentioned it. I'm in a relationship. Chen Chen chose to lie. Li Ling was excited, Son, when you have time, you must bring your girlfriend home for me to see. As for buying a new house, I'll make time to go see one tomorrow. Hearing that her son was doing well, Li Ling was also very happy. Chen Chen said, okay. After buying a better house, a villa is also fine. Don't try to save money on me. After some persuasion, Chen Chen finally convinced his mother. Not long after, a beautiful woman with a small Pomeranian in her arms took the elevator to the 16th floor. It was the same Pomeranian that Chen Chen had encountered in the parking lot. Wait for me. Following behind the woman was a man in a suit. Lin Yara stopped, turned around, and looked displeased at the man behind her. Sun Menglin, didn't I tell you before? Stop following me all the time. Sun Menglin smiled, I just wanted to ask if you have time. Let's go play together tomorrow. Lin Yara said expressionlessly, no. With that, she turned towards the door and rang the doorbell at Chen Shen's house. But I heard you're not busy these days. Lin Yara pretended not to hear and ignored Sun Manglin. Sun Manglin stood beside Lin Yara, looking at the small Pomeranian in her arms. He suddenly felt a bit jealous. He was not even as good as a dog. He had been pursuing Lin Yara since college, but all his attempts had failed. After a while, Chen Shen came to open the door. He was immediately captivated by Lin Yara's beauty. Lin Yara was wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with a light blue pleated skirt, giving off a comfortable and serene vibe. Her features were delicate, and she was slender. Her fair and glossy skin made her look like a sacred goddess. Most importantly, the beautiful woman in front of Chen Shen felt familiar. It seemed like he had seen her somewhere before. Sir, hello. Thank you for helping me find Onion. Lin Yara's voice was pleasant, and her smile was charming. The Onion she mentioned was the small Pomeranian in her arms. Lin Yara had taken the Pomeranian downstairs to buy something, but it got lost. Luckily, Chen Shen had taken the Pomeranian to the property management office, or they might not have found it. Lin Yara had found out from the property management office that Chen Shen lived on the 16th floor. Coincidentally, Lin Yara lived on the 17th floor. Seeing Chen Shen, the small Pomeranian in Lin Yara's arms seemed excited and wanted to break free from her embrace. You named it Onion? Chen Shen pointed at the Pomeranian. Lin Yara smiled with her beautiful eyes and nodded. I live upstairs. Onion is my friend's pet. She happened to be on a business trip these days, so she left Onion at my place. If you hadn't helped me find Onion, I wouldn't know how to explain to my friend. Chen Shen laughed. It was just a small favor. Seeing that Chen Shen was sunny and handsome, Lin Yara couldn't help but ask, by the way, sir, may I know your name? I'm Chen Chen. Lin Yara looked at Chen Shen with her beautiful eyes and smiled, Mr. Chen, you've done me a big favor. I'll treat you to a meal when you're free. Lin Yara's gestures and smiles exuded a charming demeanor. That's not necessary. Chen Chen refused verbally. But if the beautiful woman in front of him really wanted to treat him to a meal, he would agree. I'm Lin Yara. Nice to meet you. When Lin Yara mentioned her name, Chen Shen suddenly remembered. Yes, this Lin Yara was a celebrity, and quite well known. Lin Yara had reached the peak of her career 2 years ago. Chen Shen had watched the TV dramas she starred in. However, later on, Lin Yara's works became less frequent. She even slowly faded from the public eye. Slapping his forehead, Chen Shen said, I remember now. So you're the famous star Lin Yara. Lin Yara's smile suddenly turned bitter, and she self-deprecatingly said, what famous star? You're overestimating me. Lin Yara extended her fair hand and shook hands with Chen Shen. Mr. Chen, can I have your phone number? I'll treat you to a meal next time. Chen Shen casually gave out his number. Sun Manglin stood dumbfounded on the side, feeling unhappy seeing Lin Yara being so polite to Chen Shen, especially when I heard that Lin Yara wanted to invite Chen Shen to dinner. I felt even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lin Yara left after finishing her thanks. Sun Manglin gave Chen Shen a strange look and followed Lin Yara out. So there's a celebrity living upstairs. Chen Shen closed the door, wondering if his luck with relationships had finally arrived. After a few minutes passed like this, the doorbell rang again. Who is it? Chen Shen asked, a bit exasperated, as he went to open the door. He found it was the man who had been following Lin Yara earlier. Judging by his attire, he was a wealthy man. Sun Manglin smiled confidently and took out a business card from his pocket. I'm Sun Manglin, nice to meet you. Chen Shen took the card and saw that Sun Manglin was the vice president of a listed company. However, that was it. What's the matter? Chen Shen felt that Sun Manglin's visit was not friendly. Sun Manglin glanced inside the house and said with a smile, to be honest, I have my eye on your house. Name your price, sell me the house. Sun Manglin wanted to live in the same community so he could see Lin Yara every day. He believed that one day he could win Lin Yara over. Chen Shen was not a fool. He saw through Sun Manglin's intentions. I'm sorry, it's not for sale. This was the first luxury house Chen Shen had obtained from the system, and he had no intention of selling it. Sun Manglin frowned. He didn't expect Chen Shen to refuse him. Don't you know who I am? Can't you see my status? Sun Menglan knew this was an affluent area. But with his status, he wasn't afraid of offending anyone. He had met many rich kids in the city, and in his circle, Chen Chen was nothing special. So in Sun Menglan's eyes, Chen Chen was just someone with money. Chen Chen smiled faintly and said, "Your status has nothing to do with me. This house is mine, and if I say it's not for sale, then it's not for sale." Sun Menglan was displeased. He felt challenged. "I'll give you 1 billion. You better move out tomorrow," Sun Menglan said in a threatening tone. Chen Chen laughed. "You want to buy my house for 1 billion? Are you kidding me?" This house was worth 180 million, and it had great potential for appreciation. Sun Menglan's offer of 1 billion was ridiculous. Sun Menglan sneered, "You underestimate me. I'm offering you 1 billion because I respect you." Chen Chen shrugged, "I don't need your respect." With that, he was about to close the door. "Wait." Sun Menglan gritted his teeth, 2 billion. He planned to deceive Chen Chen first. Once he got the house, whether to pay or not was another matter. "You're crazy, get help." Chen Chen left a parting remark and closed the door directly. Sun Menglan's mouth twitched. He was furious. "You? How dare you say I need help?" Sun Menglan's face turned ugly, and he clenched his fists. He had wanted to teach Chen Chen a lesson, but he thought better of it. After all, his goddess lived upstairs, and it wouldn't be good if things got out of hand. "Very well. You've got guts." Sun Menglan turned around angrily and entered the elevator. He first went to the community's property management office, hoping to get information about Chen Chen. However, he underestimated the property management of the community. This was one of the top luxury areas in the city, and the property management wouldn't casually disclose the homeowner's information. Sun Menglan had no choice but to leave in frustration. But he wasn't going to give up. Chen Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, opened a bottle of Lafite red wine he had brought back, and savored it alone. The taste was not bad. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon passed. In the evening, around 7 o'clock, Chen Chen changed into a different outfit, ready to attend a banquet. Just as he was about to pick up the keys to his Pagani Huayra, he suddenly remembered that he had been drinking in the afternoon. Adhering to the principle of not drinking and driving, he immediately called Zhao Kai. "Feng Ge, what's up?" Zhao Kai asked excitedly upon receiving a call from Chen Chen. "Where are you? Come over, I need a driver." Zhao Kai said, "Feng Ge, I'm still working overtime." "Forget about that, I'll take you to a banquet later." Zhao Kai was stunned. Feng Ge. An event that only big shots like you can attend, it wouldn't be suitable for me. Zhao Kai had a clear understanding of his own status. "I say it's suitable, so it is. Stop dilly-dallying." Zhao Kai could only agree. He hailed a taxi and rushed to the residential area where Chen Chen was. Truly the most expensive area in the entire city. Upon entering the area, Zhao Kai couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Kai's dream was simple, to buy his own house in the city. As for a house in Tangcheniping, he didn't dare to think about it. Feng Ge. Zhao Kai walked quickly towards Chen Chen upon seeing him. "All right, let's go." Chen Chen tossed the car keys to Zhao Kai. "My God, a Pagani." Zhao Kai was shocked to see the car keys in his hand. "Feng Ge, this sports car isn't yours, is it?" Zhao Kai looked at Chen Chen, then at the nearby Pagani Huayra. When Chen Chen invited him for supper last night, they took a taxi. So Zhao Kai was seeing this sports car for the first time. A sports car worth over 30 million, it was impossible not to be shocked. Surprised? Chen Chen felt a bit speechless. After all, he was now the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceuticals. What's wrong with having a sports car? Not surprised. Zhao Kai shook his head vigorously. Seeing Chen Chen get into the car, he also took the driver's seat. "Feng Ge, I really envy you now. Luxury cars and mansions." Zhao Kai was driving such an expensive car for the first time, his hands were trembling. Chen Chen said, "Don't worry, you'll have them too in the future." Zhao Kai smiled bitterly. "Feng Ge, you think too highly of me. Nowadays, without background or connections, it's really hard to achieve social mobility. By the way, Feng Ge, where are we going?" "Yiping Pavilion." Chen Chen asked, "Are you scared?" Zhao Kai shook his head, "No." "Then why are your feet shaking?" Zhao Kai awkwardly smiled. Fengge, it's my first time driving such an expensive car. Chen Shen shook his head helplessly. And so, Zhao Kai acted as the driver, and they headed to Yiping Pavilion. After nearly 20 minutes, they arrived at the parking lot of Yiping Pavilion. Fengge, we're here. Other identities. But Chen Shen was not afraid at all. Right now, he just wanted to complete the mission the system had given him. To subdue Sun Menglin. Smack! Chen Shen slapped Sun Menglin again. Sun Menglin's mind went blank, his eyes filled with anger. This despicable Chen Shen, how dare he? You're too arrogant. I suggest you check my identity. The volcano in Sun Menglin's heart was about to erupt. Chen Shen shrugged, I don't care about your identity. If you still don't submit, I'll keep hitting you until you do. Zhao Kai watched Chen Shen's back with increasing admiration and a desire to act. Chen Shen had already taken action, so as his driver, he couldn't just stand there. If you're so capable, keep hitting me. I'll have you know, my dad is at Yipingxuan. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Sun Menglin gritted his teeth, glaring at Chen Shen fiercely. Very well, I'll oblige you. Zhao Kai, join in. Chen Shen had never seen such a request before. Of course, he would oblige the other party. Upon hearing Chen Shen's command, Zhao Kai excitedly joined the fight. Sun Menglin was knocked to the ground, crying out in pain. He didn't beg for mercy, still shouting, how dare you hit me? I won't spare you. Chen Shen snorted coldly, you're not convinced, are you? Then let's continue fighting. The commotion at the door finally alerted Lu Mengqing and the other shareholders of the company. They were planning to welcome the new chairman at the door. What's happening? It seems to be Chairman Chen. Lu Mengqing was the first to recognize Chen Shen's figure and quickly walked over. The other shareholders of the company had not seen Chen Shen before, but seeing Lu Mengqing walk over, they followed suit. Chairman Chen. Seeing Chen Shen beating someone, Lu Mengqing didn't dare to get too close. Dad, help me. Sun Menglin saw his father's figure in the crowd and hurriedly called out. Stop, why are you hitting my son? Sun Lijun saw his son being beaten and stepped forward, glaring angrily at Chen Shen and Zhao Kai. Sun Lijun owned shares in Longhu Pharmaceuticals and also had some connections in the city, exuding a strong aura. Zhao Kai was frightened and had to stop. However, Chen Shen seemed not to have heard and continued kicking a few more times until he got tired. Sun Menglin struggled to get up and hid behind Sun Lijun. His face was bruised and swollen, looking pitiful. Dad, these two are too much. They dared to hit me. Sun Menglin complained to his father, glaring at Chen Shen with resentment. Sun Lijun's gaze darkened. Seeing his son being beaten in public, he was also very angry. Why are you hitting my son? You better give me an explanation. Sun Lijun's voice was cold. Chen Shen glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him and shrugged. Sorry. That's just how I do things. Sun Lijun squinted his eyes. He had not expected the other party to be so arrogant. Lu Mengqing approached Chen Shen and asked, Chairman Chen, what's going on? Chairman Chen? Hearing Lu Mengqing address him like that, the other shareholders of the company looked at each other. They had heard that a young man had bought 80% of the shares of Longhu Pharmaceuticals. They never expected him to be so young. Hello, Chairman Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. The shareholders and senior executives of the company greeted Chen Shen respectfully. What? He's the new chairman? The most colorful expressions came from Sun Lijun and his son. Initially angry, Sun Lijun calmed down immediately upon hearing Chen Shen's identity. A figure like Chen Shen was not someone they could afford to offend. Sun Menglin also became afraid. He had thought Chen Shen had no background, but he never expected him to be the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceuticals. Dad! Dad, did I cause trouble? What do we do now? Sun Menglin was at a loss, feeling only anxiety and regret. Chairman Chen, I don't know where my son offended you. Perhaps, there's a misunderstanding. Sun Lijun tried to downplay the situation, wanting to make a big deal small and a small deal nothing. He didn't know the cause of the incident, but right or wrong no longer mattered. Even if his son was right, he could only apologize. Offending Chen Shen would make it difficult for them to survive in the city in the future. Misunderstanding? Ask your precious son if it's a misunderstanding. Chen Shen sneered. Sun Manglin had already provoked Chen Chen once in the neighborhood earlier. At that time, Chen Chen had ignored him. Sun Lijun realized things were going south, turned around, and glared angrily at Sun Manglin. Sun Manglin realized he had caused trouble and said in a trembling voice, "Dad, it's my fault. I shouldn't have threatened Chairman Chen. Please, beg Chairman Chen for forgiveness." Sun Lijun was furious and gave Sun Manglin a big slap. "You unfilial son! How dare you offend even Chairman Chen? Don't call me dad in the future, you are not my son." Sun Lijun was so angry he almost spat out blood. He couldn't understand how he had such a useless son who always caused trouble. Sun Manglin suddenly became at a loss for words. If time could be reversed, he would never provoke Chen Chen. Because Chen Chen's background is really terrifying. The other shareholders in the company saw it but remained silent, looking somewhat pleased with the misfortune of others. Where there are people, there is a world of power struggles. Sun Lijun actually doesn't have a good reputation within the company. He is the kind of smooth talker who knows how to navigate social situations. This time, he suggested hosting a banquet for Chen Chen at Yupingchuan. Unfortunately, he couldn't please Chen Chen, and his son ended up offending him instead. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Director Chen." Sun Lijun glared at his son, shouting angrily. Sun Manglin timidly raised his head, glanced at Chen Chen, then quickly lowered it again. "Director Chen, I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. I shouldn't have threatened you." Sun Manglin bowed deeply, feeling extremely nervous. Chen Chen stepped forward, asking with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Now I ask you one thing. Do you submit?" Sun Manglin, like a startled rabbit, shrank back. "Director Chen, I submit." He was afraid that Chen Chen would still take action. "Do you still want my house now?" Sun Manglin shook his head vigorously. "Director Chen, I don't want it anymore. Please spare me." Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing Sun Manglin and completing a random task. Obtained a chance for instant kill. Instant kill item, a small blue pill. Chen Chen felt speechless, thinking to himself, "System, really?" After finally getting a chance for an instant kill, the item turns out to be a small blue pill. "Do you think I need that thing?" The system explained, "This blue pill is not the same as the other blue pill. This pill can enhance the host's physique and also increase charm." Chen Chen suddenly realized, indeed, it's the system. Products from the system are always top-notch. Instant kill. And walked to the mirror, examining himself carefully. It was unbelievable. Chen Chen found that his body had changed. Not only were his arms firmer, but he also had an 8-pack abs. A solid muscle man. His face had also undergone some minor changes. His skin had become smoother, and even his eyes looked more spirited. In short, he had become more handsome than before. Is this the change brought by the blue pill? Chen Chen was ecstatic. He wished he had more of these pills. Feeling sticky, he went to the bathroom for a shower. Then he walked to the living room in his boxers and found someone sleeping on the sofa. Yes, it was Lu Mingqing. Startled by the sound, Lu Mingqing woke up. When she saw Chen Chen in just his shorts, she blushed and sat up abruptly. "Mr. Chen, why aren't you wearing clothes?" Lu Mingqing's face turned red. Seeing Chen Chen's almost perfect body, her heart couldn't help but race. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands. But Chen Chen seemed to have become more handsome. Lu Mingqing peeked through a gap between her fingers. At this moment, Chen Chen exuded a special charm that attracted her. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here." Chen Chen didn't expect Lu Mingqing to stay overnight here, so he hurried back to his room. It was too embarrassing. As Chen Chen ran back to his room, Lu Mingqing tidied up her clothes and hair. Her face gradually returned to normal. She had to admit that Chen Chen's physique was really amazing. If only I could take a few more glances. Lu Mingqing thought to herself. Wait, Lu Mingqing, what are you thinking? How can you be so enamored with Mr. Chen's body? Just as Lu Mingqing was lost in her thoughts, Chen Chen finished dressing. I'm really sorry. Chen Chen appeared in the hall again, awkwardly touching his nose. By the way, Assistant Lu, why didn't you go back last night? Lu Mingqing looked at Chen Chen's handsome face, with a blush on her cheeks. Oh my, Director Chen is getting more and more handsome. She quickly averted her gaze. If she kept looking like this, she might fall for him. Director Chen, it seems like you drank a bit too much last night. So I stayed here. Chen laughed, thank you so much. He didn't pass out last night because of drinking too much, but because of the blue pill. Of course, he couldn't tell Lu Mengqing about it. Director Chen, you're too polite. Lu Mengqing stole another glance at Chen. His charm made people want to get closer. How about we go out for breakfast together? Chen changed the subject. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Mengqing agreed. After breakfast, Lu Mengqing left alone. Chen returned to the hall, ready to start today's flash sale. Finally, it was 8 o'clock. The flash sale started on time. Ding! Flash sale starts today. Flash sale item, 55% stake in Qingfeng Entertainment. Chen smiled and said, System, flash sale. Flash sale successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 55% stake in Qingfeng Entertainment. Flash sale preview for tomorrow, 70% stake in Jianglan Real Estate. Chen was still in the joy of a successful flash sale. When he heard about tomorrow's flash sale preview, he couldn't help but get excited. Jianglan Real Estate, a real estate company with a market value of over 150 billion. This meant that by tomorrow, Chen would have stakes in $2 billion companies. System, can you stop teasing me? Can you give me the flash sale opportunity now? The system said, no. Please be patient and wait for tomorrow's flash sale. Chen helplessly shook his head. If the system said so, what else could he do? Just wait. After 3 days of flash sales, Chen also noticed a pattern. All the assets he acquired were in Modu. Could this be related to his current location? Chen didn't think too much about it. At 10 o'clock, he called the general manager of Qingfeng Entertainment and said he wanted to visit the company. The general manager of Qingfeng Entertainment, named Zhang Song, who was slightly chubby, dared not neglect him. He had already brought the company's executives to wait at the headquarters gate. As Chen appeared, everyone bowed and greeted him. Hello, Director Chen. The general manager of Qingfeng Entertainment, Zhang Song, respectfully stood in front of Chen. Director Chen, it's hot outside. Let's talk in the office. Chen nodded and walked into the company. Since he had become the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment, he naturally had to check on the company's situation. In the office, Chen looked at the documents in his hand while the general manager personally made tea for him. As for the other executives of the company, they had already gathered in the meeting room. With a new chairman, there might be changes in other aspects of the company. Of course, this was just speculation. Chen briefly looked at the documents and then put them down. General Manager Zhang Song asked, Director Chen, I have asked the other leaders of the company to go to the meeting room. Would you like to give them some instructions? Zhang Song couldn't figure out Chen's temper. Chen agreed. Led by Zhang Song, he went to the meeting room. The meeting room of Qingfeng Entertainment was not large, but it could accommodate over 100 people. At this time, all the company's executives were present. Zhang Song opened the microphone and said some welcoming words for Chen's arrival. Next, please let Director Chen give instructions for the company's future development. Chen took the microphone and cleared his throat. I'll keep it brief. Regarding the company's future development, just continue as usual. Everyone should do their own job. Alright, I'm done. People took out their notebooks, ready to take notes. After hearing Chen's last sentence, they were stunned. You really kept it brief. But it's also true, it fits the style of young people. If someone else were the chairman, don't expect it to end without saying a word in the morning. Immediately, there was enthusiastic applause in the conference room. In fact, just now in the office, Chen had already reviewed the company's development plan. As one of the top 5 film and television companies in China, it was doing well in all aspects. Chen was too lazy to get involved in professional matters and left them to the professionals. Lin Yar and her agent arrived at Qingfeng Film and Television Company. She had a contract to sign. However, today Lin Yar found the company unusually quiet. Today is not a weekend. Did everyone take a day off? Lin Yar glanced at her agent and asked the question in her mind. The agent replied, I heard the company has a new chairman. The company's leaders are all in a meeting in the conference room. Lin Yar nodded, I see. Xiaolin, do you think there will be any changes in the company after the new chairman takes over? Lin Yar had just signed with Qingfeng Film and Television Company and had taken on several roles. If there were significant changes in the company, she would definitely be affected. Xiaolin, the agent, shook her head. I'm not sure either. We can only wait until after the meeting to find out. Lin Yuer remained silent, lost in thought. She had reached the peak of her career, but due to some reasons, she had not acted for over a year. Signing with Qingfeng Film and Television Company was a good opportunity for her to prove herself again. Forget it, let's wait in the office. Xiaolin, the agent, suggested. Just then, Chen Chen also finished the meeting and came out. General Manager Zhang Song escorted Chen Chen out. Mr. Chen. What a coincidence, you're here too. Meeting Chen Chen at Qingfeng Film and Television Company surprised Lin Yuer. Moreover, Chen Chen today seemed even more handsome than yesterday. Lin Yuer wondered if she was mistaken. Miss Lin. Chen Chen glanced at Lin Yuer, also feeling surprised. Lin Yuer smiled and greeted General Manager Zhang Song. Chairman Chen, you know Miss Lin Yuer too. Zhang Song stood behind Chen Chen and smiled. We've met before. Chen Chen replied. General Zhang, who is this? Lin Yuer's agent Xiaolin was attracted by Chen Chen's charm and asked Zhang Song. Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is our new chairman at Qingfeng Film and Television Company. Chen Chen, Chairman Chen. Xiaolin, the agent, was shocked. He is the new chairman of the company? He's so young. She looked at Chen Chen again. Chen Chen was not only young but also had a high status. Wasn't he the legendary tall, rich, and handsome man? Xiaolin, the agent, also became fascinated as she looked at him. Lin Yuer covered her red lips with her jade hand, equally shocked. Chen Chen seemed to be around the same age as her, probably just graduated from college. But he had already become the chairman of Qingfeng Film and Television Company. That was impressive. Lin Yuer smiled. Chairman Chen. I am now a contracted artist at Qingfeng Film and Television Company. Please take care of me in the future. Chen Chen nodded. It was no wonder Lin Yuer was at Qingfeng Film and Television Company. She had already signed with the company. Lin Yuer, elegant and graceful like a goddess, continued, I mentioned yesterday about inviting you to dinner. I wonder if Chairman Chen has time for lunch? Chen Chen was about to suggest another day. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Random task released. If the host agrees to have dinner with Lin Yuer and take her home, an additional chance for a kill will be obtained. Chen Chen was stunned. Yesterday's random task was to defeat Sun Menglin. And today, it was to agree to have dinner with Lin Yuer. System, isn't this random task too arbitrary? Or did the system want him to get into a relationship? Although Lin Yuer's looks could be considered goddess level, Chen Chen was not a shallow man who only cared about appearances. Well, let's complete the task first. After all, for Chen Chen, it was not difficult. I do have time for lunch. Lin Yuer smiled and said, then please wait a moment, Mr. Chen. Once we sign the contract, we will set off. Chen Chen agreed, okay. Anyway, he had nothing else to do back at home. General Manager Zhang Song said, Mr. Chen, why don't you go sit in the office for a while? I'll go take a look and help Miss Lin Yuer finalize the contract as soon as possible. Chen Chen didn't say anything and patiently waited in the office. As Chen Chen left, Lin's agent, Xiaolin, couldn't help but gossip. Yuer, how did you meet Mr. Chen? Lin Yuer knew the other party misunderstood and explained, yesterday I almost lost my onion, luckily Mr. Chen helped me find it. I said I wanted to invite him to dinner, it's that simple. Xiaolin's agent exclaimed, isn't this what they call fate? Lin Yuer shook her head, this is not fate, just a coincidence. Xiaolin, do you want to come too? Xiaolin's agent said, I'll pass. Yuer, seize this opportunity. Men as handsome as Mr. Chen are hard to find. Lin Yuer raised an eyebrow. Come on, I just wanted to invite Chen Chen to dinner. It's like they think it's a date. But I have to admit, Chen Chen is indeed very handsome. In the entertainment industry, Lin Yuer has seen many handsome actors. But no one can compare to Chen Chen now. If Chen Chen debuts, he can definitely captivate thousands of young girls. Coupled with his identity as the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment, he's definitely a national heartthrob. General Manager Zhang Song spent a few minutes helping Lin Yuer finalize the contract. Miss Lin Yuer. Don't keep Mr. Chen waiting too long. Zhang Song reminded with a smile. Lin Yara nodded and then left the office to find Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, everything is done. Let's go. Lin Yara's face was filled with a gentle smile. Today she was wearing a long dress and had light makeup on her face. Exquisite and unattainable. Okay, let's go. Chen Chen stood up and walked towards the elevator with Lin Yara. Just as they entered the elevator, Lin Yara remembered that she had come in her agent's car. Mr. Chen, let me borrow Shaolin's car. Lin Yara found taking a taxi troublesome. No need, I have a car. You can ride in my car. Chen Chen said with a faint smile. That works too. The two of them left the elevator and walked towards the parking lot. Passing employees whispered to each other. Who is that person with Miss Yara? He's so handsome. Could he be the new artist we signed? I don't know, I haven't seen him before. Both men and women couldn't help but take a few more glances at Chen Chen. After all, Chen Chen was really handsome. Since taking the blue pill from the system, Chen Chen noticed that many people liked to stare at him. Although Lin Yara didn't show it as obviously, she would occasionally glance at Chen Chen's profile. Does he really have that much charm? Chen Chen began to doubt himself. Mr. Chen, where is your car? That one in front. Chen Chen pointed to the Pagani Huayra not far away. The Pagani Huayra was parked in the company's parking lot and stood out among the ordinary cars. Seeing the luxurious sports car, Lin Yara was also stunned. Such a domineering sports car probably cost millions. He truly was the chairman of the company. Even though Lin Yara came from a well-off family, she couldn't help but feel amazed when she saw Chen Chen's Pagani Huayra. Get in! Chen Chen took out the car keys and unlocked the car door. The gull-wing doors opened automatically. Lin Yara got in and looked at the luxurious interior of the sports car with curiosity. Mr. Chen, your sports car is so beautiful. Chen Chen started the car and said with a smile, it's just average. In the system's flash sale items, there were many luxury cars, even worth $1 billion. Upon hearing Chen Chen's precise response, Lin Yara shook her head helplessly. At the same time, she was also speculating about Chen Chen's identity. Chen Chen became the chairman of Qingfeng film industry at such a young age. Lin Yara didn't believe that he had no other identity. All right. Let's go. Chen Chen stepped on the gas pedal. Lin Yara felt a strong push from behind, which she was not used to, so she held onto the seat tightly. By the way, where should we eat? After leaving the gates of Qingfeng film industry, Chen Chen turned his head and glanced at Lin Yara. Let's go to Haiyaming Commercial Street. There's a restaurant there with delicious food. Since they were treating Chen Chen to a meal, they had to go to a classy place. Due to some traffic on the road, it took them half an hour to finally arrive at Haiyaming Commercial Street. Lin Yara deliberately wore a mask to avoid being recognized. As a celebrity, she was most afraid of being followed by gossip reporters. And so, Lin Yara brought Chen Chen to a restaurant called Li Lake. The name was ordinary, but it was a high-end restaurant. Correspondingly, the prices were naturally not cheap. The restaurant was located on the upper floors of Daxia, with a great environment. Dining here, they could also see the street view not far away. We want a private room. Preferably a good location. Lin Yara approached the front desk and said to the waitress. Alright miss, I'll arrange that for you. The waitress checked the computer and then led Lin Yara and Chen Chen to a private room. They sat down. Chen Chen looked out the window, seeing the leisurely white clouds in the sky and the towering buildings in the distance, feeling a sense of contentment. Dining in such an environment was truly enjoyable. Chairman Chen, would you like to order? Lin Yara picked up the menu and handed it to Chen Chen. You can order. No need to be polite. Lin Yara, feeling helpless, looked at the menu, called the waitress, and ordered several signature dishes from the restaurant. Chairman Chen, would you like a drink? Chen Chen said, just bring me a glass of orange juice. Thank you. It would take some time to prepare the meal, but the orange juice was brought out first. Chairman Chen, where are you from? Lin Yara didn't know much about Chen Chen and couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. They chatted for 7 or 8 minutes, and by then, 2 dishes had already been served. Chairman Chen, try the dishes. Just as Chen Chen was about to pick up his chopsticks, a woman in a black uniform entered the private room. Sir, miss. I'm really sorry. Our private rooms are all occupied. How about we pack your food to go? Lin Yara furrowed her brows, really? We just arrived. The woman seemed to be the manager of the restaurant, with an apologetic expression on her face. I'm really sorry. Lin Yara wanted to clarify, but at that moment, 5 elegantly dressed ladies walked in. The leading lady had wavy hair and a face full of impatience. Xia, what are you doing? Why haven't you asked them to leave? The manager named Xia hurriedly explained, I'm urging them. The lady showed a displeased expression, glanced at Chen Chen and Lin Yara, and urged, take your food to go. From now on, this private room is ours. Lin Yara didn't expect the lady to be so domineering and even tried to reason with her. But obviously, the lady was not someone who listened to reason. We were here first. Why should we give the room to you? Lin Yara was very unhappy. She just wanted to treat Chen Chen to a meal, not expecting to encounter such a disgusting situation. Even if the private rooms were full, they shouldn't be asked to leave. Don't they understand the principle of first come, first served? Why? The lady sneered. Because I am the owner of this restaurant. If you don't leave soon, believe me, I'll blacklist you. Then, if you want to dine here in the future, it will be very difficult. The socialite struck a high and mighty pose. Lin Yara was infuriated. She had dined at this restaurant a few times before and had a good impression. However, what happened today truly disgusted her. Even if you are the restaurant's lady boss, you should still be reasonable, right? The socialite said, here, my word is law. I'll give you a discount, just leave. Lin Yara felt speechless. This is not about discounts. She just wanted to have a meal here, was that so difficult? Seeing that Lin Yara showed no intention of leaving, the socialite lost her patience. I'll give you half a minute to consider. If you don't leave, I won't mind having you thrown out, the socialite said coldly. After all, she was the lady boss of the restaurant. If she couldn't handle 2 customers, how would her friends view her in the future? Lin Yara's face was full of anger, but she couldn't do anything about it. It was clear that the other party was unreasonable. No matter how much she argued, it was futile. Qindong, let's go. Let's eat somewhere else. Lin Yara was trying hard to restrain her anger. Chen Chen remained calm, smiled, and said, don't worry, let's see what they can do to us. He was also very disgusted by the socialite's behavior. The socialite, in a fit of rage, said to the restaurant manager, Xiao Xia, go call the security guards from the building. Say that there are troublemakers here. She had reached her limit. She couldn't believe she couldn't handle this man and woman in front of her. Chen Chen said calmly, if your restaurant doesn't want to stay here, you can try. He didn't like the feeling of being provoked. The socialite sneered, young man, do you think Auntie is easily scared? The other socialites also laughed at the same time. Seeing Chen Chen's handsome appearance, some suddenly took an interest in him. Young man, if you want to stay, you can. Listen to Auntie, tomorrow Auntie will take you to buy a BMW. A glamorous socialite walked towards Chen Chen with a suggestive smile on her face. Look at yourself, at your age, you still come out to disgust people. Get lost. Chen Chen didn't even look at her. You. The socialite was not pleased with Chen Chen's words. The restaurant lady boss said coldly, it seems like you don't intend to leave. Very well, if you want to be stubborn, then go ahead. Seeing these women, Chen Chen lost his appetite for dinner. However, before leaving, he planned to do one thing first. He took out his phone and called Zhang Yongwen, the general manager of Haiming Business Street. Mr. Chen, hello. Zhang Yongwen spoke respectfully. Chen Chen said, inform the owner of Lihu Restaurant to move out of Haiming Business Street tomorrow. Hearing Chen Chen's anger, Zhang Yongwen was surprised and asked, Mr. Chen, did the owner of Lihu Restaurant offend you? Chen Chen said, not the owner, but the lady boss of the restaurant. Zhang Yongwen was taken aback and said, I know what to do. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yongwen immediately contacted the owner of Lihu Restaurant. Meanwhile, in the private room, the socialites were looking at Chen Chen mockingly. The restaurant lady boss arrogantly said, young man, who do you think you are? My restaurant has been here for several years, do you think you can just ask us to move? Chen Chen remained silent, just quietly sipping his orange juice. Lin Yara looked at Chen Chen with admiration. She didn't think Chen Chen was bluffing. Clearly, Chen Chen really had this confidence. At that moment, Lin Yara became even more curious about Chen Chen. In the office, the restaurant owner was looking at the recent bills of the restaurant. Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing that it was the general manager of the business street calling, the restaurant owner answered promptly. General Zhang, hello. Zhang Yongwen said lightly, Mr. Zhou, I have something to inform you. You need to move the restaurant tomorrow. We don't plan to rent the store to you anymore. The restaurant owner frowned. Mr. Zhang, why is that? We have a contract signed, and you suddenly want to move out. Shouldn't you provide a reasonable explanation? Zhang Yongwen sneered, explanation? Your wife offended my boss, what explanation do you want? You better handle this matter quickly, or it won't be as simple as just moving out. The restaurant owner was shocked. Zhang Yongwen's boss? Isn't that the boss of Haimin Commercial Street? Offending such a big figure, isn't that seeking death? Mr. Zhang, is there a mistake? He wanted to say more, but Zhang Yongwen had already hung up the phone. Zhang Yongwen guessed that Chen Shen should be at the Lihu restaurant, heading this way. How did it come to this? The restaurant owner broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly ran out of the office. He found a waiter, asked for his wife's location, and sprinted over like a 100-meter race. In the private room, the anger on the rich woman's face grew stronger. In contrast, Chen Shen was calmly sipping his drink. You still haven't left? Very well, it seems like you really want to be kicked out. The rich woman was furious. Just then, the restaurant owner arrived at the scene in a rage. Honey, why are you here? The rich woman looked at the restaurant owner. But before she could be happy, she was met with a loud slap. Smack! The sudden scene startled the other rich women. Honey, why did you hit me? The rich woman covered her swollen face. She was about to get angry, but seeing her husband's face full of anger and red eyes, as if he wanted to kill, she was frightened. You always cause trouble for me. I really want to kill you. The restaurant owner raised his hand, wanting to hit again. The rich woman was too scared to speak, crying and hiding behind her sisters. I'll teach you a lesson later. The restaurant owner became angrier as he thought about it. When his gaze shifted to the calm Chen Shen, he immediately became afraid. I'm really sorry. I apologize for my wife's rudeness. The restaurant owner took 3 steps and approached Chen Shen, bending over. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead down his face, soaking his clothes. He was extremely nervous. Honey, who is he? The rich woman had a foreboding feeling. If the young man in front of her was a big shot, she would be in trouble. The restaurant owner, seeing that Chen Shen ignored him, turned to the rich woman and shouted angrily, This is the boss of Haimin Commercial Street. Are you blind? How dare you offend even the boss of Haimin Commercial Street? The restaurant owner couldn't contain his anger. What? The rich woman widened her eyes, shocked by Chen Shen's identity. She never expected Chen Shen to have such a powerful background. Ironically, she had just offended him. The other rich women were equally shocked, especially the one who had just said she wanted to support Chen Shen. Oh my, Chen Shen is the boss of Haimin Commercial Street. It was ridiculous that she had offered to support him. They also felt regretful. Offending the boss of Haimin Commercial Street wouldn't end well. If Chen Shen pursued it further, they would all be in trouble. Lin Yer, on the side, upon hearing Chen Shen's identity, covered her red lips lightly. Initially, Chen Shen's identity as the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment had already shocked her. Never did she expect him to also own Haimin Commercial Street. A whole commercial street, how much wealth did Chen Shen really have? Lin Yar's brain was working rapidly, but she couldn't quite grasp it. The amount of information was overwhelming. She could only stare blankly at Chen Shen. How is this possible? The rich woman felt regret and despair after looking at her husband and then at Chen Shen. She became at a loss. You better apologize quickly. Hurry! The restaurant owner glared at his wife, roaring again. Honey, I will apologize right away. The socialite panicked, lowering her head as she walked up to Chen Shen. Sir, I'm really sorry. I really didn't know you were the boss of Haimin Commercial Street. If I had known, even if you lent me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to offend you. The socialite wiped the tears from her face, crying in a pitiful manner. She was completely different from her arrogant self just moments ago. People tend to act high and mighty when they have money. The socialite usually liked to be unreasonable, but today, she had offended someone she shouldn't have. Sir! We were wrong. Please don't lower yourself to our level. The remaining socialites also dared not look at Chen Chen, bowing their heads to apologize. They were extremely anxious, fearing they would be implicated. You don't need to open your restaurant here anymore in the future, Chen Chen said calmly. With that, he looked at Linda, who was still in shock. Let's go, we'll eat somewhere else. Linda reacted and nodded immediately. Just as the two were about to leave, the restaurant owner approached Chen Chen again. Sir, give us a chance. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare the most sumptuous lunch for you right away. The restaurant owner wanted Chen Chen to stay. At this moment, he only wanted Chen Chen's forgiveness. Otherwise, the restaurant would really be unable to continue operating. And he didn't know if Chen Chen would come back later to settle the score. In any case, he had to get Chen Chen's forgiveness no matter what. Yes, give us a chance. The socialite hurriedly agreed. Staying here will only affect my appetite. With that, Chen Chen ignored the people in the private room and left with Linda. The restaurant owner and the socialite chased after them, but Chen Chen didn't look back. It's over, we've completely offended the boss of Haianing Commercial Street this time. The restaurant owner was furious. He glared at the socialite who was at a loss beside him. How did he end up marrying such a wife? Besides causing trouble, what else could she do? Honey, what should we do now? The restaurant owner's face was full of anger. You ask me, who should I ask? If you hadn't offended the boss of Haianing Commercial Street, things wouldn't have turned out like this. The socialite said with a bitter face, suddenly remembering something. Honey, I don't want this either. Right, we have a long-term contract with the Commercial Street. If they dare to make us move out, they have to compensate us for breach of contract. The restaurant owner was trembling with anger, raised his hand, and gave the socialite a big slap. Are you out of your mind? Offending the boss of the Commercial Street once, do you want to offend him a second time? Chen Chen had spoken, they could only move out. The other party was the boss of Haianing Commercial Street, with assets worth at least several billion. They simply couldn't afford to offend someone of that level. Thinking about the breach of contract compensation was just asking for trouble, wasn't it? Wasteful women. Divorce, I want to divorce you. The restaurant owner had reached his limit. If he didn't change his wife, similar incidents would probably happen again in the future. Honey, don't be like this. I really know I was wrong. The socialite's face turned pale as she pleaded. Chen Chen and Linda had already left the restaurant. They were unaware of what was happening behind them. Linda followed behind Chen Chen, quietly watching his back. Now she finally understood why Chen Chen had spoken with such confidence earlier. It turned out he owned the entire Commercial Street. It was truly unbelievable. How did Chen Chen manage to achieve this? Chen Chen turned around and saw Linda staring at him. Why are you staring at me? Chen Chen asked with a smile. Nothing. Linda shook her head and looked away. At that moment, the general manager of the Commercial Street, Zhang Yongwen, had arrived at the restaurant's entrance. Seeing Chen Chen coming out, Zhang Yongwen quickly stepped forward to greet him. Mr. Chen. He wanted to say something, but Chen Chen waved his hand and asked, is there a better restaurant around here? Zhang Yongwen respectfully replied, yes. Mr. Chen, I will take you there right away. This way, please. Zhang Yongwen led Chen Chen into the elevator. He found Lin Youer very familiar and quickly recognized her. Sure enough, Mr. Chen had such a beautiful female star by his side. Zhang Yongwen sighed in his heart. And so, Chen Chen and Lin Youer arrived at another restaurant. After bringing Chen Chen to the restaurant, Zhang Yongwen tactfully left. The environment of this restaurant was also very nice, and the private rooms were very luxurious. Just as they sat down, Lin Youer looked at Chen Chen with a strange look in her eyes. Mr. Chen, a waste. Let's move. Chen Chen jumped up happily. He unlocked his phone and quickly dialed a number. Strangely enough, since taking the blue pill, his memory had improved. He only needed to look at a phone number once to remember it easily. I'm Chen Chen. I'm looking for Su Yuhuan. The call connected, and Chen Chen directly stated his identity. Mr. Chen, hello. I am Su Yuhuan. Su Yuhuan immediately became respectful. She had just received notification from the company that Chen Chen was now her employer. Chen Chen said, bring your team to see me. Get ready for work. Then he mentioned another location. Mr. Chen, I will bring the team over immediately. Please wait. Su Yuan dared not delay and went to make arrangements. After more than 10 minutes, 8 Maybach GLS cars appeared at the entrance of the community. Although this was a wealthy area, the appearance of the convoy still impressed many people. Su Yuan was the first to get out of the car. Then, 16 bodyguards in suits got out of the cars and stood in 2 rows, exuding a powerful aura. Of course, there were also maids. 10 maids in white short skirts, all tall and slender, became a beautiful sight on the street. Su Yuan stood in front of the team, checked the time, and patiently waited for Chen Chen to appear. Wow, what a grand lineup! What's going on here? Passers-by stopped to watch. From their appearance, it seemed they were welcoming a big shot. 8 high-end Maybach GLS cars, totaling over 20 million, along with so many bodyguards. This lineup was truly impressive. While the onlookers were still discussing, Chen Chen arrived in a Pagani Huayra. The car stopped in front of Su Yuan. Su Yuan knew her employer had arrived and immediately straightened up, walking forward. Chen Chen didn't get out of the car, just rolled down the window. He looked at the team in front of him. You must be Mr. Chen? Su Yuan asked respectfully. Chen Chen nodded and shifted his gaze to Su Yuan. The woman in front of him was tall, beautiful, and wore a black professional skirt that accentuated her curves. Paired with high heels, she exuded a seductive charm. Chen Chen just said one thing. Hi Silk, you're awesome. Su Yuan couldn't help but glance at Chen Chen a few more times. She had expected her employer to be an older wealthy man, but she never imagined he would be such a handsome young man. She was looking forward to their future interactions. Mr. Chen, hello. The team is all here. Please take a look, is there anything you're not satisfied with? Chen Chen looked at the team again. Besides the spirited bodyguards, there were 10 maids and 3 chefs. Since it was a top-notch butler team, their professionalism was unquestionable. Also, the 8 Maybach GLS cars were part of the basic package. This deal was definitely worth it. Follow me to the mansion. Although he had bought the number 1 South River mansion, there were still some procedures to complete. Also, Su Yuan and the others needed to familiarize themselves with the environment. Okay, Mr. Chen. Su Yuan gave some instructions to the team and then got into one of the Maybach cars at the front. The crowd of onlookers was still discussing. They seemed to be waiting for that young man. I wonder what his identity is. This scene is too grand. Amid the envious gazes of the crowd, Chen Chen set off in his car. 8 Maybachs followed closely behind. When they arrived at the gate of Nanjiang No. 1 Manor, the person coordinating with Chen Chen was already waiting. It was a short-haired beauty. It's actually Nanjiang No. 1 Manor. Su Yuan, sitting in the back seat, felt shocked. You should know that this manor is the largest in the Magic City, and even with money, it may not be possible to buy. It must be said that his employer is too powerful. Besides being wealthy, their status and position are definitely not simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible to acquire Nanjiang No. 1. Mr. Chen, welcome to Nanjiang No. 1. Please come in. The short-haired beauty walked to Chen Chen's car and made a respectful gesture. Nanjiang No. 1 Manor is very large, you can't see the end at a glance. After all, it covers an area of 60 acres. Even the gate is luxurious, with a main road paved with bluestones leading straight to the main building. The main road is shaded by green trees on both sides, with 2 winding paths underneath. Walking along the main road, you can see the fountain rockery and floral statues in front of the main building. The manor is fully equipped, with indoor and outdoor swimming pools, tennis courts, golf courses. And on both sides of the tall main building, there are a few scattered small villas. These are for other staff to live in. Guided by the short-haired beauty, Chen Chen entered the hall of the main building. Inside, it was magnificent like a palace. Mr. Chen, let me give you a brief introduction to the layout of the manor. After completing the formalities for Chen Chen, the short-haired beauty took him for a walk around the main villa. Chen Chen also took a look at the master bedroom. Everything that should be there was already in place, ready for occupancy. As for the experience, it was undoubtedly top-notch. The master bedroom is located on the 3rd floor to the east, and standing on the balcony, you can see the beautiful backyard and the nearby swimming pool. For other matters, you can hand them over to our housekeeper. Chen Chen was too lazy to walk around. Because this manor is really huge, it would probably take several hours if the short-haired beauty introduced everything. It's better to drive around by himself. Alright, Mr. Chen. The short-haired beauty turned around and started talking to Su Yuhuan. 2 hours later, the short-haired beauty completed her task and left in her car. Su Yuhuan called the team together and assigned tasks. This was their first day working for Chen Chen, and they had to make sure he was satisfied. After resting on the soft bed in his room for a while, Chen Chen came to the hall and saw Su Yuhuan and others busy. Mr. Chen. Su Yuhuan greeted him. You guys keep busy, I'll go for a walk alone. After saying that, Chen Chen walked out of the main villa and drove the Pagani Huayra around the manor leisurely. It was this afternoon that news of the mysterious tycoon buying Nanjiang No. 1 Manor for a high price of 3.8 billion spread and became a hot topic. People outside were very curious about who the tycoon was who bought Nanjiang No. 1. Some netizens also started a lively discussion on the matter. Oh my, spending 3.8 billion to buy a manor, how rich must one be? I feel like my parents gave birth to me just to fill the numbers in this world. I wonder if that big shot needs any more accessories on their legs. If I could stay in such a luxurious manor for one night, it would be worth dying for. Time passed quickly, and it was past 5 in the evening. Su Yuhuan found Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, dinner is ready. I know. Chen Chen walked to the dining room and looked at the table full of delicious dishes, unsure of where to start. Since it was a gold medal butler team, the chefs were naturally top-notch. Mr. Chen, please taste and see how it is. If the taste is not to your liking, I will make adjustments in the future. The head chef stood respectfully behind Chen Chen, smiling. Chen Chen casually picked up a dish and took a bite. He praised, very good, let's go with this. The head chef was delighted, thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chen. Enjoy your meal. He left the dining room, not wanting to disturb Chen Chen's meal. Chen Chen, who had just finished eating, was half lying on the sofa, looking around. He couldn't help but sigh, the life of the wealthy is so simple and unadorned. As night fell, Chen Chen had nothing to do. He planned to take his sports car out for a drive. Now that he didn't have to go to work anymore and had such a handsome face, staying at home all day was really a loss to society. This time, Chen Chen also brought bodyguards with him. You just need to follow me secretly, no need to get too close. Chen Chen didn't want to attract too much attention. But with his current status, necessary security measures were still needed. Okay, Mr. Chen. The bodyguards respectfully replied. Then, Chen Chen set off in his Pagani Huayra. Late in the evening, Chen Chen received a call from Zhao Kai. Fengge, where are you? Come out for a late-night snack. Chen Chen had already planned to go back, but when he received Zhao Kai's call, he agreed. I happen to be outside. Come over right away. Zhao Kai said, I'm at Sister Shue's seafood kanji shop, and Sister Shue is here too. Okay. A dozen minutes later, Chen Chen arrived at a seafood kanji shop. This kanji shop was part of a chain with many branches across the country. The owner was Sister Shue's father. That's why they said Sister Shue was a small rich woman. Wait for me outside. Chen Chen instructed the bodyguards before walking into the kanji shop alone. Sister Shue happened to be helping out in the shop and greeted Chen Chen with a smile. Chen Chen, Zhao Kai has been waiting for you for a long time. Why do I feel like you've become more handsome? Sister Shue stared at Chen Chen intently. The Chen Chen in front of her gave her a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. It seemed there was an extra charm about Chen Chen. After seeing him, one couldn't bear to look away. Chen Chen said, there was some traffic on the road, so I was delayed. Wait a moment, Sister Shue, did you just realize how handsome I am now? Chen Chen showed a disappointed expression. You talk too much. Zhao Kai is on the second floor, go up first. I'll come find you guys later. Sister Shue quickly shifted her gaze away, realizing she might commit a crime if she kept staring. Chen Chen glanced around and saw that the shop was quite crowded with customers. Business was good. Then I'll go up first. Chen Chen walked up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was also packed with people. Fengge, over here. Seeing Chen Chen, Zhao Kai stood up and waved at him. Chen Chen walked over. Fengge, I was supposed to be your driver last night. But I accidentally drank too much. Zhao Kai scratched the back of his head awkwardly. There was no choice. At the banquet last night, the company executives kept toasting Zhao Kai because they knew he was Chen Chen's good friend. Drink less in the future. Chen Chen sat down opposite Zhao Kai. He knew Zhao Kai couldn't handle alcohol well. Fengge, Sister Shui told me you're now the owner of Hyaming Commercial Street. Is that true? Zhao Kai's face showed a gossipy expression. It's true. Chen Chen took a sip of tea, speaking casually. Wow. Hearing Chen Chen's answer, Zhao Kai was once again shocked. Lacking education, he used a slang expression. He thought Chen Chen becoming the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceuticals was already impressive enough. Never did he expect Chen Chen also owned a commercial street. Would they still be able to have fun together in the future? I have a big shot by my side, and I didn't even know. Zhao Kai shook his head helplessly. By the way, Fengge, I heard this afternoon. A mysterious billionaire in Magic City spent 3.8 billion to buy a mansion. Do you know about this? This matter had become a hot topic, so Zhao Kai was aware of it. I heard about it. Chen Chen smiled. He thought to himself, isn't that mysterious billionaire me? Chen Chen didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Zhao Kai shook his head, sighing, this is the life of the wealthy. Zhao Kai ordered a pot of seafood porridge in advance, and not long after, a pot of fragrant seafood porridge was brought to the table. After a while, Qin Mingjie also arrived. Sorry. Today is just too busy. Qin Mingjie sat down next to Chen Chen. Senior sister, the business in your shop is really good. Zhao Kai felt extremely envious. Looking at the two people sitting across from him, one was more impressive than the other. Qin Mingjie smiled, even if the business is good, it's all thanks to my dad. I'm just helping him manage it. Honestly, I want to start my own business. The three of them were chatting over porridge when suddenly there was a commotion nearby. Drink this bottle of wine. You can take this money. With a rough voice, everyone turned to see a bald man throwing several hundred yuan bills on the table. Next to him, a girl in work clothes looked very scared, shrinking back and saying, Big brother. I can't drink. That bottle was Baijiu, and if she drank the whole thing, it could be trouble. But obviously, the bald man had drunk too much. He didn't care. Seeing that the girl in the shop was pretty, he got ideas. What's so hard about drinking? Come here. The bald man, wearing a large gold chain around his neck, ordered. There were also two younger men next to him, laughing and watching the anxious girl. The three of them were together, and it seemed like they were the type who didn't mind causing trouble. Brother, can I not drink? The girl, seeing the fierce look on his face, was almost in tears. No. If you don't drink tonight, don't think about leaving. The bald man stood up and went over to pull her. The girl hurriedly avoided him in fear. Seeing this, Qin Mingjie frowned, stood up, and walked over quickly. Sir, she really can't drink. Don't make things difficult for her. Qin Mingjie shielded the girl behind her. She didn't want to see the shop staff being bullied. The bald man was attracted by Qin Mingjie's beauty and smirked. All right, then you drink with me. The bald man looked at Qin Mingjie, his eyes almost popping out. Seeing that the man had some influence, Qin Mingjie didn't dare to offend him recklessly. Although her family had some money, there were some people she couldn't afford to offend. I can only drink a little. Qin Mingjie found a cup, poured half a cup, and drank it in one gulp. The pungent taste of baijiu made Qin Mingjie very uncomfortable. Her cheeks turned red instantly. Very good. Drink more. The bald man poured a full cup for Qin Mingjie. Qin Mingjie furrowed her brows. Sir, I can't handle alcohol well. How about this, I'll give you a 50% discount on your bill later. Qin Mingjie wanted to get away as soon as possible. When someone was drunk, they could do anything. However, the bald man still had no intention of letting Qin Mingjie leave. Not drinking means disrespecting me. The bald man, reeking of alcohol, turned dark and grabbed Qin Mingjie's wrist. Drink quickly. Qin Mingjie was frightened by the bald man's expression and was about to say something. Phone, senior sister is being bullied. Zhao Kai couldn't stand it and was about to get up. At that moment, Shin Shin picked up an empty wine bottle from the nearby table and smashed it hard at the bald man. Before the bald man could react, the bottle hit his forehead, shattering on impact. Ah! The bald man let out a scream, covering his forehead with both hands and falling to the ground. Blood oozed from between his fingers. Lei Ge. The two men beside him hurried over to check on the bald man's injuries. He was still screaming in pain. He felt a sharp pain, and there were still pieces of glass stuck in his forehead. Chen Chen. Qin Mingjie quickly walked over to Chen Chen, looking very worried. She was about to say you've caused trouble, but then she remembered that Chen Chen was now the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street. With such a high status, he wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Thinking of this, she didn't continue speaking. Chen Chen gave Qin Mingjie a reassuring look, indicating not to worry. You dare hit me. Beat him up. The bald man glared at Chen Chen. The intense pain on his forehead made him slightly sober. The remaining two men received the order, raised their fists, and charged towards Chen Chen. The customers in the shop, seeing the two sides fighting, didn't dare to stay and quickly ran away. Chen Chen looked at the two approaching men, a faint smile on his lips. Since taking the blue pill, his body had greatly enhanced in both strength and speed. So, Chen Chen didn't even consider the opponents a threat. The punches whistled through the air. One of the men's fists came at him. Chen Chen easily dodged it. For some reason, their speed seemed slowed down in his eyes. Zhao Kai, go help. Seeing Zhao Kai standing there dumbfounded, Qin Mingjie urged. With more people on the other side, Chen Chen would be at a disadvantage in a fight. Zhao Kai didn't hesitate, grabbing a chair. Qin Mingjie, feeling anxious, also picked up an empty bottle to help. However, they soon realized that the two men on the other side had already been knocked down by Chen Chen. Is that it? It's over already? Zhao Kai and Qin Mingjie exchanged a surprised look. Chen Chen had acted so fast that they couldn't see clearly. But that was the reality. Chen Chen looked at the two men groaning on the ground, equally surprised. He hadn't expected that with his enhanced strength, he could easily defeat two ordinary men. I didn't even use my full strength, and you both went down. How boring. Chen Chen shook his head with a deep sigh. Damn it! He's actually skilled. The bald man, enduring the pain, gritted his teeth. Kid, you can fight, huh? Just you wait. The bald man took out his phone to make a call. It seemed like he was calling for backup. Being beaten by a young man, he was not willing to accept it. He swore to seek revenge. Chen Chen, I'll contact my dad. Qin Mingjie worriedly felt that this situation wouldn't end well. Chen Chen, with confidence in his eyes, waved his hand and said, No need, leave this to me. He wanted to see what tricks the bald man would play. With Chen Chen's current status, he wasn't afraid of these small-time thugs at all. So he remained calm. The bald man went to the window to make a call, clearly upset. At the same time, the two men on the ground also struggled to get up. They looked at Chen Chen with fear in their eyes, not daring to get too close. They were scared of being beaten. Fenggo, what if they call for more people? We'll be in trouble. Zhao Kai was also very worried. It's fine. Let them call. Chen Chen just glanced at the bald man indifferently before turning back to his seat. He continued eating his porridge as if nothing had happened. Zhao Kai and Qin Mingjie exchanged another puzzled look, unable to understand why Chen Chen was so calm. Could it be that Fenggu is a master? Zhao Kai suddenly thought of this possibility. If that were true, he would have to ask Chen Chen to be his teacher. Who didn't have a dream of being a hero? Let's continue eating supper. Chen Chen glanced at Zhao Kai and Qin Mingjie. With this incident, all the customers in the shop had fled. Zhao Kai and Qin Mingjie no longer had the appetite to eat. On the other side, the bald man had finished his call. He glared at Chen Chen and angrily said, Kid, you'll see what's coming to you later. If you know what's good for you, you better kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. He had called for reinforcements and was determined to regain his lost dignity. If anyone should apologize, it should be you. Chen Chen calmly continued eating his porridge, not even looking at the bald man. The bald man was almost exploding with anger, glaring at Chen Chen. Very well, you will pay the price for your arrogance. The two injured men gathered around the bald man, looking grim. Brother Lei, the other side has some skills. They must have had training. The two men were fairly strong, but they were no match for Chen Chen. It was obvious that Chen Chen was a skilled fighter. Useless. Even if he's trained, so what? I'll make him regret it soon. The bald man said angrily, picking up a tissue from the table to wipe the blood off his face. And so, a couple of minutes passed. Two black Audi cars parked in front of the shop. The doors opened, and 6 or 7 fierce-looking men quickly got out. After glancing at the sign above the entrance to confirm they were in the right place, they briskly entered the shop without hesitation and went straight to the second floor. Hearing the chaotic footsteps, Zhao Kai and Qin Lingjie's hearts raced. They looked towards the staircase. Soon, 6 or 7 men in tank tops appeared. Brother Lei. The men approached the bald man. The bald man nodded and looked at Chen Chen. Kid, you think you're tough? If you're so good, take down all my men. The bald man's face turned cold. How dare he hit himself with a bottle? Outrageous! Now that his men had arrived, the bald man felt more confident. Chen Chen took out his phone, his expression still calm. He quickly sent a text message before standing up. He glanced at the men in front of him, his face unchanged. What's the matter? You want to gang up on me? Chen Chen smiled faintly. The bald man's eyes flashed with malice as he sneered. Yes, today we are indeed ganging up on you. Kid, even if you can fight, what's the use? You dared to hit me on the head, now you'll pay for it. The bald man grew more agitated as he spoke. Chen Chen shook his head, looking at the bald man with pity. I'm sorry. I want to tell you, you picked the wrong target. The bald man sneered. Kid, you're still talking tough even when facing disaster. Let's go, beat him up. The bald man lost his patience. However, just as they were about to act, footsteps were heard again from the staircase. What's going on? The bald man and the others thought the police had arrived and looked over. If that were the case, they would have no way to deal with Chen Chen tonight. However, it wasn't the police who arrived, but 16 bodyguards in black suits. The imposing bodyguard's appearance made the bald man and his group frown. Mr. Chen. The 16 bodyguards blocked the staircase and greeted Chen Chen. The loud voices surprised everyone present. What's going on? Are these bodyguards? The bald man looked at the bodyguards, then at Chen Chen, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. Now he realized he had underestimated Chen Chen. How could an ordinary person have so many bodyguards with him? With this realization, the bald man broke out in a cold sweat, regretting his reckless actions earlier. The others were also too scared to move. Not only were there many of them, but each one exuded a strong presence. Clearly, they were professionally trained. How could they possibly fight against this? Mr. Chen? Chen Chen, are these all your bodyguards? Qin Lingjie walked up to Chen Chen, feeling shocked. Chen Chen remained silent, tacitly confirming it. No wonder Fenggu isn't afraid of causing trouble. Zhao Kai's nervousness disappeared in an instant. After all, the advantage was on their side now. Chen Chen sat back in his chair, relaxed. A playful smile played on his lips. Let's see who has more people. The bald man's mouth twitched. It had to be admitted, he regretted it. If he had known Chen Chen had such backing, he would never have chosen to cause trouble here. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The bald man bent over, his originally arrogant expression disappearing in an instant. Although the people behind him didn't show it as clearly, they also felt afraid. After all, in a fight, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. This couldn't go on. Misunderstanding? You didn't say that just now. Chen Chen looked at the bald man with a smile that wasn't a smile. He knew very well that the people in front of him were only tough on the outside. If he didn't give them a lesson they would never forget, they might come back to cause trouble for Qin Lingjie. What do you want to do? The bald man thought to himself. Chen Chen looked at Zhao Kai behind him and ordered, bring all the white wine from the store. 3 bottles per person, no one leaves until they finish drinking. Yes, Brother Feng. Zhao Kai complied and went to get the wine. The bald man's face turned pale. Brother! Brother! This will end in tragedy. If it were beer, drinking 3 bottles wouldn't be a big deal. But this was high-proof white liquor. Even if they didn't pass out, they would have to go to the hospital after drinking 3 bottles. The bald man was scared. The others were too. Chen Chen sneered, when you were forcing others to drink, why didn't you think about that? Seeing Zhao Kai bring the wine over, the bald man's eye twitched. Brother, I know I was wrong. How about this? I just opened a bar on the next street. From now on, all of you can come and drink for free. The bald man said in a conciliatory tone. Chen Chen's face was cold and stern. He looked at the time and started counting down. I'll give you 3 minutes. You don't have to drink. But you'll bear the consequences. Chen didn't want to waste time with these people. The crowd looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Besides drinking, was there any other way? For someone who always had so many bodyguards with him, it would be easy to deal with them. Normally, they would only dare to bully ordinary people. When faced with someone of status, they could only beg for mercy. Brother Lei, what should we do? Everyone looked at the bald man. The bald man's face was very ugly, unable to make up his mind. 30 seconds have passed. Chen reminded them. Drink! Drink quickly! The bald man stepped forward quickly and opened a bottle of white wine. He started drinking it down. Seeing this, the others rushed forward one after another. It was as if their lives depended on not falling behind. After finishing 3 bottles of white wine, their faces were all flushed. 2 people with low alcohol tolerance were already swaying and unsteady on their feet. After finishing the last bottle of wine, the bald man burped. Brother! We drank the wine, can we leave now? The bald man was trying hard to hold back the urge to vomit. His stomach was churning. I'll let you go this time. If my friend is harassed in the future, it won't be as simple as it is now. Get out! The bald man breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, brother. Go quickly. The bald man turned around, clutching his stomach, and quickly walked towards the stairs. After experiencing what happened today, he was completely scared. Even if he had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to come back here to cause trouble. The others followed the bald man, swaying as they left. Wait! There's one more thing. Chen suddenly remembered something and stopped the bald man. The bald man looked at Chen with a bitter face. Brother, we drank the wine. You can't go back on your word. Chen said lightly, settle the bill for the wine. The bald man's mouth twitched, feeling very aggrieved. He took out a thick stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to the person next to him. Give it to the boss, no need for change. The bald man quickly walked down the stairs. Halfway down, his legs gave way, and he fell. Oh no, Brother Lei fell down. Brother Lei, are you okay? The others rushed down to help the bald man leave. Once outside the shop, they couldn't hold back anymore and leaned on the railing, vomiting continuously. Even on the second floor, Chen and the other 2 could hear the voices. You guys go down first. With the matter resolved, Chen said to the bodyguards. Okay, Mr. Chen. The bodyguard responded and left. It's a good thing Feng Ge had bodyguards with him. Thinking back to what happened just now, Zhao Kai felt lingering fear. Chen, thank you for what happened just now. Qin Mingjie expressed her gratitude. Her cheeks were flushed, obviously unable to hold her liquor. It was fortunate that Chen was here, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Senior, you're too polite. After all, we are friends. If you encounter such a situation again next time, you can find me. When they were in school, Qin Mingjie took care of Chen. If Qin Mingjie encountered trouble, Chen would definitely not stand idly by. Feng Ge, have you practiced martial arts before? I have a friend who wants to learn from you. Zhao Kai had the impulse to ask Chen to be his master. The way Chen defeated those 2 just now was really cool. Chen explained helplessly, I haven't practiced before. Maybe it's because I'm in good shape. Chen knew very well that it was because he had taken the blue pill. Otherwise, he would have been the one beaten up just now. Really? Zhao Kai still didn't quite believe it and pinched Chen arm. He found that his muscles were quite strong. He wanted to say something more but saw Qin Mingjie looking drowsy. Senior, you're drunk. Why not let Feng Ge take you back? Anyway, he has a car. Zhao Kai suggested. No need. Qin Mingjie felt a bit of a headache and pressed her temples with her jade hand. Chen said, you're in this state, and you still say no need. Just go back and rest. Qin Mingjie glanced at Chen and could only nod. Feng Ge, Senior, I'll go back first. Zhao Kai didn't linger any longer and left the shop. Qin Mingjie gave some instructions to the shop staff and then walked out with Chen. Seeing Chen's Pagani Huayra, smelling alcohol on Qin Mingjie, she frowned. Have you been drinking? Qin Mingjie said, it's a long story, I just had a little bit. Xin Mengjia's mother did not inquire further and made tea for Chun Chen. Since her daughter did not admit it, she planned to find a breakthrough from Chun Chen. After a while, Xin Mengjia's mother placed a cup of tea in front of Chun Chen. Xiaofeng, how did you meet Mengjie? Xin Mengjia's mother sat down opposite Chun Chen. Oh, Mengjie is my senior in school. We met at school. Chun Chen felt that Xin Mengjia's mother's gaze towards him was a bit strange. It was as if she was looking at a son-in-law. Needless to say, she must have misunderstood. Xin Mengjia's mother continued, have you graduated now? Just graduated. Xin Mengjia's mother wanted to ask more, but at that moment, Xin Mengjia's father had finished his call. Seeing a young man in the hall, Xin Xiangming also looked at Chun Chen with curiosity. Who is this? Chen Chen greeted Xin Xiangming, hello, uncle. I'm Chen Chen, Mengjia's friend. Xin Xiangming nodded, looked at Chen Chen, and then at his daughter. Obviously, he didn't believe it either. It was like a bolt from the blue, his daughter had brought a male friend home. Xiaofeng, from your accent, you don't seem to be a local of the Magic City. Xin Mengjia's mother asked as if she were investigating household registration. Auntie, I'm from Jiangzhou. I studied in the Magic City before, and now I'm working. Chen Chen did not mention his current status. Later, Xin Mengjia's mother continued to ask incessantly. Chen Chen was afraid that Xin Mengjia's mother would really take him as Xin Mengjia's boyfriend. After finishing a cup of tea, he was scared and quickly found an excuse to leave. As Chen Chen left, the atmosphere in the hall became awkward. Daughter, tell me honestly, is Xiaofeng really your boyfriend? Xin Mengjia's mother finally asked directly. Xin Mengjia looked helpless. Mom, I. Before Xin Mengjia could finish her sentence, Xin Xiangming next to her spoke first. I think this young man is quite good. Talented and promising. Xin Xiangming was experienced in judging people. Chen Chen gave him a calm impression. Daughter, Dad won't interfere in your love life. Your younger brother is a bookworm, the future of the family business will depend on you. If the other party's family is just average, it's okay, he can be our son-in-law. As for the betrothal gifts, that's not a problem. Xin's mother echoed, Daughter, your dad is right. Xin Mengjie suddenly felt like crying without tears. Dad, Mom, you're going too far with this. Chen Chen is really just a friend. Stop making wild guesses. However, Xin's mother and Xin Xiangming still didn't believe her. Xin Mengjie said helplessly, he's going to be our son-in-law? If you knew who Chen Chen really is, you probably wouldn't say that. Xin's mother was stunned, asking, does Xiaofeng have a strong background? Xin Mengjie said, of course. He is the chairman of Longhu Pharmaceutical. He also owns Liangming Commercial Street. Upon hearing Chen Chen's identity, Xin's mother and Xin Xiangming were shocked. No, it can't be. Just a moment ago, they couldn't tell that Chun Chen had such a powerful background. Xin Mengjie raised her eyebrows, I have no reason to lie to you. Dad, you can go check it out. Xin Xiangming realized that his daughter was not lying, and he was even more shocked. After a while, he regained his composure. Since that's the case, daughter, you should seize this opportunity even more. Xin Xiangming's mind was unsettled for a long time. After all, someone like Chen Chen was not someone everyone could have the chance to meet. Xin Mengjie looked helpless and quickly changed the subject, talking about what had just happened in the store. After hearing it, Xin Xiangming frowned. There's such a thing? He was very angry that someone dared to bully his daughter in the store. Fortunately, Chen Chen was there at the time. Those people have already been dealt with. Xin Mengjie said. Xin's mother added, Daughter, since Xiaofeng saved you, you should invite him to dinner. How about tomorrow? Invite Xiaofeng to our house, you can also get to know each other better. Xin Mengjie felt awkward and felt like she couldn't continue the conversation. Her parents were pushing her to get married. But she and Chen Chen were really just friends. Dad, Mom, I feel a bit dizzy. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Xin Mengjie also made up an excuse and quickly left. She did consider Chen Chen a friend before. However, after today's events, Xin Mengjie found that she seemed to have a bit of affection for Chen Chen. Another night passed in the blink of an eye. In the morning, Chen Chen stood on the balcony of the room, quietly looking at the scenery in the manor. Mr. Chen, breakfast is ready. A maid walked into the room and respectfully informed Chen Chen. Okay. Chen Chen checked the time and found it was still early. It wasn't time for the system's flash sale yet, so he decided to have breakfast first. He went downstairs, and the maids in the hall all greeted him respectfully. "Good morning, Mr. Chen." Outside the door, 6 bodyguards stood solemnly. After breakfast, it was time for the flash sale. Ding! Flash sale begins. Today's flash sale item, 70% of the shares of Jianglan Real Estate. The flash sale time is only 3 minutes, please participate as soon as possible, host. Jianglan Real Estate was another company with a market value exceeding $1 billion. So Chen couldn't help but feel excited. System, let me participate in the flash sale. Congratulations, host, flash sale successful. Obtain 70% of the shares of Jianglan Real Estate. Tomorrow's flash sale preview, 90% of the shares of Duya Technology, with the shares of Jianglan Real Estate in hand. Chen nodded in satisfaction. Duya Technology? Hearing the flash sale preview for tomorrow, Chen was taken aback. Duya, this is the most famous company in the Chinese live streaming industry. Although its market value is a bit inferior compared to Chen's billion-dollar companies, it's still around $9 billion. But with the rapid development of the live streaming industry, there is still a lot of room for appreciation in the future. Medicine, film and television, real estate. Chen feels that by continuing to dominate in this way, he will soon be able to monopolize all industries in China. It's really worthy of the system. Today, with nothing to do, Chen, as usual, is playing games in the lobby. This kind of lazy life is really comfortable. After 10 o'clock, while playing games, Chen suddenly heard the system prompt sound. Ding! Random task for today, delivering takeout. Host needs to complete the task by delivering 3 orders. Chen was dumbfounded. Delivering takeout? System, can I change it? He really just wants to be a lazy person. But the system insists on making him deliver takeout. Running to deliver takeout in his current identity, if others find out, he would probably be laughed at. No! But the host can choose not to do it. After hesitating for a moment, Chen put away his phone. Forget it, let's just consider it as experiencing life. Chen doesn't want to miss the opportunity to dominate. In fact, he had part-time experience delivering takeout before to earn money. So he even saved time on registering an account. Without a small electric donkey, he decided to use a Pagani Huayra to make deliveries. In this hot weather, he doesn't have to worry about getting sunburned. And so, Chen set off in the Pagani Huayra. For the first order, he accepted a bubble tea delivery. The bubble tea shop was inside a mall, so he parked his car on the side of the road and walked in. When he arrived at the bubble tea shop, he found that the bubble tea was not ready yet. He had to wait. Young man, delivering takeout? Beside him, a wealthy woman with a designer bag smiled at Chen. Chen nodded without saying a word when he saw her staring at him. Such a handsome face, it's a pity to be delivering takeout. Young man, come with me. I'll treat you well in the future. Chen felt that the woman was too shameless. She was in her 40s or 50s, yet she called herself sister. Shameless. And it was obvious that she was drooling over his body. Disgusting. Auntie, I still prefer delivering takeout. The wealthy woman gave Chen a disdainful look. Obviously, she was not happy with Chen calling her auntie. How much money can you make from delivering takeout? Probably not even 10,000 yuan a month? Name your price, and then come with me. Chen shook his head with a smile. I'm afraid you can't afford it. The system provides an additional opportunity for instant kills, and the items that can be instantly killed are good things. Just like yesterday, Chen instantly killed a luxurious mansion worth 3.8 billion. Who could afford that price? You're joking. Do you think sister doesn't have money? The wealthy woman snorted lightly. At this point, the bubble tea was ready, and Chen ignored her. He took the packaged bubble tea and left quickly. Young man, wait. The wealthy woman didn't want to give up and chased after him. Chen didn't look back and quickened his pace. When he reached the roadside, he directly got into the luxurious Pagani Huayra. Starting the car, he drove away. The Pagani Huayra quickly disappeared from the street. The wealthy woman stood stunned in place, completely dumbfounded. What's wrong with the world? There are actually people driving sports cars to deliver takeout. Chen successfully delivered 2 orders in a row. The third order was also for bubble tea, but he was late due to traffic. Chen Chen arrived at the address on the order and rang the doorbell a few times. "Who is it?" a voice came from inside. But this voice made Chen Chen feel somewhat familiar. "Delivery." Chen Chen subconsciously replied. "Are you kidding me? You're already late, I'll give you a bad review later." The door opened, and a woman in a denim skirt walked out. "Chen Chen, it's you." Yan Lili frowned immediately upon seeing Chen Chen. Yes, the person who came out was Chen Chen's ex-girlfriend. After getting involved with a rich second generation, she chose to break up with Chen Chen because she wants to live the life she wants. Yan Lili. Chen Chen frowned when he saw Yan Lili. To be honest, he didn't want to see this woman in front of him again. But sometimes things just happen that way. "Chen Chen, we've already broken up. Are you trying to bother me again?" Yan Lili looked displeased. After getting involved with the second-generation rich, she experienced a happiness she had never felt before. Of course, this happiness was materialistic. Chen Chen sneered, "You're overthinking it. This is your takeout, take it." Since seeing Yan Lili's true colors, Chen Chen had no more good feelings towards her. On the contrary, Chen Chen felt some regret. He had wasted over 2 years of his time for this woman in front of him. Yan Lili snorted coldly and looked at Chen Chen with disdain. "Chen Chen, it's impossible between us. Look at yourself, now you're even delivering takeout." Yan Lili crossed her arms and shook her head. "Lili, what's wrong?" At this moment, a man with dark circles under his eyes also came out. It was obvious he had worked late last night. "So you're delivering takeout?" Li Kais took the milk tea from Chen Chen's hand. "Li Xiao, this person is my ex-boyfriend. I don't know if he's trying to get close to me." Yan Lili just wanted to clear things up with Chen Chen. "Oh? You're Chen Chen, right?" Li Kai's looked back at Chen Chen with sudden interest. He hugged Yan Lili's waist, as if declaring his sovereignty. "From now on, Lili is my woman. You better stay away from her." Seeing Chen Chen silent, Yan Lili emphasized her words. "Chen Chen, did you hear what Li Xiao said? If you get close to me again, Li Xiao won't let you off." Chen Chen didn't expect Yan Lili to be so self-righteous. To be honest, he felt disgusted just looking at this woman. Nonsense. Chen Chen couldn't help but curse before turning and leaving. Li Xiao. He dared to curse at me. Yan Lili's chest heaved with anger. "Stop right there." Li Kai's felt like he was being insulted too, and he sternly ordered. However, Chen Chen pretended not to hear. "I said stop." This time, Li Kai's was completely enraged, quickly catching up and blocking Chen Chen. "You better apologize to Lili right now." Li Kai stood in front of Chen Chen and said coldly. He couldn't accept being provoked by an ordinary person. And Chen Chen's sudden appearance made him feel like Chen Chen came for Yan Lili. Even though they had been abandoned, he still had the audacity to ask for a reconciliation. A lapdog is just a lapdog. Apologize? Chen Chen suddenly laughed. He didn't expect Li Kai's to be such a weirdo. "You want me to apologize? Who do you think you are?" Chen Chen said in a fortune-teller's tone. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Li Kai's face instantly darkened. His hands clenched tightly. "Chen Chen, do you know who Li Xiao is? How dare you provoke Li Xiao?" Yan Lili stood beside Li Kai's, full of anger. "Who is he to me? What does it have to do with me? I'm leaving, you better move aside." Chen Chen felt speechless. Li Kai squinted his eyes, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. "If you don't apologize, you won't leave here today. A poor loser dares to talk to me like this. You're asking for it." Yan Lili snorted coldly. "Exactly, look at your own status. With your attitude, you deserve to be single forever." Chen Chen shook his head, suddenly realizing that Yan Lili and Li Kai's were a good match. Isn't there a saying like this? A whore matches a dog, forever and ever. I'll count to 3, if you don't move, I won't be polite. Chen Chen lost his patience. "Ha? Not polite? That's what I should be saying." Li Kai's was also provoked by Chen Chen and lost his patience. "Since that's the case, let's get started." After all, Li Kai's is not afraid of causing trouble. Besides, this Chen Chen is just an ordinary person. If a fight is what it takes, then so be it. With that in mind, Li Kai's raised his hand and punched towards Chen Shen's face. Chen Shen's body was far from ordinary, and coupled with Li Kai's being drained by beauty long ago, the punch missed its mark. Chen Shen extended his foot, causing Li Kai's to stumble and fall to the ground before he could react. Ah! Li Kai's fell in a humiliating manner, crying out in extreme distress. Young Master Li! Young Master Li! Yan Lily, fearing for Li Kai's safety, rushed over with a worried expression. Damn you, Chen Chen! I'll make you pay. When has Li Kai's ever suffered such humiliation? He exerted all his strength to get up and wanted to settle the score with Chen Chen. Young Master Li, are you okay? Yan Lily supported Li Kai's, looking concerned. I'm fine. Anger surged in Li Kai's heart as he gritted his teeth and turned around. But Chen Chen had already disappeared. That despicable guy, he actually ran away. Li Kai's clenched his fists tightly, veins popping on his forehead. I will make him pay. Yan Lily said, Young Master Li, I know where he lives. How about we have a meal first and then go find him in the afternoon? Li Kai straightened his clothes, his face still filled with anger. He dared to fight back, I won't let him off the hook. In Li Kai's eyes, as long as Chen Chen was still in the city, he couldn't escape. Young Master Li, your face seems to be injured. Seeing Li Kai's bruised eye, Yan Lily felt heartbroken. Li Kai's looked in the mirror in his room and indeed found it to be true. No, I must make that Chen Chen pay. He immediately made a phone call to contact a few friends. After Chen Chen left, he sat back in his sports car. Having completed his final delivery, the task was considered done. System, where's my reward? Chen Chen couldn't wait. As soon as he spoke, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. Extra reward, 1 instant kill opportunity. Instant kill item, 100 billion Huaxia coins. After successfully completing the instant kill, 100 billion Huaxia coins would be directly deposited into Chen Chen's bank account. Chen Chen was stunned. He didn't expect such an operation. 9 yuan could exchange for 100 billion. This was too exaggerated. But it made sense, after all, the system was omnipotent. If even a $1 trillion company could be instantly killed, then what was 100 billion Huaxia coins? System, instant kill. Chen Chen said to the system. Instant kill in progress, sorry, instant kill failed. Chen Chen was speechless, system, are you kidding me? Is it easy for me to come out and deliver food on such a hot day? Second instant kill in progress, congratulations, instant kill successful. 100 billion Huaxia coins are being transferred. Hearing the success of the instant kill, Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his efforts today were not in vain. Suddenly, Chen Chen thought of a possibility. System, what happens if the instant kill fails? The system replied, please rest assured, host. Just now, the system lagged for a moment. Under normal circumstances, instant kill failures will not occur. Hearing this from the system, Chen Chen felt reassured. Half a minute passed. Chen Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. It turned out that the 100 billion had been deposited. Truly worthy of this system. This speed is incredible. Chen Chen praised the system and drove off in his Pagani Huayra. When he came out, Chen Chen had told Su Yuan that he didn't need to prepare lunch today. So, he planned to eat first before heading back. Shortly after, he arrived at a restaurant. Dining alone, Chen Chen didn't have many preferences. He ordered a meal and found a seat. His phone rang. Mr. Chen, hello. I'm Li Peng, the general manager of Jianlan Real Estate. I wonder if you have time now. I'd like to invite you for a meal. And also report on the company's situation. Li Peng is a very shrewd person. The company has a new chairman, and he wants to establish a good relationship with the other party first. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, I'm having a meal, how about this, you come over to see me now. He mentioned the location of the restaurant. Okay, Director Chen. Of causing trouble. Li Kai's nodded, as he also thought the same way. Chen, do you know what position my dad holds? You'll be shocked when you hear it. My dad is the general manager of Jianlan Real Estate. Li Kai's laughed triumphantly. Nearby, some onlookers were shocked to hear Li Kai's words. Oh, so this person is Li Peng, the general manager of Jianlan Real Estate. No wonder he has such a strong presence. This young man is unlucky, offending Li Peng's son. The people around looked at Chen Chen with sympathetic eyes. However, Chen Chen remained calm. You are the general manager of Jianlan Real Estate? Chen Chen turned his gaze to Li Peng. Li Peng said coldly, yes. Young man, if you realize your mistake, it's best to apologize to my son. Hearing Li Peng's domineering tone, Chen Chen felt uncomfortable. Without knowing the whole story, how do you know I'm wrong? Li Peng snorted, I don't care who's right or wrong. In any case, hitting my son, Li Peng, is unacceptable. Young man, it seems you haven't been taught a lesson by society. Let's go, I'm in a good mood now, I won't deal with you for the time being. Chen Chen suddenly smiled, if you want to deal with me, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Li Peng frowned. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so arrogant. Chen, you dare to disrespect my dad. Li Kai's was furious. Unable to hold back any longer, he wanted to act. Wait. Son, did you say his name is Chen Chen? Upon hearing the name Chen Chen, Li Peng suddenly became nervous. Could the young man in front of him be the new chairman of the company? Li Peng looked at Chen Chen, sweating at the thought of this possibility. He prayed that the young man in front of him was not the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate. He hoped it was just a coincidence. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing Li Peng's pale face, Li Kai's was puzzled. Chen Chen remained expressionless and said to Li Peng, managerly, you don't need to come to work at the company tomorrow. Li Peng was shocked. He felt something was wrong. Could this young man in front of him really be? No way. Chen, do you have the authority to decide whether my dad goes to work at the company? Li Kai's looked at Chen Chen as if he were looking at a fool. Sorry, but yes, I do have the authority. Chen Chen looked at Li Kai's with a mocking expression. After all, he was the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate. Dismissing the general manager was just a matter of words. Chen, I think you have a problem in your head. By the way, I have a friend who is a doctor specializing in treating mental illnesses. I suggest you go see him. Li Kai's didn't believe Chen Chen's words at all. His expression was playful. Yan Lily also didn't believe it. After all, she knew Chen Chen very well. Chen Chen had just graduated and was just a worker. In Yan Lily's eyes, Chen Chen was obviously bragging. It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Peng tried to remain calm. He also didn't think the young man in front of him was the new chairman of the company. After all, that mysterious chairman had acquired 70% of Jianlan Real Estate's shares. A young man, where did he get so much money? Even if Chen Chen is a second-generation rich, it doesn't make sense. Because no one would entrust a multi-billion-dollar company to a young person to manage. So obviously, this Chen Chen is bragging. He is bluffing. Chen Chen smiled and reminded, didn't you just call me? You can verify it. Li Peng's hands were a bit stiff, and he took out his phone nervously. He found Chen Chen's number and dialed it. Soon, Chen Chen's phone rang. Chen Chen deliberately placed the phone screen in front of Li Peng. This time, Li Peng was completely dumbfounded. He realized that Chen Chen was not lying. Chen Chen was indeed the new chairman of Jianlan Real Estate. It's over. This was the first thought that flashed through Li Peng's mind. Sweat also slid down his face. He was extremely nervous. Dad, what's wrong with you? Li Kai's noticed the change in his father's expression. Suddenly, he had a feeling that a great disaster was looming. Are you really the chairman? Li Peng's voice trembled. What do you think? Chen Chen's expression turned cold, making Li Peng feel an unprecedented pressure. That pressure almost made him unable to breathe. This time he believed. All that was left in his heart was regret. Because he couldn't afford to offend this young man in front of him. Whether he could continue as the general manager was entirely up to Chen Chen. And after what just happened, would Chen Chen still use him? The answer was definitely no. Now all Li Peng could do was apologize. If Chen Chen pursued it further, they would be in big trouble. Chairman Chen. I'm really sorry, I take back what I said earlier. Li Peng's body was trembling slightly as he lowered his head in front of Chen Chen. His face also showed a look of fear. Chairman Chen? Dad, are you saying this Chen Chen is the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate? Are you mistaken? Li Kai's widened his eyes, unwilling to believe it. Smack! In order to seek Chen Chen's forgiveness, Li Peng gave his son a heavy slap. Can you even question Chairman Chen's identity? Apologize to Chairman Chen. Li Peng scolded angrily. He suddenly regretted spoiling his son Li Kai's too much. It led to a big mistake. Offending Chen Chen, he didn't know how Chen Chen would deal with him. Uncle, you must be mistaken. This Chen Chen is just a poor guy. Yan Lili supported Li Kai's and spoke up. If Chen Chen really had such a powerful identity, she wouldn't have chosen to break up with him. The fact is, Chen Chen is just an ordinary person. You have no say here. Li Peng glared at Yan Lili. Although he had never met Yan Lili, he could tell that she was probably his son's girlfriend. Yan Lili was scared and dared not speak. What? That young man is actually the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate? This can't be true, right? What's impossible about it? Didn't you hear? Even Li Peng called him Chairman Chen. The onlookers in the store started whispering to each other. Apologize to Chairman Chen. Li Peng's face turned red with anger, shouting loudly. Li Kai's was frightened. Although he didn't want to believe it, the fact was right in front of him. Chairman Chen, I didn't mean to offend you. Li Kai's face turned pale, shocked by Chen Chen's identity. He dared not look at Chen Chen again. Li Peng's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he said, Chairman Chen, my son doesn't know any better. If you're angry, you can give him a beating. I've been with the company for 5 years, I may not have made any contributions, but I've worked hard. Please don't fire me, Chairman Chen. Li Peng was quite familiar with some of the company's shareholders and was good at flattery. Over the years, he had used his position to benefit his wife's building materials company. Now that he had offended Chen Chen, if Chen Chen pursued it, they would be in big trouble. It was very likely that they would end up in jail, even if they can't find out. Chen Chen has plenty of ways to play them to death. I just said it, I don't want to repeat it a second time. Get lost. Chen Chen had no good feelings towards the Li father and son. Director Chen, don't be like this. Li Kai's and Li Peng were almost desperate. Seeing the actions of the Li father and son, Yan Lili was also in a state of confusion. How is this possible? Chen Chen actually became the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate? Am I dreaming? Yan Lili's gaze towards Chen Chen became complicated. Chen Chen no longer paid attention to the Li father and son and Yan Lili, and walked towards the restaurant's entrance. Director Chen! Director Chen! Li Kai's and Li Peng were anxious, chasing after him. They didn't want to give up. Once Chen Chen left, they would have no chance again. You two better disappear from my sight. Chen Chen's tone was cold. Li Peng stopped despairingly. He knew that this time it was over. Watching Chen Chen walk away step by step, Li Kai's was anxious. Dad, what should we do now? You better think of a solution quickly. Li Peng gritted his teeth, looking at his incompetent son angrily. It's all your fault for offending Director Chen. At this point, what else can we do? Li Kai swallowed hard, asking in a trembling voice. Dad, do you think Director Chen will let us go? Thinking of Chen Chen's identity, Li Kai's felt scared. How would I know? Li Peng was so angry he almost spat out blood from 82. The company couldn't stay any longer, and now all they could do was clean up and leave. With this in mind, Li Peng took out his phone and went to the side to make a call. He needed to explain some things to his assistant. Li Kai saw Yan Lili standing silently beside him, feeling annoyed. Smack! A big slap came over. Li Sha, why did you hit me? Yan Lili looked pitifully at Li Kai's, feeling wronged. Li Kai's angrily pointed at Yan Lili and scolded, Didn't you tell me that Chen Chen was just a poor loser? Are you playing me? Still angry, Li Kai's chose to vent his anger on Yan Lili. Yan Lili covered her swollen face and explained, Li Sha, Chen Chen was indeed a poor guy before. As for how this poor guy turned things around, I have no idea. At this moment, Yan Lili was the most regretful. If she hadn't chosen to break up with Chen Chen, she would have been the chairman's wife by now. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. Li Kai's eyes were red, You've killed me this time. Get lost. Don't let me see you again in the future, or I'll hit you every time I see you. Yan Lili grabbed Li Kai's hand, unable to accept being abandoned. Although Li Kai's status couldn't compare to Chen Chen's now, he was still a second-generation rich. Missing out on Chen Chen, she had to hold on to Li Kai's no matter what. Li Sha, don't be like this. I want to stay by your side. Li Kai shook off Yin Lily's hand, annoyed. Do you think you haven't hurt me enough? Get as far away from me as possible. Li Kai's was never short of women by his side. Pursuing Yin Lily was just for fun. Li Sha, don't be like this. You said you would take me to get our marriage certificate in a while, have you forgotten? Li Kai snorted coldly, showing no mercy. Yin Lily, do you really think I would be interested in you? Just playing around, you took it seriously. Yin Lily grabbed Li Kai's hand again, unwilling to let go. Li Sha, I know you were just angry. You love me, right? Otherwise, how could you bear to buy me a diamond necklace worth tens of thousands, and designer bags? Li Kai's was amused by Yin Lily. At this point, he confessed, those are all fake. I can only deceive women like you who are greedy for vanity. Yin Lily was dumbfounded, taking off the diamond necklace around her neck. She hadn't looked closely before, but now upon closer inspection, she realized the diamonds on it were indeed fake. It's estimated to be just a few dollars of street stall goods. Li Zikai, you bastard. Yin Lily was quite angry. She felt like she had been taken advantage of. She raised her hand, wanting to slap Li Zikai. Li Zikai grabbed Yin Lily's wrist and coldly said, What, you want to hit me? I advise you not to do this. After saying that, Li Zikai pushed Yin Lily away. Yin Lily sat down on the ground, crying in despair. Not only did she lose the opportunity to be the chairman's wife, but now she also found out she had been deceived by a scumbag. Yin Lily felt like the unluckiest person in the world. She just wanted to write the word tragic. After all the trouble, she ended up with nothing. Li Zikai, how dare you deceive me? You deserve to die. Yin Lily shouted loudly. But Li Zikai had already walked away, not wanting to deal with Yin Lily, this crazy woman. No! I have to go find Chen Chen. Chen Chen must still have feelings for me. Yin Lily got up, planning to reconcile with Chen Chen. Before, she valued money more than love. Of course, she still did now. Since Chen Chen had become wealthy, she had to cling to him. What if Chen Chen forgave her? With that thought, Yin Lily chased after Chen Chen in the direction he disappeared. Just as Chen Chen opened the door of his Pagani Huayra, Yin Lily caught up. Chen Chen, wait for me. Yin Lily gasped as she grabbed Chen Chen. She put on a pitiful look. Chen Chen frowned and pushed Yin Lily's hand away with disgust. Chen Chen, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? After all, we've been together for over 2 years. Chen Chen felt speechless. Yin Lily, do you have the nerve to say these things to me? When we broke up, didn't you say that only Li Zikai could give you what you wanted? Yin Lily cried and shook her head, saying, Chen Chen, I was deceived by that Li Zikai. The diamond necklace he gave me is also fake. That bastard. Chen Chen remained expressionless. Ever since he saw through Yin Lily's hypocritical face, he had no feelings left for her. This is all your own doing. You can't blame anyone else. Li Zikai was essentially a scumbag, and Yin Lily couldn't possibly not see that. However, Yin Lily still agreed to be with him. Wasn't it because she was attracted to his money? It could only be said that Li Zikai and Yin Lily were of the same kind. And they both had their own ulterior motives. It's just that Yin Lily lost. So she didn't deserve any sympathy. Chen Chen, I know you must still love me. Can we get back together? I'll listen to you from now on. Chen Chen frowned, about to speak. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Please make an appropriate choice, host. Choice 1, reconcile with Yin Lily, reward, a green hat. Choice 2, ruthlessly reject, reward, 1 chance to instantly kill. Damn! Chen Chen hadn't expected that Yin Lily would bring him rewards. Is there even a choice? Of course, it's a ruthless rejection. Chen Chen had no intention of reconciling with Yin Lily. Once unfaithful, forever unneeded. It was a matter of principle. Congratulations, host, on receiving 1 chance to instantly kill. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chen Chen also became excited. He wondered what the instant kill item would be this time. And seeing Chen Chen's joyful expression, Yin Lily thought Chen Chen had agreed. Chen Chen, I knew you still loved me. Yin Lily was ecstatic. You're insane. Chen Chen looked disgusted, pushed Yin Lily's hand away, and got into the Pagani Huayra. Chen Chen, don't abandon me. I really know I was wrong. Chen Chen didn't say anything, closed the car door. With the roar of the engine, the Pagani Huayra disappeared in a cloud of smoke on the street, leaving Yan Lily with a pungent exhaust smell. Chen Chen, how could you treat me like this? Yan Lily gritted her teeth and shouted loudly. However, no one responded to her. Men are really not good things. Li Kai's, Chen Chen, I will never let you off. Just wait and see. Yan Lily's face slowly darkened, the depths of her eyes becoming even more terrifying. The flames of revenge also rose in her heart. The host has a chance for an instant kill, do you want to use it now? Chen Chen drove for a distance before stopping by the roadside. Use it. Currently in use, instant kill item and investment cashback card. In the virtual panel of the system, a strange card resembling a bank card appeared. Investment cashback card? System, what is this? Chen Chen looked puzzled. Most of the items Chen Chen had drawn before were assets, so he really didn't know what this investment cashback card was. The system explained, investment cashback card, a virtual item. After use, the host can bind to an investment project, as long as there is a loss, you can get a tenfold cashback. Valid for 1 month. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. A tenfold cashback on losses? So if he loses 1 billion, he can get 100 billion. What a great thing. The more you lose, the more you get. Forget it, not using it for now. Think it over first. Such a good thing, he needs to find a project that loses a lot of money. After thinking for a while, Chen Chen called Lu Mengqing. Director Chen, hello. Lu Mengqing was still at work at the time. Are you at the company? Come with me to Jianglan Real Estate now. General Manager Li Peng was fired, and Chen Chen intended to let Lu Mengqing temporarily manage Jianglan Real Estate. Chen Chen also planned to investigate this Li Peng, as his character was not good. If Li Peng did anything harmful to the company's interests, Chen Chen would not let him off. Having Lu Mengqing temporarily manage was also important for another reason. Chen Chen didn't know much about Jianglan Real Estate, and there might be Li Peng's confidants within the company. It wouldn't work to have insiders investigate insiders. Director Chen, I'll be right there. Do I need to prepare anything? Lu Mengqing didn't ask for the reason. Because as long as she followed Chen Chen's instructions, it was enough. No need. After saying that, Chen Chen drove his sports car to Jianglan Real Estate. When he arrived at the gate of Jianglan Real Estate, Lu Mengqing had not yet arrived. It might be due to traffic on the way. Chen Chen wasn't in a hurry and patiently waited in the car. After a few minutes, Lu Mengqing arrived driving her Pagani Huayra, which was really eye-catching. Lu Mengqing could see Chen Chen in the car from a distance. She parked her car next to the Pagani Huayra and got out. Director Chen. Lu Mengqing walked respectfully towards Chen Chen. She was curious about why Chen Chen had called her to Jianglan Real Estate. After all, Jianglan Real Estate was also a company with a market value of over 100 billion. However, Lu Mengqing worked at Longhu Pharmaceuticals, and the two companies were not related in terms of business. Chen Chen glanced at Lu Mengqing. Today, Lu Mengqing was dressed in a professional short suit and high heels, looking tall and slender. I fired the general manager of Jianglan Real Estate. Until we find a suitable candidate for the general manager, you will temporarily manage Jianglan Real Estate. Also, investigate the former general manager Li Peng. Lu Mengqing was stunned. Chen Chen's words contained a lot of information. Firing the general manager of Jianglan Real Estate? Did that mean Jianglan Real Estate was also Chen Chen's company? That was impressive. Chen. Director Chen, is Jianglan Real Estate also your company? Uncertain, Lu Mengqing asked. Chen Chen nodded, that's right. I bought 70% of the shares of Jianglan Real Estate. I am now the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate. Hearing this, Lu Mengqing was shocked, taking a deep breath. Although Chen Chen said it casually, Lu Mengqing was well aware that buying so many shares of Jianglan Real Estate required a lot of money, possibly in the billions. Come in with me first. If you find out that Li Peng has done anything unspeakable, report to me immediately. Seeing Lu Mengqing standing still, Chen Chen said, what's wrong? Do you have a question? Lu Mengqing reacted and shook her head vigorously. Director Chen, no. I will definitely complete the task you assigned. Managing $2 billion companies is a test for Lu Mengqing. Of course, for her, it is also an opportunity. Rarely does Chen Chen trust her so much, and she must not disappoint him. Chen Chen nodded, then come with me. He got out of the car and walked towards the security room with Lu Mengqing. The company's security had already noticed Chen Chen's Bagani Huayra, and when Chen Chen approached, they straightened up. Sir, hello. Who are you looking for? Chen Chen said, inform the company's vice president that the chairman is here. The security guard did not dare to neglect and immediately made a call. When the vice president of Jianglan Real Estate heard that Chen Chen had arrived, he became nervous. He immediately led his team to the company's entrance. Director Chen, hello. The company's leaders lined up neatly and saluted Chen Chen. Seeing Chen Chen so young, they were all shocked. Director Chen, hello. I am the company's vice president, my name is Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang bowed respectfully. Seeing that the general manager Li Peng was not by Chen Chen's side, Zhou Yang felt puzzled. Li Peng had just gone out, saying he was going to meet the new chairman of the company. However, now that the chairman had arrived, Li Peng was nowhere to be seen. It was strange. Except for Li Peng's few confidants, others did not know that Li Peng had been dismissed. Take me to the office first. Chen Chen glanced at the people present and said to Zhou Yang. Okay, Director Chen, this way please. Zhou Yang led the way. Before long, they arrived at the office. Director Chen, let me make a call to inform Manager Li to come back. Zhou Yang, as the vice president, did not have as much power as Li Peng. Chen Chen said lightly, no need, I have already dismissed Li Peng. Now my assistant, Lu Mengqing, will temporarily manage the company's affairs. Zhou Yang was shocked. He did not expect that the skilled flatterer Li Peng would be dismissed. But for Zhou Yang, this was good news. Over the years, he had been suppressed by Li Peng. Where there are people, there is a struggle, and the company is no exception. Director Chen, I will assist Assistant Lu well. Zhou Yang couldn't figure out Chen Chen's temper. Li Peng had been dismissed, and he didn't know if there would be a major change in the company. Chen Chen nodded. He did not mention to Zhou Yang to investigate Li Peng's affairs because he wanted Lu Mengqing to secretly investigate it. Later, Chen Chen gave Lu Mengqing some instructions before leaving. Chen Chen first went to Tangchen Yipin because he had some things left there. Although Tangchen Yipin was also a luxury residence, it couldn't compare to the luxurious estate. The estate was fully equipped, even with housekeepers and maids. Just as he arrived at the parking lot of the community, Chen Chen met Lin Yer. Standing next to Lin Yer was a stunningly beautiful woman. She was wearing denim shorts, and her pair of round and slender legs were particularly eye-catching. The two were about the same height, each with their own unique beauty. The beautiful woman was holding a cute little Pomeranian in her arms. The Pomeranian also noticed Chen Chen and excitedly tried to break free from the woman's embrace. At this moment, Lin Yer also saw Chen Chen. Director Chen. Lin Yer walked towards Chen Chen with a charming smile on her face. Miss Lin, what a coincidence. Where are you planning to go? Chen Chen asked with a smile. I'm off today and want to go out with a friend. By the way, this is my friend, Yao Qianxue. Lin Yer pulled Yao Qianxue over and introduced her to Chen Chen. Yao Qianxue stared blankly at Chen Chen because he was really handsome. Yer, could he be the one who helped find the onion? Yao Qianxue blushed slightly and asked softly. Lin Yer nodded, yes, it's him. She leaned close to Yao Qianxue's ear and whispered. He is also the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment. Yao Qianxue looked incredulous, really? So amazing? Lin Yer looked at Chen Chen again and asked, Director Chen, I wanted to invite you out for supper last night. But you weren't home. Last night, Lin Yer went downstairs to find Chen Chen, rang the doorbell for a while, but no one answered. Oh, I moved out. Chen Chen explained. Hearing this, Lin Yer felt a little disappointed. She didn't know why she felt this way. Maybe because Chen Chen was too handsome, not living here meant they would have fewer chances to meet in the future. Mr. Chen, thank you for helping me find onion. Yao Qianxue stroked the little Pomeranian in her arms, grateful. Is this dog yours? Chen Chen looked at Yao Qianxue, finding her somewhat familiar. Could she be a star like Lin Yer? Yao Qianxue nodded. Lin Yer joked, she has a special bond with Onion. If I really lost Onion, she would probably be mad at me. Lin Yer picked up the Pomeranian, put it on the ground, and it happily circled around Chen Chen. Yao Qianxue said, Mr. Chen, it seems like Onion really likes you. Chen Chen smiled. Mr. Chen, do you have time tonight? We'll treat you to supper. Yao Qinshui extended the invitation. I happen to be busy tonight, maybe another time. Chen Chen declined. After chatting with Lin Yura for a while, Chen Chen took the elevator upstairs. Lin Yura walked alongside Yao Qinshui, discussing Chen Chen. Yao Shui, what do you think? Isn't Director Chen handsome? Yao Qinshui turned her head, her eyes smiling. Yar, do you have a crush on him? Lin Yara shook her head. No. How is that possible? I've only known Director Chen for 2 days. Lin Yara denied 3 times. But you, as soon as you saw Director Chen, your eyes never left him. Come on, admit it, are you lusting after Director Chen? Yao Qinshui didn't admit it, the gossip in her eyes burning brightly. Yur, which tycoon do you think Mr. Chen is the son of? So young, and already the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment. Lin Yara shook her head again, how would I know? The two gossiped as they walked. Chen Chen finished packing and returned to the manor. At the same time, he was contemplating how to use the investment cashback card. 10 times cashback for losses, just thinking about it was exciting. So he needed to find a big project to lose money on. He searched online and by evening, he finally figured it out. He immediately contacted Zhao Kai and Qin Lingjie. On the phone, Chen Chen didn't explicitly say anything, just asked them to come over for dinner. Half an hour later, the aroma of food filled the dining room of the main villa. Dinner was ready. Zhao Kai arrived at the manor in Qin Lingjie's car. Is this the largest manor in the Magic City? Truly worthy of Brother Feng. After entering the gate, Zhao Kai was shocked by the vast manor. Qin Lingjie was also visiting for the first time. The manor was extremely luxurious, seemingly endless at a glance. Senior, do you think Brother Feng is just inviting us for dinner, is it that simple? Zhao Kai asked. There should be something else. Qin Lingjie could only guess. Arriving at the main villa's entrance, Qin Lingjie parked the car. The two got out of the car. The butler, Su Yuhuan, came out to greet them. We're looking for Chen Chen. Qin Lingjie explained their purpose. As for Zhao Kai, he looked around as if he had never seen such luxury before. I am the butler here, Su Yuhuan. Please follow me. Su Yuhuan led the two into the hall. Seeing several maids respectfully standing in the hall, Zhao Kai couldn't help but feel envious. At that moment, Chen Chen was sitting on the sofa in the hall, playing with his phone. Chen Chen. Brother Feng. Su Yuhuan and Zhao Kai greeted Chen Chen. Chen Chen glanced at the two, put away his phone, and smiled. I've been waiting for you. Let's go, let's have dinner first. And so, the two followed Chen Chen into the dining room. The table was filled with delicious dishes. There was Buddha jumps over the wall, braised fish fins, Li Yunzi's pipa shrimp, and 2 expensive bottles of red wine. This meal alone is estimated to cost tens of thousands. Chen Chen, this dinner is too extravagant. Qin Lingjie stood still in amazement. This is just a simple meal. Chen Chen sat down and acted nonchalant. Qin Lingjie couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, this is the life of the super-rich. Senior sister, can these dishes be found outside? Zhao Kai's perspective is not as broad as Qin Lingjie's, so he asked. You can find them, but most people can't afford it. Starting from this number. Qin Lingjie held up a finger. 10,000? So expensive. Zhao Kai shook his head. Add another 0. Qin Lingjie said. Zhao Kai was stunned, oh my. Feng Ge, you are too kind to us. Zhao Kai's hands trembled slightly. The money spent on this meal alone is more than he could earn in a year of hard work. Zhao Kai instantly felt inferior. Chen Chen laughed, we've known each other for a while, no need to be polite. Nearby, the maid opened the red wine. Chen Chen, did you invite us for dinner for another reason? Qin Lingjie couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. Chen Chen pondered for a moment and said, yes. I want to start a company recently and I plan to have both of you help manage it. He wanted to start a money-losing project. Therefore, he didn't have many requirements for the management team. Qin Lingjie and Zhao Kai glanced at each other, surprised that Chen Chen valued them so highly. Qin Lingjie was fine, she had helped her father manage a catering company after graduation. However, the company was not very large. As for Zhao Kai, he had no experience at all. Fenggu, this doesn't seem right. You know, I simply don't have the ability for that. Zhao Kai couldn't help but smile bitterly. After hesitating for a while, Qin Mingjie asked, Chen Shen, what kind of company do you want to establish? She was puzzled because with Chen Shen's wealth, it would be easy for him to hire management talents, so why choose them? I want to establish a food delivery platform. Chen Shen shared his idea. Establishing a platform requires a huge initial investment for promotion. As for why Chen Shen chose food delivery, it was because it was relatively simple. Once the platform was set up, all he had to do was pour money into it. After all, the more you lose, the more you get back with the investment return card. Food delivery? Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai were surprised. Is there a problem? Chen Shen leaned back in his chair and asked. Qin Mingjie said, Chen Shen, there isn't much difficulty in terms of technology for a food delivery platform. But promotion requires money, and it's not a small amount. Moreover, there are already big companies in the food delivery industry. Profitability is also a big issue. Qin Mingjie had some knowledge about many industries and didn't want Chen Shen's money to go to waste. Zhao Kai agreed, yeah, Fenggu. The competition in the food delivery industry is too fierce. If you have money, you might as well invest in other industries. Chen Shen shook his head, do you really think I'm interested in small money? Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai were puzzled. They couldn't figure out Chen Shen's true intentions. Chen Shen paused and then said, 3 words. Big data. Chen Shen planned to deceive these two. He certainly wouldn't say that he wasn't afraid of losing money because of the existence of the investment return card. As for the professional term big data, Chen Shen himself didn't understand it either. It's all about sounding profound. Zhao Kai's eyes lit up. Fenggu, I understand. You want to collect big data. There must be deeper considerations behind this, right? Chen Shen nodded, we are in the era of big data now. Entering the food delivery industry is just the first step in my business strategy. He thought to himself, it's all nonsense. I just want to use the investment return card. That's all. Zhao Kai was excited and said, Fenggu, then I'll join you. But managing a company. I have no experience. Chen Shen said, experience comes from accumulation. Take it slow. After speaking, he looked at Qin Mingjie. Senior, what do you think? Qin Mingjie was conflicted. She had the ability, and had always wanted a bigger stage. But what Chen Shen said about big data, it sounded a bit far-fetched. Chen Shen, running a food delivery platform requires a lot of money. And you have to be prepared to operate at a loss in the early stages. Do you know how much you plan to invest? Chen Shen held up 2 fingers. 200 billion. His bank account had over 100 billion, so reaching 200 billion was not a problem. The most important thing was how to lose more money. 200 billion? Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai exchanged a glance, once again shocked. They didn't expect Chen Shen to be so crazy. He was truly a big shot. Fenggu, what if we fail? 200 billion, this is an astronomical figure. Zhao Kai stared at Chen Shen in astonishment. Chen Shen said, I never thought about making a profit in the early stages. You guys use this money first, establish a market for me first. Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai's excitement couldn't be calmed for a long time. Investing 200 billion from the start, if successful, they would have a bright future. Chen Shen, count me in too. Qin Mingjie wanted to give it a try. They raised their glasses of red wine and clinked with Chen Shen. Chen Shen took a sip of wine and said, start preparing tonight. Get the platform up and running as quickly as possible. Zhao Kai asked, Fenggu, what should we name our platform? Chen Shen thought for a moment, let's call it Fulliet. As for the headquarters location, I will have the manager of the commercial street arrange it for you. Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai were excited. Since Chen Shen trusted them so much, they were determined to make a big impact. While the 3 were still chatting, Chen Shen's phone rang. Chen Shen looked at it and saw that it was Lu Mengqing calling. Lu Mengqing had spent the afternoon investigating at the headquarters of Jianglan Real Estate and found out many facts about Li Peng's crimes. Director Chen, I've found out. Former General Manager Li Peng has embezzled the company's funds several times. And he has colluded with some leaders of the company. Chen Shen frowned. Initially, he just thought Li Peng had a bad character. He didn't expect this guy to have done so much harm to the company. Since that was the case, he couldn't let him off the hook. Do you have any evidence? Lu Mengqing said, I have collected some, and I am still investigating. Alright, I will come over now to report to you in detail. Chen Shen said, okay, but I have moved. Just come directly to Nanjiang No. 1 Manor. Okay. Lu Mengqing was shocked. She had also seen the news yesterday, saying that Nanjiang No. 1 Manor had been bought by a mysterious tycoon. Now it seemed that the mysterious tycoon was Chen Chen. Director Chen is indeed Director Chen. Lu Mengqing sighed and drove to Nanjiang No. 1. After dinner, Chen Chen and the others chatted in the hall. Soon, Lu Mengqing arrived. Director Chen. Lu Mengqing walked up to Chen Chen, respectfully bowing to him. She held a document in her hand. Fengge, we won't disturb you for now. Zhao Kai and Qin Mingjie stood up, bid farewell, and left. They had to go back and prepare the necessary documents to establish the company. Li Peng has done a lot of harm to the company. These are all evidence. Please take a look, Director Chen. Lu Mengqing bent over and respectfully handed the documents to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took them, opened the documents, and looked through them. Over the years, as the general manager of the company, Li Peng had embezzled a lot of money. Most importantly, he had also funneled a lot of benefits to his wife's construction materials company. Li Peng was good at flattery and had a good relationship with several shareholders of the company. In addition, there are also a few of his confidants within the company. It's hard to discover without a thorough investigation. Also, there are a few people supported by Li Peng who also have issues. Lu Mengqing stared at Chen Chen without blinking. She wanted to see how Chen Chen planned to handle this matter. Chen Chen's expression didn't change much and said, call the police. First, arrest this Li Peng. With evidence in hand, it's inevitable that Li Peng will end up in jail. Good. Lu Mengqing nodded. By the way, how is Zhou Yang? Chen Chen handed the information back to Lu Mengqing. Lu Mengqing replied, in the company, Zhou Yang doesn't have a good relationship with Li Peng. So, Zhou Yang should be fine. Chen Chen said, observe for a few more days, and if possible, make Zhou Yang the general manager. He just wanted Lu Mengqing to temporarily manage Jianglan real estate. If the position of general manager there remained vacant, Lu Mengqing would probably be overwhelmed. Moreover, it's not easy to find an experienced person again. Zhou Yang is familiar with everything in the company. As long as he hasn't done anything to harm the company's interests, he can be used. Director Chen, I understand. After Li Peng returned home, he was on edge. After being fired, he immediately informed his confidants in the company to keep the secret. But later on, the phone couldn't be reached anymore. This made Li Peng have a foreboding feeling. He used to have a good relationship with several shareholders of the company, so he had no worries. But now it's different, the chairman of the company has changed. Most importantly, his son offended the newly appointed chairman. Not only did he lose his job, but if Chen Chen investigates further, it would be really over. Going to jail is a small matter, but if Chen Chen wants to kill them, there would be no escape. Li Peng has experienced many things and seen too many business struggles. Chen Chen being able to become the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate, the power behind him must be terrifying. They are definitely an entity they can't afford to offend. How come the call can't get through? Could something really have happened? Li Peng paced back and forth in the hall, anxious. Dad, is it that Chen Chen has started to target us? Li Kai's face turned pale. He regretted why he had provoked Chen Chen. Speaking of Chen Chen, he thought of that woman, Yan Lily. If it weren't for that woman, he wouldn't have offended Chen Chen at all. Damn it! Li Kai gritted his teeth. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He really wanted to bring Yan Lily back and beat her up again. How dare you say that? Li Peng took out his 7 wolves belt and fiercely whipped Li Kai's. He used to be reluctant to hit him, which led to the big trouble today. If it weren't for you provoking Chen Chen, this wouldn't have happened. Li Peng was really furious and gave another beating. Li Kai's fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Dad, please stop. Li Kai's rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. Li Peng got tired of hitting and sat on the sofa. With a stern face, he remained silent. At this moment, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman walked in quickly. Seeing Li Kai's covered in injuries, the middle-aged woman felt heartbroken. Honey, why did you beat our son like this? The middle-aged woman complained and went to check Li Kai's injuries. I really want to beat him to death. Li Peng stood up, pointing at Li Kai's and continued scolding. Now that we've offended the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate, can we still survive in the Magic City? The middle-aged woman also felt worried, because she knew that Li Peng had committed many illegal activities in the company. It was precisely because of these benefits that her company could grow and prosper. However, now, the exposure of these crimes was not far off. Honey, let's take our son and leave the country. If Jianglan Real Estate finds out, both of us will end up in jail. After thinking for a while, Li Peng could only nod. Besides leaving the country, there was no other way. Yes, I'll go buy the plane tickets now. Li Peng took out his phone and made a call. Li Kai's was puzzled. Mom, don't we have a lot of money? Just spend some money to settle it, right? The middle-aged woman glanced at her foolish son and sighed. You've offended the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate, money won't solve the problem at all. And with Li Peng embezzling those funds from the company, they had almost spent it all. Once it's discovered, it's prison time. Even if you go abroad, you have to take the money with you. Li Kai's didn't want to go abroad and end up a pauper. He was used to the life of a second-generation rich. The middle-aged woman said, You definitely can't leave in the short term. But I have a friend over in the US, go there first and then we'll see. Just as she finished speaking, a knock on the door was heard. The three people in the hall instantly became tense. Li Peng put down his phone and went to check. When he saw several uniformed police officers standing outside the front door, Li Peng's legs went weak, and he sat down directly on the ground. It's over. He knew it must be Qin Chen who reported them. Now, even their plan to go abroad was ruined. Li Peng, we received a report. It's about you embezzling funds from Jianglan Real Estate, please come with us. And Ms. Yang Qing, you also need to come with us to assist in the investigation. And so, Li Peng and his wife were taken away by the police. However, before leaving, Yang Qing gave Li Kai's a phone number. She knew that this time, they probably wouldn't be able to come out. She had to prepare an escape route for her son. At the same time, Yang Qing quietly told Li Kai's a big secret. Son, your biological father is not actually Li Peng. Call this number and tell them you are his biological son. He will help you then. Li Kai's was completely stunned. It wasn't until Li Peng and Yang Qing were taken away that he came to his senses. He had called Li Peng his father for over 20 years, only to find out now that Li Peng wasn't his real father. He really didn't know what to say. Looking at the number left by his mother, Li Kai's hesitated for a long time before deciding to make the call. Because he had no way out now. The night quietly passed. Dawn arrived. The next morning, just as Chen Chen was having breakfast, Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai came over. Chen Chen, oh no, Director Chen. I made a business plan overnight. Please take a look. Qin Mingjie stood respectfully in front of Chen Chen. Chen Chen took the business plan that Qin Mingjie had rushed out overnight and said as he read it, You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Sit down and eat together. The plan was a bit brief, but it was still good. After all, it was rushed out. Very good. I'll have someone send you the money later. Get the platform up and running as soon as possible, you don't have to worry about the funding. Go ahead and do it. Chen Chen encouraged. After a few minutes of conversation, Qin Mingjie and Zhao Kai left. System, give me the investment cashback card. In use, please bind a project for the host. Chen Chen said, Follow me delivery. Binding successful. The investment cashback card is valid for 1 month. After expiration, the cashback amount will be automatically converted. After using it, Chen Chen continued to eat breakfast. By 8 o'clock, the opportunity for a flash sale had arrived. Ding! Today's flash sale item, 90% of the shares of Dia Technology. Compared to the previous flash sales, Chen Chen was no longer as excited. System, flash sale. Flash sale successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 90% of the shares of Dia Technology. The share transfer agreement has been sent to the system space. Tomorrow's flash sale preview, 60% of the shares of Shimu Group. Shimu Group? Chen Chen felt that this name sounded familiar. He immediately took out his phone and searched online. It turned out to be another listed company with a market value of over 100 billion. And this was a company with pig farming as its core business. That was impressive. To be able to go public with pig farming. and with a market value of over 120 billion. That was quite something. Well, let's just raise pigs. This 60% stake is worth several billion. Assets, of course, the more the better. No one would complain about having too much. Chen Chen was playing on his phone in the room when he suddenly heard the sound of a truck downstairs. He walked to the balcony and saw that the red wine ordered yesterday had arrived. There is still a wine cellar in the manor, and it's really a waste to leave it empty. So Chen Chen had the steward Su Yuan order a batch of red wine. He didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Feeling bored, Chen Chen changed into his swimming trunks and went for a swim in the pool. Mr. Chen, the red wine you wanted has been delivered. Su Yuan stood by the pool. When she saw Chen Chen's perfect physique and the 8-pack abs under his chest, her face turned red involuntarily. Unbelievable. Mr. Chen has such a great body. Even those who work out every day probably don't have a body as good as Chen Chen's. I got it. Is there anything else? Chen Chen swam to the edge and took off his black goggles. Su Yuan, dressed in professional attire, with her hair elegantly pinned up, looked even more dignified. Of course, the most eye-catching feature was her long legs. Chen Chen raised his head slightly and felt like he was going to nosebleed. Su Yuan said, "You mentioned yesterday that you were not quite satisfied with the layout of the backyard. I have already found someone, and repairs can be done this afternoon." Chen Chen nodded, "Okay, if there's nothing else, you can go back first." Suppressing the urge to commit a crime, Chen Chen submerged into the water. Su Yuan glanced at the blurry figure of Chen Chen underwater and then left. Not long after, Chen Chen also came ashore. He opened his phone and played Naruto Next Generations. Just as Chen Chen was about to fall asleep, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Random mission released today. Go on a blind date. Chen Chen immediately sat up from the bed, feeling energized. Blind date? System, are you trying to get me out of being single as soon as possible? You know me too well. Such a thoughtful system, love it. However, the system immediately poured cold water on Chen Chen. The host is overthinking. Missions are randomly assigned. Chen Chen. System, oh system, can't you cooperate a little? Forget it, a blind date is a blind date, and for Chen Chen, it's not difficult at all. After thinking it over, Chen Chen immediately downloaded a blind date app on his phone. It cost a little money during the account registration process. As for the information, Chen Chen just filled it out casually. Just to complete the system's task, there was no need to be too serious. Besides, with Chen Chen's current status and looks, plenty of girls would be willing to pursue him. There was no need to rely on blind dates to find a partner. After registering the account, Chen Chen tried to contact a blind date. Surprisingly, the dating market was full of all kinds of people. After searching for a long time, it was either faces altered by plastic surgery or unreasonable demands. Wait, I'm not really going on a blind date. Forget it, just pick whoever, little rooster. In the end, Chen Chen chose a popular face beauty. According to the profile, she was a model and a local in the city. Chen Chen sent a message, and the other party quickly replied. Mr. Chen, the profile picture isn't you, right? Why does it look a bit like Wu Zuyan? It's me. She sent a selfie. It was freshly taken. She commented, your appearance is just average. I happen to have something to do now, how about meeting at noon? Chen Chen felt speechless. His appearance, just average? Beauty, do you have facial blindness like Doonggo? Or is it that you are just plain and unremarkable? Sure. Chen Chen arranged to meet her at a restaurant on Hyaming Commercial Street. It just so happened that he needed to go to the commercial street. When it was almost time for the appointment, Chen Chen drove out in his sports car. As before, Chen Chen instructed the bodyguards not to get too close. Keeping a low profile was important. Due to traffic congestion, Chen Chen was already late when he arrived at the restaurant. According to the seat number information, Chen Chen met the blind date who was already impatient. You must be Miss Xiao, right? Sorry, traffic jam on the way. So I'm a little late. Chen Chen sat down and looked at the woman opposite. Estimated height of 1.75 meters, facial features looked somewhat unreal. Definitely used hex technology. Although there was a layer of makeup on her face, you could still see the fatigue in her eyes. I wonder if she works night shifts often. Since she is a model, her figure must be great. But there was a hint of cheap perfume on her that made Chen Chen wrinkle his nose slightly. And in the perfume, there was also a hint of cigarette smoke. This woman also has a smoking habit. At this moment, Zhao Tingting was also sizing up Chen Chen. Seeing that Chen Chen looked exactly like the profile picture and was not too old, most of the anger in her heart dissipated. However, for Zhao Tingting, being handsome was of no use. Economic strength, that's what really matters. Since it's a blind date, let's get straight to the point. What do you do for a living? Do you have a house in the Magic City? How much savings do you have? Zhao Tingting fired off several questions in rapid succession. The ease with which she asked, she probably asks people like this all the time. Chen Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Not in a hurry to answer, he called the waiter over and ordered a drink. Seeing Chen Chen not speaking, Zhao Tingting continued, actually, my requirements are not high. Just having 2 houses in the Magic City is enough. And as for the betrothal gift, it should be at least 1 million. After we get married, you have to buy me a car. Since it's a means of transportation, around 500,000 should be enough. Also, I have 2 younger brothers who are not married. When the time comes, the betrothal money for my brothers should also be paid by you. Chen Chen felt speechless. The first few requests were indeed not high for him. But what does it have to do with me if your brothers are not married? This is truly a ridiculous situation. What do you think? Are my requirements unreasonable? Zhao Tingting asked, sipping her drink, waiting for Chen Chen's response. Chen Chen shook his head helplessly. Not unreasonable? This is simply outrageous. Outrageous to the core. Mr. Chen, it seems like you can't even meet one of my requirements. In that case, we have nothing more to discuss. Goodbye. Zhao Tingting got up to leave. She didn't want to waste any more time on Chen Chen. Wait. The requirements you just mentioned are really too simple for me. Chen Chen stopped Zhao Tingting. He was determined to complete the task of the system. Oh? Zhao Tingting sat back down, looking at Chen Chen expectantly. Chen Chen took out his phone and showed a photo. I have a house in Tangchenipin. Hearing Chen Chen say this, Zhao Tingting's eyes lit up. Tangchenipin, that's the most expensive community in the entire Magic City. The cheapest house there costs several million. Oh my god, could the other party be a second-generation rich kid? With that thought, the arrogance on Zhao Tingting's face disappeared in an instant. Tangchenipin? Is this true? Chen Chen's expression was serious, of course it's true. Then, he took out the key to the Pagani Huayra from his pocket. Glancing out the window, he said, I have a car too. That one over there. Following Chen Chen's gaze, Zhao Tingting was shocked to see the imposing Pagani Huayra outside. Wow, she had really met a big tycoon this time. Zhao Tingting felt that her fate was right in front of her. She couldn't afford to miss it no matter what. Zhao Tingting changed her attitude towards Chen Chen and said softly, Mr. Chen, does this mean you are very wealthy? What does your family do? At this point, the drink Chen Chen ordered was also brought over by the waiter. Chen Chen took a sip of the drink and casually said, of course, we are in business. The more Zhao Tingting looked at Chen Chen, the more satisfied she felt. Money and looks, where can you find a man like that? Mr. Chen, I am very satisfied. Zhao Tingting expressed her thoughts. Satisfied? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. You may be satisfied, but I am not. I also want to ask you a few questions. Zhao Tingting smiled, Mr. Chen, please ask. Chen Chen imitated Zhao Tingting's tone. Have you had plastic surgery? Have you had abortions? Do you have the habit of drinking and smoking? Zhao Tingting's face remained unchanged, and she sincerely replied, I have had plastic surgery. I also have the habit of drinking and smoking. But I am a good girl. Chen Chen almost choked on his drink. Damn, a good girl. You probably have misunderstood the meaning of a good girl. Zhao Tingting frowned, Mr. Chen, are you discriminating against me? What's wrong with plastic surgery? Which woman doesn't love beauty? Chen Chen felt like he had encountered a weirdo. If they continued talking, his values might be completely destroyed. Let's not talk about this for now. What zodiac sign are you? Chen Chen suddenly changed the topic. Gemini. What's wrong? Zhao Tingting looked at Chen Chen with a puzzled expression. Chen Chen said seriously, I'm sorry, I'm a Sagittarius. The fortune teller told me that Gemini clashes with me. Goodbye. Chen Chen stood up, quickly paid the bill, and left. Putting aside the task, he didn't want to be poisoned. Mr. Chen. How can you believe in fortune telling? Leave me your contact information, for next time. Zhao Tingting chased after Chen Chen, not willing to give up. Chen Chen ignored her, got into his car, and left the scene as fast as he could. Hey! Wait! Zhao Tingting watched the Pagani Huayra disappear into the distance, stomping her foot in anger. It's frustrating. The wealthy man who was within reach slipped away. Getting rid of the weird blind date woman, Chen Chen found another parking spot. He inexplicably developed a shadow in his heart towards blind dates. System, can you not give me these kinds of tasks next time? Chen Chen looked helpless. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a blind date. Task completed. Received an extra chance for a kill. Kill item, a $57 million silver gecko. This time's kill item was a luxury sports car. Chen Chen blinked his eyes. Is the task completed just like that? Although he was caught off guard. But fortunately, the task was completed. System, stop talking, kill. Congratulations, host, on a successful kill. Received a silver gecko. Silver gecko staff will contact you later. The kill item this time was not directly delivered to the system space. Not bad. Bring a few more luxury sports cars, then I can rotate and drive them. Chen Chen was very satisfied with the item he killed this time. He got out of the car and headed to the commercial street office. Before he even entered the elevator of the building, his phone rang. Thinking of what the system had just said, Chen Chen knew it was the Silver Gecko staff calling. He answered the call. Mr. Chen, hello. I am the manager of the Silver Gecko sales center in Modu. The Silver Gecko you purchased has arrived at the store. When would you be available to pick it up? Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to go there, and said, just send the car to Nanjiang number 1. When he heard Nanjiang number 1, the voice on the phone was clearly surprised for a moment. Okay, Mr. Chen. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us at any time. After hanging up, Chen Chen entered the elevator. At the entrance of the commercial street office, 7 or 8 people had arrived. Men and women. They were all there for job interviews. Coincidentally, the commercial street was hiring. Chen Chen. Chen Chen walked straight to the office, but someone called out to him. He turned around and saw a woman in a white floral dress. Zheng Feilian. Yan Lily's former girlfriend. Seeing this woman, Chen Chen frowned slightly, because Zheng Feilian is also a very scheming woman. She used to mock Chen Chen a lot. Chen Chen, I heard you broke up with Lily? Zheng Feilian crossed her arms, a mocking smile on her lips. She already knew that Chen Chen had been dumped by Yan Lily. Bringing up this matter was just to provoke Chen Chen. It's none of your business. Chen Chen didn't want to engage with her. Zheng Feilian snorted and continued to mock, I've always said you're not good enough for Lily. You just wouldn't believe me. What? Are you here looking for a job too? Zheng Feilian wanted to ridicule Chen Chen further. Mr. Chen. What brings you here? A female employee from the commercial street recognized Chen Chen and respectfully came over to greet him. Is Mr. Zhang Yongwen here? Chen Chen asked. Mr. Zhang is in the office. Mr. Chen, please come in. The female employee gestured for him to enter. Chen Chen nodded and walked into the office. Seeing this scene, Zheng Feilian was dumbfounded. What the heck? Why were the employees here so respectful to Chen Chen? And calling him Mr. Chen? Wasn't he just a poor loser? Just then, a female employee walked out of the office, and Zheng Feilian hurriedly approached her to inquire. Excuse me, who is the young man who just went in wearing a brown outfit? You mean Mr. Chen? He is the boss of the commercial street. What? Zheng Feilian widened her eyes, looking incredulous. Chen Chen was actually the boss of Hyaming Commercial Street? How is that possible? When he was in college, Chen Chen didn't seem like a second-generation rich kid, right? Moreover, if Chen Chen was a second-generation rich kid, how could Yan Lily have dumped him? For a moment, Zheng Feilian was at a loss. I mean the young man in the brown outfit who just went in. Zhang Feilian felt the other person might have made a mistake. Yes, he is our boss. The female employee gave Zhang Feilian a strange look and then left. No way. This guy Chen Chen, he really became the boss here. Zhang Feilian's face turned somewhat ugly. She regretted mocking Chen Chen just now. She had checked the information about Haining Commercial Street and knew there were thousands of shops here. Just the rent for a month was over $1 billion. And the treatment here was also very good. Zhang Feilian had done her research beforehand, otherwise she wouldn't have applied here. But now, having offended Chen Chen, she definitely couldn't stay. She was afraid Chen Chen would come after her, so she quickly made her escape. At the same time, she couldn't help but lament Yan Lily's short-sightedness. If Yan Lily hadn't broken up with Chen Chen, she would have been the boss lady of Haining Commercial Street now. Chen Chen has been dating Lily for over 2 years. Is there a chance for reconciliation? It was impossible to please Chen Chen. Zhang Feilian thought she could make a move on Yan Lily. If Yan Lily reconciled with Chen Chen, as Yan Lily's good friend, she would definitely benefit as well. Zhang Feilian felt she was really clever. She took out her phone and sent a message to Yan Lily. Lily, let me tell you a secret. Actually, Chen Chen is still the boss of Haining Commercial Street. You should go back to him. Don't miss out on such a wealthy man. However, Yan Lily did not reply. Because at that moment, Yan Lily had fainted in the restroom from crying. She regretted it to the extreme. She had thought Chen Chen was a poor loser, which was why she had hooked up with Li Kai's. As a result, Li Kai's didn't want her. Even Chen Chen didn't show any intention of forgiving her. Yan Lily just wanted to write the word tragic. Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were coming today. Seeing Chen Chen in the office, Zhang Yongwen quickly got up to greet him. Chen Chen waved his hand and sat down. I have just established a food delivery company. Have you found a place for me to set up the office? That was the reason he had come. Zhang Yongwen respectfully said, Mr. Chen, your friend contacted me yesterday. The commercial street still has some extra office space, but the space is relatively small. It can only be used as a temporary office location. Chen Chen nodded and said, try to find a bigger place. After all, he was not short of money. I understand. Zhang Yongwen had some doubts in his mind. He didn't know why Chen Chen wanted to do takeout. Because the current takeout market is completely dominated by one company. Breaking the current situation is not an easy task. There is a high possibility of losing money. However, Zhang Yongwen did not dare to ask these questions. Maybe Chen Chen wanted to implement a big strategy in the market. After briefing Zhang Yongwen on some matters, Chen Chen left. He drove back to the mansion. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Just as Chen Chen was still enjoying his lunch, a black SUV arrived at the entrance of the mansion. Is this where Mr. Chen lives? It's really grand. There were 4 people in the car. Looking at the luxurious mansion, they couldn't help but exclaim. I heard that this mansion was bought by a mysterious tycoon for $3.8 billion the day before yesterday. It turns out to be Mr. Chen. During the conversation, the other 3 people looked at a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Mr. Zhao, have you met Mr. Chen before? The middle-aged man with glasses shook his head. Never met him. Anyway, when we meet Mr. Chen later, just be careful. At this time, the security guard at the gate walked over. What are you here for? The middle-aged man with glasses smiled and said, I am the general manager of Duya Technology. I am here to see Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. The middle-aged man first stated his identity. He had already spoken to Chen Chen on the phone. This time he came to report on work. Also, Chen Chen had just bought 90% of Duya Technology's shares, so he needed to consult Chen Chen on how the company would develop in the future. Wait a moment. I need to ask Mr. Chen. The security guard immediately contacted the housekeeper, Su Yuan, to inquire. After receiving a reply, the security guard opened the gate. Please come in. The car entered the mansion, and the people in the car seemed a bit nervous. Because anyone who could live in such a luxurious mansion must have a significant status. Mr. Zhao, what is Mr. Chen's identity after all? To spend $3.8 billion to buy this large mansion, he must be very wealthy, right? The middle-aged man with glasses was a bit impatient. All right, stop gossiping. Don't leave a bad impression on Mr. Chen. After speaking, he looked at a beautiful woman beside him. Qianxue, why are you silent? Yao Qianxue looked out of the car window and sighed. She was a bit nervous and curious. Who was the owner of this mansion after all? When she heard the middle-aged man asking questions, Yao Qianxue also came back to her senses. Mr. Zhao, I am a little nervous. The middle-aged man with glasses smiled and said, relax a little. You are a major anchor on our Douya platform. If you can get to know Mr. Chen, it will definitely help your future career. Yao Qianxue expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhao. Of course, she also knew that such a good opportunity was not something everyone could get. We're here. Get off the car. The black SUV stopped in front of the main villa, and the general manager led the others out of the car. At this time, the housekeeper, Su Yuan, was standing next to the gate to welcome them. Hello? We are looking for Mr. Chen. The general manager approached Su Yuan, not daring to neglect anyone in the mansion. Mr. Chen is having lunch, please wait in the hall. The general manager nodded and led the people behind him into the hall. The hall was extremely luxurious, with crystal chandeliers projecting a soft white light from the ceiling, not glaring at all. Please have a seat. Su Yuan asked the maid to pour tea. Thank you. The general manager still seemed a bit restrained. The others were even more so. It was their first time visiting such a luxurious mansion. The four of them sat in the hall and waited for 6 or 7 minutes. Finally, Chen Chen also finished eating. He walked out of the restaurant. Su Yuan walked over and chatted with Chen Chen for a few moments. Chen Chen nodded and walked towards the general manager of Douya Technology. The general manager hurriedly stood up. Seeing Su Yuan's respectful attitude towards Chen Chen, he already guessed Chen Chen's identity. Others also stood up, looking at Chen Chen with respectful eyes. It's him. Yao Qianxue looked very surprised. Because she had met Chen Chen yesterday and knew that he was the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment. Chairman Chen, hello. The general manager and 2 other executives greeted Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded in acknowledgement and looked towards Yao Qianxue. He had some impression of Yao Qianxue, after all, they had met yesterday. And Yao Qianxue was also a good friend of Lin Yor. Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. Yao Qianxue was shocked, and when she saw Chen Chen looking at her, she waved at him. We meet again. Chen Chen smiled. While Yao Qianxue was shocked, she was also a bit nervous. She didn't know what to say. Qianxue, do you know Chairman Chen? The general manager was surprised. Yao Qianxue explained, I had the honor of meeting Chairman Chen yesterday. Yao Qianxue's first impression of Chen Chen was very handsome. Of course, Yao Qianxue did not expect that Chen Chen was also the chairman of Douya Technology. According to the general manager, Chen Chen had acquired 90% of Douya Technology's shares, making him the majority shareholder. Please have a seat first. Chen Chen sat down. Chairman Chen, is this estate yours? Yao Qianxue, no longer nervous, looked around and asked with curiosity. Yes. Hearing Chen Chen's confirmation, Yao Qianxue was even more shocked. Because this meant that Chen Chen must have other identities behind him. After all, Nanzhong No. 1 was the largest estate in the Magic City. Without sufficient financial resources, it would be impossible to acquire it. You look familiar to me. I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Chen Chen carefully observed Yao Qianxue. When he met Yao Qianxue yesterday, he had this feeling. The general manager smiled, Chairman Chen, let me introduce you. Qianxue is our top anchor at Douya Technology, with a high popularity on the platform. You may have seen her online. Yao Qianxue said, Mr. Zhao is joking, I'm just a small anchor. Chen Chen nodded, now that you mention it, I do have some impression. Yao Qianxue was now a key talent being cultivated by Douya Technology, and since she happened to be at the headquarters today, the general manager brought her along. Others did not have such a good opportunity. Next, the general manager began to report to Chen Chen about the work. On the other side, after his parents were taken away by the police, Li Kai's also fell into deep despair. He was just a second-generation rich kid who lived a carefree life. Facing such a situation, he had no idea what to do. Fortunately, before his mother Yang Qing was taken away, she told Li Kai's a big secret. That his biological father was not Li Peng, but someone else. He had always called Li Peng his father since he was young, so naturally, he sympathized with Li Peng. Yang Qing was quite ruthless to have kept this secret from Li Peng for so long, and Li Peng had been wearing a green hat for over 20 years without knowing. Of course, all of this was no longer important. With Li Peng in trouble with the law, he would most likely end up in prison. The Li family was finished, and Li Kais had to find a way out for himself. He had offended Chen Chen, and now he was living in constant fear. With no other options, he could only turn to his biological father. After making a phone call, everything went smoothly, and the other party agreed to meet him. Li Kais naturally agreed. At the same time, he received some uplifting news. His biological father was still the chairman of a multinational company, with assets of over 300 billion. A true billionaire. Although he had emigrated overseas, he still had many connections in China. With the protection of his biological father, if Chen Chen wanted to mess with him, he would have to think twice. Chen Chen. I really have to thank you. Chen Chen caused his family to fall apart, but fortunately, he found a bigger backer. When the time was right, Li Kais felt it was necessary to seek revenge on Chen Chen. Moreover, Li Kais' biological father was also very concerned about him. Upon hearing that Li Kais was in trouble, he immediately took a private plane to the city. The two agreed to meet at a coffee shop. Li Kais arrived early at the agreed meeting place and ordered a cup of coffee at the front desk. Sir, your total is 88 yuan. Would you like to pay with cash or card? Li Kais took out his wallet and found that he had no cash on him. Let's use a card. However, after trying several bank cards, all were frozen. It was too embarrassing. Wait, let me call a friend to pay. Li Kais cursed Chen Chen in his heart 1,000 times. If it weren't for Chen Chen, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. But fortunately, he would soon see his biological father. With this in mind, Li Kais' mood immediately became cheerful. What are you looking at? Do you think I can't afford to pay? Seeing the cashier's strange look, Li Kais immediately felt annoyed. No. That's not what I meant. The cashier girl hurriedly explained. Li Kais snorted and found a seat. However, when the agreed time arrived, the person Li Kais wanted to see had not yet appeared. This made Li Kais a bit impatient. The cashier girl kept looking towards Li Kais' location, as if afraid he would leave without paying. Half an hour passed. Just as Li Kais was about to fall asleep, two Lincoln cars stopped at the coffee shop's entrance. A middle-aged man, surrounded by 7 or 8 bodyguards, quickly walked into the coffee shop. There weren't many people in the coffee shop, and the middle-aged man immediately noticed Li Kais. Son. The middle-aged man walked over excitedly, tears welling up in his eyes. Li Kais looked so much like him when he was young. There was no mistake, this was his biological son. Are you Mr. Luo Huajun? Li Kais stood up and asked. Luo Huajun first gave Li Kais a hug, unable to contain his excitement. Still calling me Mr. Luo? You should call me Dad. Luo Huajun corrected. His wife had given birth to 3 daughters, but unfortunately no son. It was no wonder that when Luo Huajun learned that Yang Qing had given birth to a son for him, he was so excited. Yang Qing was Luo Huajun's first love, but they didn't end up together for some reasons. However, Luo Huajun still had feelings for Yang Qing, but he never dared to go find her because of his fierce wife. And Luo Huajun's achievements today were also thanks to his wife. But now, Luo Huajun had control over the company and no longer had to act according to his wife's wishes. In any case, he had accepted Li Kais as his son. Dad. Li Kais didn't hesitate and called out. Good son. Luo Huajun hugged Li Kais tightly and said, this time, I will take you and Qinger away. You will live abroad with me. Li Kais reminded, Dad, Mom is in trouble now. All because of that despicable Chen Chen. Li Kais' eyes flashed with resentment. Remembering being beaten by Chen Chen yesterday, he was filled with uncontrollable anger. His fists clenched tightly together. He vowed to make Chen Chen pay. Luo Huajun's expression also darkened. Son, I will find a way to save Qinger. When the time comes, we will reunite as a family. He already knew some of the details. For him, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem. The most important thing now was to find a good lawyer. Li Kais nodded and continued, Dad, all of this is because of that Chen Chen. He even hit me yesterday. He must not be let off. Luo Huajun frowned, Chen Chen? Li Kais explained, he is the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate. Very arrogant. If Luo Huojun is willing to take action against Chen Chen, then Chen Chen will definitely be in trouble. Of course, this is just Li Kai's inner thoughts. Son, don't worry. I don't care who this Chen Chen is, but since he hit you, I will make him pay. Luo Huojun made a mental note of this name. Upon hearing this, Li Kai was overjoyed. He felt that with his father's words, Chen Chen wouldn't be arrogant for long. Luo Huojun turned his head slightly, waved his hand, and remained expressionless. Mr. Luo, what are your orders? His bodyguard beside him understood and respectfully asked, bowing. Go and investigate this Chen Chen. See what background he has. Luo Huojun felt it necessary to investigate Chen Chen before taking action. Yes, Mr. Luo. The bodyguard immediately left. Son, I want to go see Chinger, come with me. Luo Huojun said. Li Kai agreed. Police station. Li Peng has lost his freedom. Being in jail is a certainty. Moreover, all his assets have been frozen, and even hiring a lawyer is a problem. However, what surprised Li Peng was that his wife Yang Qing had actually hired a lawyer. He was very excited, thinking that his wife had a plan. Mr. Li, hello. My name is Zhang Wei, you can call me Lawyer Zhang. It was Ms. Yang Cheng who asked me to come find you. A young lawyer in a black suit sat across from Li Peng. Li Peng was excited. Did my wife come up with a way for me to get out? The lawyer shook his head, no. He took out an agreement from his briefcase. Ms. Yang Qing proposes to divorce you. As long as you sign it, she promises to give you 1 million. Li Peng picked up the divorce agreement and was stunned. The mild expression on his face gradually turned into anger. What does she want to do? Our assets are frozen, where would she get 1 million to give me? The lawyer looked at Li Peng with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Alas, this Li Peng is quite pitiful. He has been wearing a green hat for over 20 years without knowing. I would call you the green hat hero. Mr. Li, you don't need to worry about the money. You focus on being in jail, and when you come out, the 1 million will definitely be given to you. Li Peng gritted his teeth, his emotions stirred. Let Yang Qing come and explain it to me. Why does she want to divorce me? Li Peng couldn't accept it. And under these circumstances, his wife could still come up with 1 million, obviously hiding a secret from him. The lawyer said, Ms. Yang Qing is in the same situation as you. She can't see you. But she asked me to pass on a message. That is, Li Kai is not actually your biological son. Li Peng frowned, slammed the table. What? Li Kai is not my biological son? Say that again. Li Peng was thoroughly enraged. If this wasn't the police station, he would have wanted to hit someone directly. Mr. Li, please don't be so agitated. Indeed, Li Kai is not your biological son. If you don't believe it, wait for a chance to see Ms. Yang Qing and ask her in person. The lawyer said helplessly. After all, he was just a messenger. Li Kai's face twitched, and his body began to tremble. Impossible. No. No. Li Kai struggled internally. Upon further thought, it seemed that Li Kai was indeed not his son. Because Li Kai looked nothing like him. Li Peng had suspicions before, but there was no evidence. However, now he had to accept this tragic fact. Not only was he deceived by Li Kai, but most importantly, Li Kai was not his biological son. Li Peng's breathing became rapid, his face turning red with anger. Yang Qing, you are so ruthless. You deceived me for so long. Li Peng roared loudly. Suddenly, he spat out blood and fainted. As for Yang Qing and Li Kai, they never came to see him. In the evening, Chen Chen received a call from Ling Yor. Mr. Chen, last time I didn't get a chance to treat you to a meal. How about I treat you to supper tonight? Ling Yor hesitated for a long time before making this phone call. She thought Chen Chen would be busy managing the company. Sure, where should we go? Chen Chen happened to be free and agreed. Although living a comfortable life like a salted fish was nice, sometimes it was just too boring. I haven't decided where to go yet. How about deciding later? Seeing Chen Chen agree, Lin Yar was somewhat happy. Okay. Lin Yar smiled, let's just decide like this happily. Mr. Chen, see you tonight. Lin Yar hung up the phone, sat on the soft sofa, feeling secretly delighted. At that moment, Yao Qianxue happened to return as well. Did something good happen to you? You look so happy. Yao Qianxue put down her bag and sat next to Lin Yor. The two of them were best friends who talked about everything in college. Seeing the owner return, the little Pomeranian also happily ran to Yao Qianxue's feet, wagging its tail. Nothing, nothing. Lin Yor said. Yao Qianxue didn't ask further, but said, let me tell you a secret. Curious, Lin Yor asked, what secret? Yao Qianxue said, isn't there a news that went viral in the city these days? A mysterious tycoon bought Nanjing No. 1 for 3.8 billion. Can you guess who it is? Lin Yor pursed her lips. There are so many wealthy tycoons in China, how would I know? Although Lin Yor occasionally followed current events, she wasn't that gossip-oriented. Yao Qianxue said mysteriously, let me tell you, I met that tycoon today. And you know him too. This piqued Lin Yor's interest. I know him too? Yao Qianxue smiled and teased, we saw him yesterday. Guess who it is? There's a prize for guessing right. Lin Yor rolled her eyes at Yao Qianxue, how am I supposed to guess that? Suddenly, she thought of Chen Chen. Chen Chen's identity was not simple, as he was not only the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment, but also owned a commercial street. Buying a luxurious mansion for 3.5 billion, he could indeed afford it. Could it be Mr. Chen? Lin Yor covered her red lips with her jade hand. You guessed it right. Yao Qianxue smiled, let me tell you another thing. Actually, Mr. Chen is also the chairman of Duya Technology. Well, he's my boss now too. Lin Yor looked incredulous. She hadn't expected Chen Chen to have so many identities. Running a film and television company, owning a commercial street, and a live streaming platform. How many companies did he have? For a moment, Lin Yor became even more curious about Chen Chen. How did you know? Lin Yor asked, expressing her doubts. Yao Qianxue excitedly said, today I visited Mr. Chen with the company's general manager. And we even went to Mr. Chen's mansion. You don't know, Nanjing No. 1 is truly the largest mansion in the city. The level of luxury is beyond imagination. Yao Qianxue praised enthusiastically. So, did you meet Mr. Chen? We did. Yao Qianxue talked nonstop, living up to her role as a broadcaster. In terms of eloquence, she was impeccable. After Yao Qianxue finished speaking, Lin Yor said, I've made plans to have supper with Mr. Chen tonight. Do you want to come alone? Yao Qianxue hesitated for a moment and said, it might not be appropriate for me to go. To be a third wheel? She felt that Lin Yor was going on a date with Chen Chen. Lin Yor sighed, what are you thinking? I've only known Mr. Chen for a few days. I just, simply want to treat him to supper. Simply? Well, Lin Yor admitted in her heart that she did have some other thoughts. After all, Chen Chen was so handsome, right? Of course, Lin Yor was just thinking about it. Chen Chen's identity was too intimidating. It would be good enough to make a friend, as for anything else, Lin Yor didn't dare to hope for. Really? I'll go too, how can I miss out on late-night snacks? Yao Qianxue agreed. Lin Yor said, okay, I'll look online to see if there's a better-rated restaurant nearby. Yao Qianxue smiled, no need to look, I know a great late-night snack place. And I go there often. Chen Chen stayed in the hall. A truck carrying a white sports car pulled up to the entrance of the estate. It was the staff from the Silver Sales Center delivering the sports car. Mr. Chen, a truck has arrived outside. They say your car has arrived. Su Yuan found Chen Chen. She also received a call from the security guard outside, informing her of the situation. She came over to ask Chen Chen. Of course, Su Yuan also knew that Silver was a luxury sports car brand from abroad. She just didn't know what car Chen Chen had bought this time. Let them through. Have them bring the car in. Chen Chen stood up, knowing that his silver Komodo had arrived. Feeling a bit excited, he wanted to experience it. Let's go take a look. Chen Chen led Su Yuan towards the main villa's entrance. It wasn't long before the truck drove in. There was also a black Audi sedan accompanying it. The car stopped, and a beautiful woman in professional attire got out of the car. You must be Mr. Chen, right? Hello? The woman walked up to Chen Chen, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. She didn't expect Chen Chen to be so young and handsome, and couldn't help but take a few more glances. The car you bought has been delivered. Can I check it out? The woman had the staff drive the sports car down. It's a silver Komodo. Su Yuan stood behind Chen Chen, recognizing the model of the sports car, and was immediately shocked. Because this sports car was not cheap. It cost over 50 million. Much more expensive than Chen Chen's current Pagani Wind God. Su Yuan looked at Chen Chen's back inside. Mr. Chen is indeed Mr. Chen. Buying this level of sports car is like buying a toy. The silver Komodo had a sleek and beautiful body, painted white, with a sharp front face. Chen Chen walked around the car, liking it more and more. Mr. Chen, here are the car keys. The staff respectfully handed the car keys to Chen Chen. Chen Chen opened the car door, sat inside, and looked around. The interior was extremely luxurious. He couldn't wait to test the performance of this car. From the specs, this car was even better than his current Pagani Wind God. Unfortunately, there was no racetrack nearby. Otherwise, Chen Chen would have to take it to the track for a few laps. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to experience the full potential of this sports car. The woman accompanying him also got into the car and patiently explained the functions to Chen Chen. Chen Chen started the car and drove 2 laps around the estate. Then he drove the car back to the main villa's entrance. Mr. Chen, if everything is okay, please sign here. The woman from the silver sales center handed Chen Chen a form. She also gave Chen Chen her business card. If you have any questions later, you can contact me. Thank you for purchasing our silver sports car. Chen Chen nodded. After a while, the woman drove away. Chen Chen handed the car keys to Su Yuan next to him, parked the car in the garage first. After driving 2 laps, the novelty wore off. But with 2 sports cars, he could switch between them when going out in the future. However, sometimes Chen Chen didn't want to be so ostentatious. Su Yuan felt a bit helpless, got into the silver Komodo, and drove into the garage. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening. Chen Chen received a location message from Lin Youer. Chairman Chen, I'll order some food first. Wait for you to come. Don't forget, okay, with a mischievous expression. Chen Chen replied to the message and headed to the garage. There were 2 sports cars parked in the garage. The Pagani Wind God and the silver Komodo. Each car had its own characteristics. The common point was that they were not cheap. Of course, there were also 8 Maybach GLS cars. In addition, there is also a domestically produced white Wuling Shinshe Mini. Compared to other cars, it seems a bit cute. Chen Chen immediately called the butler Su Yuan over. Mr. Chen, what's the matter calling me over? Chen Chen pointed to the Wuling Shinshe Mini. Is this your car? Let me borrow it for a while. This time, Chen Chen planned to be more low-key when going out. Because every time he went out in a sports car, he attracted a lot of attention. I borrowed it from a friend. Su Yuan smiled bitterly. Mr. Chen, I'm afraid you won't be used to it. Her car happened to have a scratch and was still in the repair shop. So, she borrowed one from a friend. Su Yuan is a local in the Magic City, and she usually goes home to rest when she has nothing to do. Chen Chen smiled. It's okay. The car is just for transportation, as long as it can be driven. Su Yuan, helpless, handed the car keys to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took the car keys, opened the door, and got in. Mr. Chen, drive safely. Su Yuan put her hands in front of her and watched Chen Chen leave. Chen Chen drove out of the estate. Not far behind the Wuling Shinshe Mini was a Maybach GLS. This time, he only brought 4 bodyguards. But it was enough. Since taking the blue pill, Chen Chen's physique has also improved. It can be said that those bodyguards may not even be his opponents. Bringing bodyguards is also a precaution. After more than half an hour, Chen Chen arrived at a late-night snack shop. Lin Youer was already waiting. What surprised Chen Chen was that Yao Chenxue was also there. Mr. Chen. Seeing Chen Chen arrive, Lin Youer and Yao Chenxue both smiled and greeted Chen Chen. Both of them were rare beauties. This smile made all the men at nearby tables look over, stunned and fascinated. Dopamine was being released like crazy. Chen Chen nodded and sat down in front of the 2. Sorry for being a bit late. Yao Chenxue smiled. Not late. We just arrived not long ago. Lin Youer had already ordered a lot of food. But tonight, there were only the 3 of them, so they couldn't eat much. Mr. Chen, Youer and I work in your company. Please take care of us in the future. Yao Qianxue smiled and said to Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled, you are a big star and a famous anchor, you don't need me to take care of you. Lin Yao said, Mr. Chen is joking, I am not a big star. Yao Qianxue added, compared to Mr. Chen's status, we are just on the sidelines. The three chatted while eating. By the way, Mr. Chen, where are you from? Yao Qianxue asked. Jiangzhou. Yao Qianxue looked puzzled, Jiangzhou? Yao Qianxue remembered that Jiangzhou seemed to be a third-tier small city. It seemed like there were no big tycoons there. Mr. Chen, would you like to have a drink? No, thank you. Chen Chen shook his head. He didn't mind, but Lin Yao and Yao Qianxue were girls. It wouldn't be good if they got drunk so late. Until they finished their late-night snack, the three of them left the shop. Did you drive here? Chen Chen asked casually. If they had taken a taxi, Chen Chen could have the bodyguards give them a ride. Lin Yao nodded lightly and pointed to a red sedan on the side of the road. My car is over there. Chen Chen said, okay, then I'll head back first. Drive safely. Goodbye, Mr. Chen. Chen Chen got into the white Wuling Xinche Mini and left. Wow, Mr. Chen is so down-to-earth. He's driving such a low-key car. Yao Qianxue watched Chen Chen leave, admiringly. Look at you, so infatuated. It's late, we should go back too. Lin Yao glanced at Yao Qianxue and said nothing more. The two got into the car and left. The beautiful nightlife had just begun, with people coming and going on the streets, making it very lively. As Chen Chen returned to the estate and passed by a secluded road, something unexpected happened. A dark figure suddenly rushed out. Oh my God! Chen Chen reacted promptly and made an emergency brake. Although the car stopped, he still collided with someone. It was the other party who intentionally bumped into him. Judging by the person's skilled movements, it was clearly a professional scam. As the person fell in front of the car, two more people emerged from the dim roadside. The two rushed forward to check the injuries of the person lying on the ground. I can't believe I encountered a scammer. Chen Chen furrowed his brow. He had often seen cases of scams online before, but he never expected it to happen to him today. Interesting. Generally, the best way to deal with such situations is to stay in the car and call the police. However, Chen Chen had other plans. He wanted to confront these scammers. He opened the car door and got out. At this moment, the Maybach GLS behind him also stopped. The four bodyguards in the car realized something was wrong and wanted to come protect Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen just waved his hand, signaling them not to come over. The bodyguards understood and sat back in the car, but they kept a close eye on Chen Chen's direction in case he was in danger. Kid, can you drive? Now that my dad is injured because of you, how do you plan to resolve this? A young man in a vest glared coldly at Chen Chen. On the ground, a middle-aged man was groaning in pain, holding his foot, looking like he had been hit by a car. Another young man angrily said, Kid, if you don't compensate us with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands today, you won't be able to leave. Chen Chen remained calm and glanced at the three of them. You guys have some nerve. Daring to scam here. The two men's expressions turned cold as they approached Chen Chen. Kid, you injured someone and now you want to slander us? You better compensate us immediately. Their tone carried a hint of threat. They also noticed that there was no dashcam in Chen Chen's car, so they became even more audacious. What if I don't compensate? Chen Chen sneered. Kid, don't think about stalling. Even if you call the police, it won't help without a dashcam. If you're smart, just pay up obediently. If you anger us, believe us, we'll beat you up. The two men frowned as Chen Chen showed no fear. Most people would choose to pay up in such situations. Even if it's not tens or hundreds of thousands, at least offer some compensation. Beat me up? You can try. Chen Chen remained calm. Kid, you're asking for it. The two men were provoked by Chen Chen. They raised their fists and aimed for Chen Chen's chest. Chen Chen didn't dodge but chose to fight back. His movements were faster. Bang! Bang! Chen Chen kicked the two men in the abdomen, causing them to kneel on the ground immediately. The intense pain made their faces turn pale. It hurts. Damn, he's trained. The two men held their stomachs and retreated while kneeling. Kid, don't think you're tough just because you can fight. We won't let you off easily. It's not just about paying up now. Wait for me, I'll call someone. One of the young men took out his phone. Since they couldn't win in a fight, they had to resort to calling for backup. After suffering such a loss, they were determined to make Chen Chen regret it. Calling for backup? Sure, I'll wait. Chen Chen wasn't worried at all. These people were quite interesting, resorting to physical violence when their scam failed. But Chen Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with either. After taking the blue pill, his body was far from ordinary. Besides, he had 4 professional bodyguards behind him. Kid, don't be too arrogant. My cousin will be here soon, and you'll regret it. The angry young man who made the call pointed at Chen Chen. Chen Chen just leaned against the car and didn't say anything. He wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he decided to play along with these people. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. He doesn't seem to be afraid of us. The other young man muttered quietly. Chen Chen was too ruthless, the pain in his stomach made their faces pale. Let him be arrogant for a while. Wait for Brother Lei to arrive, then his good days will be over. The young man snorted coldly. Kid, do you know who my cousin is? I'll scare you if I tell you. He is the famous Fan Lei on Jinning Street, also known as Brother Lei. You better not regret it later. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Brother Lei? This name sounds familiar. Kid, are you scared? Come over now, give us a beating, and pay tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, and this matter will be settled. The young man crossed his arms, looking arrogant. Seeing that Chen Chen was driving a Wuling van, he didn't seem like a wealthy person. So they were not afraid to offend him. In fact, setting up a scam is also a skill. The most important thing is not to target luxury cars. Another important factor is the location of the scam. Chen Chen ignored the 2 young men and took out his phone to play with. And so, 4 or 5 minutes passed. 3 somewhat old black cars rushed to the scene. 8 tall men got out of the cars and walked over aggressively. Leading the way was a bald man with a fierce look on his face. But the most eye-catching thing was his forehead, which was currently covered with a piece of white gauze. Obviously, he was injured there and it hadn't healed yet. Cousin, you finally came. Seeing reinforcements arriving, the young man ran excitedly to the bald man. Who hit you? The bald man asked coldly. It's that guy. The young man pointed at Chen Chen, gritting his teeth. The streetlights on this road were dim, and the bald man couldn't see Chen Chen's face clearly. Wait, cousin will avenge you right away. The bald man immediately led the group over. A group of menacing people. Kid, you're done for this time. You think you're tough, right? Let's see if you can win against us this time. The young man felt triumphant. The group approached Chen Chen step by step. However, when the bald man saw the young man's face under the streetlight, his legs immediately froze. Stop, stop. The bald man's voice also started to tremble, his face looking very unpleasant. He never expected that the person who had beaten his cousin was Chen Chen. Although the bald man didn't know Chen Chen's identity, he could still guess that Chen Chen had a significant background. He was not someone they could afford to offend. Hearing the bald man's words, everyone stopped and looked at him in confusion. Cousin, what's wrong? The young man was also puzzled. The bald man's expression kept changing, he gritted his teeth and turned around. He gave the young man a hard slap in the face. Not satisfied, he kicked the young man's stomach with all his might. Useless, you're going to get yourself killed this time. The bald man remembered the fear of being dominated by Chen Chen at the seafood porridge restaurant that night. He was sweating all over. Cousin, why are you hitting me? The young man was stunned, holding his red face. The bald man was trembling with anger, shouting loudly, do you know who this gentleman is? There was endless fury in his tone. I don't know. The young man was even more confused. With a sudden realization, he wondered if he had offended some big shot. Cousin, who is he? The young man asked cautiously. The bald man slapped him again. Because he didn't know Chen Chen's exact identity, but he was sure that they couldn't afford to provoke Chen Chen. Damn it! You're going to get yourself killed this time. The bald man started to beat the young man wildly. The others watched in bewilderment, all at a loss. What's going on? Wasn't Brother Lei supposed to bring them here for a fight? How come he started by beating his own people? Seeing the bald man's anger, they looked at each other, too scared to speak or ask questions. "Cousin, please stop." The young man was rolling on the ground, begging for mercy. But the bald man showed no intention of stopping. "Do you know who hit me on the forehead?" "It's this gentleman." The bald man roared angrily, looking at Chen Chen. The worrying thing he feared had happened, as Chen Chen was approaching him at that moment. The bald man's body trembled even more violently, and he could only bend over to face Chen Chen. He knew that he couldn't escape this disaster today no matter what. "We meet again." Chen Chen looked expressionless at the bald man. This guy had been beaten up by him last time for harassing Qin Mingjie. Unexpectedly, he was causing trouble again tonight. And obviously, these people were all in cahoots. They probably often engaged in fraudulent activities and were habitual offenders. Seeing that there were quite a few people on the other side, the 4 bodyguards sitting in the car ran over. They stood gallantly behind Chen Chen. The bald man lowered his head and dared not look at Chen Chen at all. This gentleman. "It's all my cousin's fault, it has nothing to do with me." The bald man quickly tried to shift the blame. Chen Chen looked meaningfully at the bald man and asked, "You have nothing to do with your cousin's fraudulent activities?" The bald man shook his head repeatedly, "No, absolutely not." He couldn't understand why his cousin was so short-sighted, to actually target such a big shot. Wasn't that seeking death? Of course, Chen Chen naturally didn't believe the bald man's words. The young man had only made a short phone call, and the bald man and his group had arrived. Obviously, these people had planned it in advance. First, the young man would commit fraud. If that failed, they would call others to threaten and intimidate. Most people would just consider themselves unlucky in such a situation. Unfortunately, this time they had targeted Chen Chen. "Sir, give us a chance. We'll leave right away," the bald man said with a pained expression, trying to negotiate. Although they usually acted arrogantly, they knew their limits. When facing big shots like Chen Chen, who went out with a dozen bodyguards, they couldn't act arrogantly at all. Of course, this time Chen Chen was a bit low-key, only bringing 4 bodyguards. "A chance? I already gave you a chance last time." Chen Chen remained expressionless. The bald man felt extremely anxious. "Sir, what do you want in order to let us go?" "Set a condition." Chen Chen said coldly, "I'll give you 2 choices. The first one, turn yourselves in." These people were habitual offenders, and they needed to face the necessary punishment. I choose the second one." The bald man was sweating profusely. Turning themselves in was impossible. Even if Chen Chen asked for compensation or another beating, he would accept it. Chen Chen smiled and said, "All right. The second choice is, let my men beat you up, then take you to the police station." The bald man's face turned pale. In the end, Chen Chen had no intention of letting him off. It was over. This time it was really over. Although he had some skills, in front of big shots like Chen Chen, he was like an ant. If Chen Chen wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't even have the strength to resist. "Please, give us a chance. I'll leave Shanghai and never do this kind of thing again." Lacking. He almost caused an accident. "Follow me." Li Kai's looked at Chen Chen coldly and emotionlessly. He intended to show his authority. He still held a grudge against Chen Chen for the incident before. He wanted revenge no matter what. In the past, Li Kai's would not dare to trouble Chen Chen. But the situation was different now, he had a powerful backer. Walking up to Chen Chen's car, Li Kai's arrogantly knocked on the car door. "Chen Chen, get out of the car." After some thought, Chen Chen opened the car door and got out. He wanted to see what Li Kai's was up to. "Chen Chen, you hit me that day. You also got my mom into trouble, I need to settle this score with you." Li Kai's face darkened. His terrifying gaze seemed to want to devour Chen Chen. "How do you want to settle it?" Chen Chen's mouth curved into a smile, suddenly interested. Did Li Kai's think he could compete with him based on this? Was he not satisfied with the beating he received last time? "Li, who is this guy? He's driving a Wuling minivan. Li, should I beat him up?" The other 3 stepped forward, wanting to attack Chen Chen. They knew that Li Kai's biological father was a big shot, so they wanted to please him. The young man in front of them seemed to have no background. So they didn't mind taking action. "Not for now." Li Kai's raised his hand, signaling them not to act rashly. Although Li Kai's also wanted to beat Chen Chen, it was obvious that it was not the right time yet. After all, Chen Chen was the chairman of Jianlan Real Estate. So they needed to plan carefully. However, Li Kai's could wait. Chen Chen, don't be too arrogant. You will regret it. Just wait and see. Li Kai smirked and got into the car with the other three. Then they disappeared. What's wrong with him? Chen Chen also got into the car and left. If Li Kai had dared to make a move just now, he wouldn't mind fighting back. But what puzzled Chen Chen was that Li Kai seemed very confident. Did something happen to his family that affected his mind? But it didn't seem like it. With doubts, Chen Chen returned to the mansion. He called the head of the bodyguard over. Mr. Chen, what are your orders? Help me investigate something. Chen Chen felt that Li Kai's might have some backing. So it was necessary to investigate. Knowing oneself and the enemy, one can be prepared for any situation. Next, he gave some instructions to the head of the bodyguards. Mr. Chen, I will investigate right away. Chen Chen returned to the master bedroom, took a hot bath, and then went to bed to rest. As usual, the next day, Chen Chen got up, had breakfast, and then quietly waited for the opportunity to strike. Finally, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Today's flash sale, 60% of West Pasture Group's shares. The flash sale is valid for 3 minutes, please participate as soon as possible, host. It will expire if not used. Chen Chen felt that the system's voice was the most pleasant sound in the world and said, System, flash. Flash sale successful. Tomorrow's flash sale preview, 75% of Baya International shares. With West Pasture Group in hand, Chen Chen was a bit excited. Although it was a company mainly focused on pig farming, it was still good. After all, its market value was over $1 trillion. The product to be flash sold tomorrow had a lower market value. Baya International was a clothing manufacturing company. Also a listed company, with a market value of over 50 billion. Wow! I seem to be not far from becoming the richest man in China. Chen Chen calculated seriously and couldn't help but feel excited. At this rate, becoming the world's richest man was just a matter of time. It felt like a dream. Mr. Chen, 2 people have arrived outside. One of them claims to be the president of the Jinming Business Association and wants to see you. The bodyguard respectfully approached Chen Chen and said, Jinming Business Association? President? It sounded prestigious. Although Chen Chen didn't pay much attention to business matters and had never heard of the Jinming Business Association. Let them in. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Chen decided to meet them. Although he didn't know what they wanted. Now Chen Chen was considered a tycoon, so it wouldn't hurt to make some new acquaintances. Yes, Mr. Chen. The bodyguard left the hall, took out a walkie-talkie, and informed the gate to let them in. Soon, a black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the main villa, and 2 people got out. One was a middle-aged man in a black suit, and the other was a young man with a middle parting. They were father and son. Wow! Is this the mansion worth over 3 billion? Dad, when can we buy one too? The young man looked around with envy. The middle-aged man glared at his son and reminded him, remember to be polite when you meet Mr. Chen. This mansion was the largest in the entire city. Living here meant status. Although they were wealthy, they didn't even have the qualifications to compete. Several tycoons in the city had tried to buy this mansion, but all failed. It could be imagined how powerful the people living here were. Dad, I understand. Pan Changming adjusted his collar and said to his son Pan Wenjie, I found out that Mr. Chen is a young man after all. You young people should have topics to talk about, remember to be quick-witted. Follow me in. Oh, bring those 2 bottles of red wine. With a reminder, Pan Changming led his son into the hall. Inside, it was like a palace. Very big. Very luxurious. We want to see Mr. Chen. Pan Changming said to the maid inside. Mr. Chen is over there, please follow me. The maid led Pan Changming and his son forward. Pan Changming could see Chun Chun from a distance, feeling somewhat excited inside. However, when Pan Wenjie saw Chen Chen, his expression immediately changed. How can it be him? Pan Wenjie suddenly felt his legs not obeying him. Mr. Chen, hello. Pan Changming walked up to Chen Chen, bowed and greeted. I am the president of the Jinming Chamber of Commerce, Pan Changming. bringing a small gift as a token of respect. Pan Chengming looked at his son, indicating to place the 2 bottles of red wine on the table. The 2 bottles of red wine were not cheap, costing tens of thousands per bottle. However, Pan Chengming noticed that Pan Wenjie's expression was not right. "What are you standing there for?" Pan Chengming frowned, reminding him again. Pan Wenjie nervously placed the 2 bottles of red wine on the table and quickly retreated behind Pan Chengming. At this moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was extremely nervous. Chen Shen stood up, glanced at Pan Chengming, and quickly focused on Pan Wenjie. Although Pan Wenjie kept his head down, Chen Shen still recognized him. This guy, wasn't he the young man who followed behind Li Kai's last night, shouting that he wanted to fight him? He seemed to be the most enthusiastic one last night. However, at this moment, Pan Wenjie's face was pale, and he dared not look at Chen Shen at all. "President Pan, hello." Chen Shen walked over and shook hands with Pan Chengming. President Chen is truly outstanding. So young, already the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate, and owning such a luxurious estate. It's truly admirable. Pan Chengming first praised. He speculated that Chen Shen should come from a prominent family in the country. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate at such a young age. I wonder why President Pan is here this time. For what purpose? Chen Shen sat back down. Pan Chengming smiled. "It's nothing major, I greatly admire Mr. Chen. Suddenly visiting, please don't be offended, Mr. Chen." Chen Shen suddenly looked at Pan Wenjie and asked, "Who is this?" Pan Chengming smiled and introduced, "This is my son." Turning his head, he saw Pan Wenjie trembling all over. "Wenjie, what are you doing?" Bringing his son here this time, Pan Chengming also wanted his son to build some connections. Knowing people like Chen Shen would definitely be helpful for his son's future. Pan Wenjie knew he was in trouble. Offending the owner of this estate, his dad would probably kill him. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you last night." Pan Wenjie lowered his head even more, his voice trembling. Last night, he saw Chen Shen was Li Kai's enemy, so he wanted to help Li Kai's. He never expected Chen Shen's background to be so significant. "What? You offended Mr. Chen?" When Pan Chengming heard this, he was instantly furious. He came here this time to please Chen Shen. If they could make a friend, it would be great. But he never expected his son to offend Chen Shen. If they angered Chen Shen, they would all be in trouble. "You unfilial son! Daring to offend even Mr. Chen!" Pan Chengming, feeling frustrated, raised his hand and gave Pan Wenjie a crisp slap. Now, he no longer hoped to befriend Chen Shen. If Chen Shen could forgive them, it would already be fortunate. Otherwise, if Chen Shen got angry, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. "Mr. Chen, it's all my fault for not disciplining my son properly. My son has done something wrong, please don't take it to heart, Mr. Chen." Pan Chengming turned to face Chen Shen, feeling extremely nervous. At the same time, he was also very angry, wishing he could beat his son. It was a mistake to offend anyone, let alone Chen Shen. Big shots like Chen Shen were not someone they could provoke. Chen Shen remained silent, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the terrified Pan Wenjie. Last night, Pan Wenjie was still arrogant and domineering, but today he had changed completely. The slap in the face came too quickly. Pan Chengming, seeing Chen Shen's silence, became even more nervous. "Quick, kneel down to Mr. Chen." Pan Chengming angrily scolded his son. Pan Wenjie was left feeling only fear, not daring to say a word of protest. He immediately knelt down. "Mr. Chen, it's my fault. Please forgive me." Pan Wenjie regretted his rash behavior from last night. If given another chance, he would keep his distance from Chen Shen and never offend him. "What is your relationship with Li Kai's?" Chen Shen took out his phone and started playing with it, asking casually. Pan Wenjie wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "Mr. Chen, I am not close to Li Kai's. We met at a bar, usually just eating, drinking, and socializing." Pan Wenjie knew that Chen Shen had a grudge against Li Kai's, so he quickly distanced himself from Li Kai's. In fact, he only found out yesterday that Li Kai's had a very wealthy father who was the chairman of a multinational company. That's why he tried to flatter Li Kai's and disrespect Chen Shen last night. Little did he know, Chen Shen had an even higher status. Chen Shen asked again, weren't Li Kai's parents arrested? How come he still has money to mess around outside? Pan Wenjie explained, Mr. Chen, you don't know the whole story. Li Kai's previous father was not his biological father. After Li Kai's family was arrested, his biological father came back to acknowledge him. By the way, Li Kai's biological father is the chairman of a multinational company, with assets worth billions. Pan Wenjia revealed what he knew. After hearing this, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect the story to be so dramatic. Li Peng was also a pitiful person, wearing a cuckold's hat for over 20 years without knowing. This also explained why Li Kai's was so arrogant when they met last night. He had the capital to be arrogant. Interesting. Chen Chen thought to himself. Although Li Kai's had turned his life around, Chen Chen still didn't regard him highly. After all, he was a man with extraordinary abilities. Pan Wenjia warned, Mr. Chen, Li Kai's wants to deal with you. You have to be careful. At this moment, Pan Wenjia only wanted to please Chen Chen. Getting Chen Chen's forgiveness was the most important thing. Get up. Chen Chen didn't bother with Pan Wenjia's antics. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Pan Wenjia breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Seeing Chen Chen forgive his son, Pan Changming also felt a weight lifted off his chest. Close call. Mr. Chen, your visit was unexpected. I only brought 2 bottles of red wine. I will invite you for a meal another day. Pan Changming said cautiously with his head down. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Pan Changming and his son bid farewell and left. He knew his son had left a bad impression on Chen Chen, and even if they stayed, it wouldn't have much effect. He could only blame his son for being short-sighted, otherwise, they might have been able to win Chen Chen's favor. Sitting back in the car, Pan Changming grew angrier as he thought about it. He glanced at Pan Wenjie, who was silent with his head down, and raised his hand again to give his son a big slap. It's all your fault. You ruined such a good opportunity like this. Pan Wenjie said with a bitter face, Dad, at least Mr. Chen has forgiven us, hasn't he? Pan Changming said angrily, and you still have the nerve to say that. In addition to causing trouble for me, what else can you do? Pan Wenjie dared not argue, just lowered his head. Who is this Li Kai's? Pan Changming asked with a serious face. Pan Wenjie replied, he is a friend of mine. His luck has turned recently. His father was originally immigrated abroad, but came back yesterday to acknowledge him. According to Li Kai's bragging, his biological father's assets are worth billions. Pan Changming snorted coldly, I think it's fake. Pan Wenjie shook his head, it's true. Last night, we went to Emperor KTV to play, and Li Kai's paid for all the expenses in the store. Oh. I remember now, his father seems to be named Luo Huojun. Pan Changming frowned, Luo Huojun? It's actually him. Pan Changming had naturally heard of Luo Huojun's name. Dad, do you know him? Pan Wenjie curiously asked. Pan Changming nodded, then shook his head. Not really, no, just met him, never worked with him. However, even with Luo Huojun backing him, your friendly Kai's may not necessarily be Mr. Chen's opponent. You must draw a clear line with Li Kai's, do you hear me? Although Luo Huojun is also a figure, the sixth sense of men told Pan Changming that Chen Chen is more formidable. Having become the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate at a young age, Chen Chen must have a terrifying force behind him. People like Chen Chen can only be befriended, never offended. Pan Wenjie asked, Dad, how do you know that Li Kai's can't beat Mr. Chen? Pan Changming recalled the situation in the manor hall just now. Even if Chen Chen just sat quietly there, he would give people immense pressure. You are still young, you can't just look at the surface of things. As for whether what I said is right or wrong, there will be an answer soon. With that, Pan Changming's tone turned cold again. If you have any more dealings with that Li Kai's, I won't recognize you as my son. Pan Wenjie nodded. He felt that it was better not to get involved in such high-level struggles. Not long after Pan Changming and his son left, another luxury SUV arrived at Nanjiang No. 1. Chairman Chen, hello. I am Tan Zhangping, the president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. I brought a small gift, please accept it, Mr. Chen. Tan Zhangping also brought 2 bottles of wine, but his gift was more generous. The 2 bottles of wine together were worth over $1 million. President Tan, please have a seat. Chen Chen looked at the middle-aged man wearing glasses in front of him and made a gesture of invitation. Tan Zhangping had some background, ranking 3rd on the list of wealthy people in Modu. However, Chen Chen felt something was strange today. First, it was the head of the Jinming Chamber of Commerce, and now it was the president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. These presidents seemed to be coming to him in succession. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so young. Truly a rising star in the Yangtze River. Tan Zhengping smiled and sat down opposite Chen Chen. Since it was a visit, the necessary flattery could not be lacking. Chairman Chen, you are already the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Chen Chen smiled. President Tan is too kind. Tan Zhengping didn't beat around the bush and said, Chairman Chen, I came here this time to invite you to join our Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if Mr. Chen is interested. Of course, as long as Mr. Chen agrees to join, you will be the vice president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce in the future. Becoming the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce does not have much real power. But as the saying goes, in the business world, connections are very important. Tan Zhengping invited Chen Chen to join the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce, also because he valued Chen Chen's strength. With Chen Chen's joining, the influence of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce would be greatly enhanced. And Tan Zhengping knew that many chambers of commerce were already eyeing Chen Chen. So he had to act fast. Wuhu Chamber of Commerce? To be honest, Chen Chen didn't know much about this Chamber of Commerce. The IT is not difficult to guess that just now Pan Changming came over, presumably also wanting to invite Chen Chen to join the association. But because of his son's matter, he didn't dare to speak later. Xin Zhengping smiled and introduced, Director Chen, our Wuhu Chamber of Commerce has been established for more than 10 years. The members of the Chamber of Commerce come from all over the country, and they are all prominent figures. Here is some information, Director Chen, you might as well take a look. Xin Zhengping handed a copy of the Chamber of Commerce's information to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took the information and looked at it. Surprisingly, there were quite a few members in the Chamber of Commerce, and they also had a considerable influence in the Magic City. Good, I'll join. Chen Chen agreed. Anyway, joining the Chamber of Commerce would not be bad for him. And he had a hunch that there would definitely be many more Chamber of Commerce people coming to find him in the future. Joining the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce meant that no one would disturb him in the future. Xin Zhengping was delighted, not expecting Chen Chen to agree so quickly. Director Chen, on behalf of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce, I welcome you. Xin Zhengping was excited in his heart, walked up, and shook hands with Chen Chen. Chen Chen's joining the association meant that he would have more opportunities to interact with Chen Chen in the future. In fact, Xin Zhengping was very curious whether there was a powerful force behind Chen Chen. After the documents are processed, I will have someone deliver them to you. Xin Zhengping continued. Director Chen, there will be a banquet at Yipingchuan tonight. Many wealthy people from the Magic City will attend. I don't know if you have time? Xin took the phone and got straight to the point. I want to buy Yiping Pavilion, name your price. The Yiping Pavilion manager was stunned for a moment. In fact, many wealthy individuals had wanted to buy Yiping Pavilion before. Sir, Yiping Pavilion is not for sale, the manager replied. Is that so? Chen Chen didn't quite believe it. Yiping Pavilion couldn't be for sale? What a joke! It was obvious that the price wasn't right. If it's convenient, I'd like to talk to your boss, Chen Chen said. The manager smiled, Sir, that's what our boss wants. The manager patiently explained. Coincidentally, the owner of Yiping Pavilion was right next to her at that moment. Shilian, is there something wrong? The manager called Shilian asked. Well, boss, someone wants to buy our restaurant. Shilian explained. The boss thought for a moment and said, let me talk to him. He took the manager's phone. I'm the owner of Yiping Pavilion. I'm sorry, sir, Yiping Pavilion is not for sale. Chen Chen smiled and said, 1 billion. I'll buy your restaurant and the building. Yiping Pavilion was valuable not just for its brand but also for its land and building. Someone had previously appraised the restaurant owner at 80 million. The restaurant owner was stunned. He didn't million. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, less than 20 million? So cheap. The two female salespersons exchanged glances, feeling a bit embarrassed. A watch priced at over 17 million was considered cheap? They felt a bit offended. Sir, you're joking. Chen Chen shook his head, forget it, show it to me. At this rate of spending, it would be difficult to spend 10 billion. Unless he bought the luxury store directly. But that would be a waste. Even if he wore a different watch every day, he wouldn't be able to wear them all. It seemed he needed to change his mindset. Sir, according to our store's rules, to view items priced over 2 million, you need to verify your qualifications. Chen casually asked, how do I verify? Sir, you just need to provide your identity. Or we can check your bank card balance. Chen did not expect such a rule, so he could only take out his bank card. The female salesperson took Chen's bank card and walked to a computer. Sir, please enter your password. Chen did as he was told. Soon, the balance of the bank card was displayed. When they saw the long string of numbers, the two female salespeople were stunned. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. The female salesperson counted the numbers above. This is actually over 200 billion. I didn't make a mistake, did I? The two of them confirmed again. No mistake, it was indeed over 200 billion. The two female salespeople were completely shocked. 3 billion. Without much thought, Chen transferred the money for the purchase. When this huge sum reached the company's account, the salesperson was completely stunned. Wow! This is real. The other party wasn't joking. Buying houses by the building, indeed poverty limits imagination. Sir, the money has been received. I will process the paperwork for your parents as soon as possible. Chen strolled on the street for a while, then drove back to the estate. He suddenly realized that spending all 100 billion was not an easy task. Where is Butler Sue? Chen returned to the hall and asked a maid. Butler Sue is in the backyard, I'll go call her. The maid respectfully exited the hall. Soon, Su Yuhan arrived. Mr. Chen, did you call for me? Su Yuhan walked up to Chen and asked respectfully. Chen looked at Su Yuhan and said, replace all the cars in the estate. The more expensive, the better. Also, buy some more red wine. Su Yuhan was taken aback. Currently, the estate's cars were all Maybach GLS, each costing over 3 million. Replace them with more expensive ones? What should they be replaced with? Mr. Chen, are you sure you want to replace them? Chen nodded, of course. And, go help me buy 2 private planes. Can't forget the yacht. In short, the more expensive, the better. Su Yuhan was shocked and said, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I'll make a list for you. Su Yuhan brought a notebook and then called to inquire about the prices. Since Chen had said to buy the expensive ones, they had to meet his demands. So, Su Yuhan spent a few minutes listing out the prices one by one. Mr. Chen, I just called. A Gulfstream G650 private jet costs 500 million Huaxia coins. And at the Lursen shipyard, there is a brand new luxury yacht priced at a staggering 20 billion. Of course, there are also yachts with lower prices. Su Yuhan looked at Chen in astonishment. A 20 billion luxury yacht? Is there something even more expensive? Chen was not quite satisfied. If he was going to buy, it had to be the most expensive and the best. There are, but if you want it customized now, it will take a long time. Su Yuhan explained. Chen fell silent for a moment and said, let's forget it, 20 billion it is. Just SOSO. Su Yuhan forced to smile. 20 billion is just SOSO? Probably only Chen would dare to say such a thing. As for the private planes, buy as you just said. Get 2. Su Yuhan nodded and silently noted it down. A yacht, plus 2 private planes, would already cost 30 billion. It's truly unimaginable. And looking at Chen's demeanor, it seemed like he was buying toys. Mr. Chen, you mentioned replacing the cars too. How about Rolls-Royce Phantom? Since Chen said to get the expensive ones, Su Yuhan didn't hold back. How much for one? Chen casually asked. For the high-end version, it's just over 10 million. Su Yuhan had just checked the prices. Okay, buy 10 directly. As for the red wine and such, I'll give you a budget of 1 billion, buy as you see fit. Even if we can't finish drinking, we can still use it for a bath. Okay. Su Yuhan noted it down again. You take care of these things first. Go. Su Yuhan nodded and stepped back. Chen sat on the sofa and browsed the internet again. There were still billions left, what should he buy? He casually saw online that the Nanjiang racecourse was being auctioned. Alright, I'll buy a racecourse, and have some fun when I have time. The starting price for the Nanjian racecourse was 2.2 billion, and the final selling price would definitely be higher. However, Chen Chen was not short of money. It was a good opportunity to go to the auction and see if there was anything he liked to buy directly. After nearly 10 minutes, Su Yuan also returned. Mr. Chen, it's done. 2 private planes can arrive in Modu tomorrow. The yacht will take a bit longer. Su Yuan stood respectfully in front of Chen Chen. Chen Chen nodded, let's go, follow me out. He walked out of the hall. Su Yuan felt puzzled but still followed behind Chen Chen. And so, Chen Chen drove the Silver Bay Lizard out of the estate. Su Yuan sat in the passenger seat, wanting to speak but hesitated. She didn't know where Chen Chen was taking her. But she believed he wouldn't sell her. Since the auction for the racecourse was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Chen was not in a hurry to rush over. The Silver Bay Lizard stopped at a milk tea shop by the roadside. Chen Chen got out of the car and walked into the milk tea shop. Su Yuan followed closely. What would you like to drink? Chen Chen turned to Su Yuan after entering the shop. Su Yuan was stunned. Mr. Chen, you brought me out, just to drink milk tea? Of course not. We're going to the auction later. Su Yuan was still very puzzled and said, okay. She would soon find out why they were going to the auction. They ordered 2 cups of milk tea and found a place to sit down. After spending these 2 days together, Su Yuan was no longer as nervous as before. She could tell that Chen Chen was a more easygoing person and not difficult to get along with. Although Su Yuan was very curious about Chen Chen's identity, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. She just needed to play the role of a housekeeper well. They sat in the shop for a few minutes when suddenly, a man in his 30s walked up to Chen Chen. Looking at Chen Chen, his eyes were full of surprise. Chen Chen noticed him but didn't pay attention. Friend, you are so handsome. Interested in becoming a star? You have great potential. The man walked up to Chen Chen, continuing to size him up with a smile on his face. A star? Chen Chen and Su Yuan looked at the man at the same time. The man smiled, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm actually a talent scout, here's my business card. The man took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took a look and found that the man was from the Qingfeng film industry. Interesting. Digging up new stars actually reached the chairman. Not interested. Chen Chen directly refused. With his current status, why would he go act to make money? Isn't it good to be a lazy fish? Friend, it's such a waste for you not to become a star with your aura. I can guarantee that if you debut, you will definitely attract a large number of female fans. Earning millions a year is not a dream. The man was painting a rosy picture for Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen remained uninterested. Earning millions a year? Please, he makes more than $1 million in a day now. Su Yuan beside him couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Chen Chen was so wealthy, if he wanted to be a star, he would have done it long ago. There was no need for a talent scout to come and dig him up. However, the man was right about one thing, Chen Chen was indeed very handsome. If he relied on his looks to make a living, he would probably steal other people's rice bowls. The man continued, friend, our Qingfeng film industry is a big platform. Once you join our company, you will have the opportunity to work with big celebrities. Just like Lin Yor. However, to his surprise, Chen Chen was not interested at all. Could the other party be a second-generation rich kid? Chen Chen stood up and smiled, my name is Chen Chen, you can check my identity with the company. Seeing Chen Chen about to leave, Su Yuan also stood up. The two walked out of the milk tea shop. Chen Chen? Why does this name sound familiar? With doubt, he sent a message to the company group chat. Has anyone heard of the name Chen Chen? Is it a new artist signed by the company? Someone replied, Chen Chen? There is no such person in the company, right? Wait, this seems to be the name of the company's chairman. Remove the seams, Chen Chen is indeed the chairman of our company. Come to think of it, I happened to see the new chairman in the company last time. He's so handsome. Looking at the messages in the group chat, the man felt extremely embarrassed. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Oh my god. He actually wanted the company's chairman to debut as a celebrity. Now he finally understood why after mentioning $1 million annual salary, Chen Chen showed a disdainful expression. Because he simply didn't need money. He hurried out, just in time to see Chun Chen and Su Yuan getting into a silver lizard, then disappearing. No way! That sports car is actually Chairman Chen's. The man was dumbfounded once again. Chen Chen and Su Yuan arrived at the auction house. Sir, miss, do you know what item you want to auction? Please register. A female staff member led Chen Chen and Su Yuan into the hall. Chen Chen explained their purpose. When the female staff member heard that Chen Chen wanted to auction the Nanjiang Racecourse, she became even more respectful. After all, the starting price of Nanjiang Racecourse was 2 billion. Not everyone had that much money. Sir, if you want to auction the Nanjiang Racecourse, you need to pay 1 billion as a deposit, the female staff member said to Chen Chen. Chen Chen knew the rules of the auction house and didn't say anything. He took out his bank card. Knowing the purpose of Chen Chen coming to the auction house, Su Yuan was also very shocked. Really? Mr. Chen actually wants to buy the Nanjiang Racecourse? You know, if you want to win the Nanjiang Racecourse, you have to spend a lot of money. After paying the deposit, Chen Chen and Su Yuan also entered the auction room smoothly. The auction room was spacious. The lights inside were bright. Because the items auctioned in this auction room were of high value, there weren't many people inside. Although we are now in the internet age, auctions can also be conducted online. But obviously, offline auctions are more reliable. Sir, your seats are here. The staff led Chen Chen to his seat and brought 2 drinks. On the auction stage, a woman in a long dress was explaining a piece of ancient painting. The next items to be auctioned were also antiques. Finally, it was time for the highlight of the afternoon auction. The next item to be auctioned is the Nanjiang Racecourse. This is the largest racecourse in our city, and I believe you are already familiar with it. Starting price is 22 billion. Each bid must be no less than 10 million. Bidding starts now. As soon as the woman finished speaking, someone started bidding. 22 billion and 10 million. The first bidder was a middle-aged man sitting in the front row, slightly overweight. He seemed very interested in the Nanjiang Racecourse. 22 billion and 20 million. Not far from the middle-aged man, a young man in a suit also started bidding. 22 billion and 30 million. The middle-aged man glanced at the young man and continued to bid. 23 billion. When the young man bid 23 billion, the middle-aged man gave up. Because it was no longer meaningful to continue bidding. Even if he acquired the racecourse, there was a high probability of operating at a loss. As for the other people in the auction room, they were just spectators. After all, 20 billion is not a small amount, and the racetrack is not something that everyone can handle. Tang Xiao, congratulations, you've got the Nanjiang racetrack. The old man next to him said. With a smile. Tang Jinhong smiled and didn't say anything. This time at the auction house, he was determined to get the Nanjiang racetrack. 23 billion once. 23 billion twice. 23 billion. Before the woman on the auction stage could finish her words, Chen Chen finally started his bidding. 23 billion 500 million. Unlike others, Chen Chen's bid started at 500 million. The woman on the auction stage was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled and said, "This gentleman bids 23 billion 500 million. Anyone else willing to bid?" At this moment, everyone in the auction room turned to look at Chen Chen. Because Chen Chen had directly added 500 million, which was quite bold. Who is that person? He looks very wealthy. Isn't that obvious? Who here isn't wealthy? I haven't seen him before, but he dares to bid against Tang Jinhong, seems to have some background. Many people were discussing Chen Chen. What? Tang Jinhong frowned, turned around, and looked at Chen Chen, who remained calm. Who is that person? Tang Jinhong was a well-known rich young man in the Magic City. He had never seen Chen Chen before. Tang Xiao, I don't know him either. He might be from out of town. The old man next to him speculated. Tang Jinhong snorted, daring to bid against me, very well. I want to see how much he can offer. Tang Jinhong gritted his teeth and continued to bid. 24 billion. Bidding this amount, Tang Jinhong felt a pang in his heart. He thought he could buy the Nanjiang racetrack for 23 billion, but then Chen Chen unexpectedly added another billion. It was despicable. However, Tang Jinhong still maintained a strong presence. After all, he was a well-known rich young man in the Magic City and couldn't afford to lose face. 24 billion 500 million. Chen Shen leaned back in his seat, looking somewhat lazy. Even his bidding seemed casual, as if he were calling out numbers rather than money. This behavior left Su Yuhuan stunned. 25 billion. Tang Jinhong refused to give up. 25,500 million. Chen Shen remained calm, continuing his bidding. Tang Jinhong's mouth twitched, about to raise his bid. The old man next to him held Tang Jinhong back, advising, Tang Xiao, you can't bid any higher. Mr. Tang only budgeted 24 billion. If you keep bidding, even if you manage to buy the racetrack, it will be a loss-making deal. Under the table, Tang Jinhong clenched his fists tightly. He felt unwilling. Moreover, Chen Shen had not even glanced at him throughout, which hurt Tang Jinhong's pride. 25,500 million once. 25,500 million twice. Sold. Congratulations to the gentleman at table 16. At this moment, others in the auction room were still discussing Chen Shen. This young man is so wealthy. I wonder where this rich young man came from. But judging by Tang Xiao's expression, he doesn't seem too happy. As the racetrack was taken by someone else, Tang Jinhong left his seat in a huff. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on Chen Shen's figure. Zhou Lao, investigate his background later. The old man expressed concern, Tang Xiao, since that young man could easily come up with over 20 billion. He must have some status, let it go. Tang Jinhong said angrily, just investigate, I didn't say we would take action against him. The old man could only nod helplessly. He knew Tang Jinhong's temper. After acquiring the Nanjiang racetrack, Chen Shen was not in a hurry to leave. There was a large amusement park to be auctioned next. Since he had money to spare, he decided to buy it as well. Spending 15 billion, Chen Shen successfully auctioned the amusement park. Calculate for me, including the purchase of planes and yachts, how much money have I spent in total? Chen Shen turned his head and asked Su Yuhuan. Su Yuhuan began to calculate, with a look of shock on her face, and replied, Mr. Chen, it's about 7.3 billion. Chen Shen frowned, really? Just over 70 billion? Su Yuhuan was stunned. At this moment, she really wanted to say, Mr. Shen, can you stop being so extravagant? Over 70 billion, that's a huge sum. Forget it. Housekeeper Su, I'll give you 2.5 billion. Go buy me 2 houses in the school district. Chen Shen added 2 more words, quickly. It turns out that spending money is quite tiring. If he had known earlier, he would have used 10 billion to buy company shares instead. Mr. Chen, 2.5 billion, all for buying houses? Su Yuhuan didn't know what to say. Of course. Chen Shen nodded seriously. The auction is about to end. Chen Shen couldn't think of what else to buy in the short term. Buying 2 houses in the Magic City could also be considered an investment. The most important thing now is to seize the opportunity to make a quick purchase. Okay. I'll go right away. Su Yuhuan nodded and got up to leave. Chen Shen also stood up, planning to handle the procedures first. Sir, please follow me this way. The auction house staff were very respectful, leading Chen Shen to a reception room. Later, the manager of the auction house personally came over. Mr. Chen, hello. I am the manager of this auction house. The manager came in front of Chen Shen, smiling and shaking hands with him. Chen Shen spent over 4 billion at the auction house. Being able to spend so much money, his identity was definitely not simple. So the manager of the auction house did not dare to be negligent. This is the transfer agreement for the racetrack and amusement park. Please take a look. If there are no issues, just sign it. Chen Shen took the agreement in his hand, just glanced at it briefly, and then signed his name. With this, he acquired the Nanjiang racetrack and an amusement park. I can go to the racetrack for fun when I have time. Chen Shen thought to himself. But tonight, he didn't have time because he planned to attend a party. Leaving the auction house, Chen Shen drove back to the manor. Not long after, Su Yuhuan sent him a message. Mr. Chen, I have selected 2 good school district houses. The information has been sent to your email. If it's okay, I'll buy them. Su Yuhuan worked quickly. Chen Shen opened his email and took a quick look. No problem, go ahead and buy them. The most important thing now was to spend the money first. Although he bought a few more houses, he could rent them out if he couldn't live in all of them. Or he could sell them later. Okay. Su Yuhuan replied. You should go to the Nanjian racetrack again and check out the situation there. After saying that, Chen Chen hung up the phone. A few minutes later, the voice of the system rang in Chen Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a random task, spending over 10 billion. Obtained a chance for a quick purchase. Chen Chen only saw the virtual panel of the system rotate for a moment. Then it stopped. The quick purchase item was Complete Mastery of Xingyi Fist. Quick purchase item, Complete Mastery of Xingyi Fist. Note, this item is a skill. A skill? Never mind that for now, system, let me make the quick purchase. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and said. Quick purchase successful. Host, would you like to use the skill immediately? After using it, the host can freely use Xingyi Fist. Without much thought, Chen Chen said, use it. Currently in use, in an instant, Chen Chen felt a rush of martial arts information pouring into his mind. And it seemed like a new strength had emerged throughout his body. He clenched his fist, and many moves appeared in his mind. And he had already mastered these moves. Is this what they call complete mastery of Xingyi Fist? Chen Chen clenched his fist and smiled. Previously, he had taken a blue pill, and his physical strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. And now, he had obtained complete mastery of Xingyi Fist. Chen Chen felt that even if all 16 of his bodyguards were to attack him together, they wouldn't be a match for him. Use completed. Congratulations to the host for becoming a master of martial arts. The system's voice rang out again. Interesting. Chen Chen casually displayed a few moves in the hall. The fist wind howled. With this mastery of Xingyi Quan, he could go out without needing bodyguards in the future. However, Chen Chen still wanted to test the power of this martial art. He immediately walked out of the hall and called the 4 bodyguards over. Mr. Chen, what are your orders? The 4 bodyguards stood respectfully in front of Chen Chen, standing upright. I want to spar with you. The 4 bodyguards looked at each other, not understanding what Chen Chen wanted to do. Spar with them? They were all professionally trained. What if they accidentally hurt Chen Chen? So, none of them dared to make a move. Stop dawdling, come on. Chen Chen took a fighting stance. The 4 bodyguards hesitated, but with determination, they prepared to strike. Since Chen Chen wanted to play, then let's play. However, they had already decided not to use full force. Mr. Chen, we won't hold back. One of the bodyguards rushed forward and threw a punch at Chen Chen. Of course, he intentionally slowed down his speed. Chen Chen shook his head, seeing through the intentions of the 4 bodyguards, and dodged to the side. Then he struck with a powerful punch. The bodyguard was hit in the chest, staggered back a few steps, almost falling down. Mr. Chen, you are truly a hidden master. Their eyes were full of shock. If you don't show some real skills, don't bother coming to work tomorrow. Chen Chen said seriously. The 4 bodyguards glanced at each other, clenched their fists. Since Chen Chen said so, they had to give it their all. They didn't want to lose their jobs. Mr. Chen, forgive us. The 4 of them took turns attacking Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen easily defeated them all. Due to their inability to hold back, 2 of the bodyguards were injured by Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, we are no match for you. You are truly amazing. We admit defeat. The 4 bodyguards looked ashamed, bowing their heads. They had used all their strength, but still couldn't match Chen Chen. As bodyguards, they couldn't even defeat their employer. If this got out, they would be laughed at. You all did well. You can go now. Next month, everyone will get a raise. Chen Chen waved his hand. Although he was skilled, he still needed bodyguards. Thank you, Mr. Chen. With Chen Chen's approval, the 4 bodyguards' faces lit up again. At the entrance of the main villa, 2 maids looked at Chen Chen with admiration in their eyes. Wow, Mr. Chen is so amazing. Yes, if only I had a boyfriend like Mr. Chen. The maids were infatuated. After a simple sparring session, Chen Chen had a better understanding of his own strength. He estimated that even if the world champion boxer came, they wouldn't be his match. Knocking out a cow with 1 punch was nothing to him. In the evening, Chen Chen was having dinner. After finishing her tasks, Su Yuan also returned. After a busy afternoon, she was exhausted. Mr. Chen, everything has been taken care of. She began reporting on the situation at the Nanjian racecourse to Chen Chen. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and eat with me. Chen Chen gestured for Su Yuan to sit down. Mr. Chen, it's not necessary. Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised. She was just a housekeeper, how could she dine with Chen Chen? It's okay, I can't finish all this food anyway. Chen Chen spoke again. Okay. Su Yuan sat down, still feeling a bit awkward. As they ate, she continued to report to Chen Chen. Chen Chen glanced at Su Yuan and said, I have a party to attend tonight, come with me. He needed a female companion by his side. Chen Chen decided to bring Su Yuan along. Going alone would be too dull. And when bored, he could have someone to chat with. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, may I? Su Yuan doubted herself a bit. Chen Chen said, it's okay, we're just going to a party. Su Yuan showed a bitter smile at the corner of her red lips and could only nod. Since Chen Chen said so, she couldn't refuse, right? After all, she was just a worker. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Yuan arranged the vehicle, changed into another outfit, and then arrived at Chen Chen's room. She lightly knocked on the door. Mr. Chen, the car is ready. Can we leave now? Chen Chen opened the door and saw Su Yuan in a white long dress, her black hair styled into a bun. Different from her usual professional attire, she exuded a dignified and elegant aura. I haven't changed yet, please wait a moment. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze and said. Su Yuan nodded gently and asked, Mr. Chen, is this outfit okay? No problem. Chen Chen closed the door, found a suit, and changed into it. It's true that clothes make the man. After changing clothes, Chen Chen looked much more dignified. Let's go. Chen Chen walked out of the room. Su Yuan couldn't help but glance a few more times at Chen Chen's handsome face. Noticing that Chen Chen's clothes were not properly arranged, she called out, Mr. Chen, your collar. Su Yuan quickly walked up and helped Chen Chen straighten his clothes. Smelling the strong masculine scent emanating from Chen Chen, Su Yuan's heart raced. Her cheeks also turned rosy. Mr. Chen, it's done. Chen Chen didn't notice Su Yuan's unusual behavior and walked towards the main villa's entrance. Since it was a party, they couldn't drive themselves. At this moment, 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms were already parked outside the gate. Did you buy this car today? How did it arrive so quickly? Chen Chen asked Su Yuan as he sat in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Su Yuan sat next to Chen Chen and explained, only 3 arrived, the rest may take a few days. Buying 10 cars at once, the store on Sears site didn't have that much inventory. Chen Chen nodded and ordered to depart. When they arrived at the gate of Yipingxuan, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. But since it was a party, time wasn't a big concern. Chen Chen left the bodyguards in the car and walked into the party venue with Su Yuan. Some people are born to be the center of attention. Just like Chen Chen. As soon as he entered the gate of Yipingxuan, he attracted many glances with his handsome face and outstanding demeanor. Of course, Su Yuan was no exception. Standing together, they gave off a feeling of a talented man and a beautiful woman. Who are those two? That man is really handsome, and he doesn't look old. I've never seen them before. No, I have to get the contact information from that young man later. Those gazes lingered on Chen Chen. And many people were speculating about Chen Chen's identity because those who could appear here were not simple. At the same time, Su Yuan had to endure some jealous looks. It was as if she had become the enemy of those girls at the scene. Mr. Chen is here. Tan Zhengping noticed Chen Chen and immediately stopped talking to the people in front of him. He smiled and walked towards Chen Chen. The people who were talking to Tan Zhengping were puzzled. They found that Tan Zhengping was actually going to greet a young man. It's worth noting that Tan Zhengping was a famous tycoon in Modu. He was also the president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. The president is going over. Let's go and see too. The crowd chose to follow Tan Zhengping. Mr. Chen. I thought you didn't have time to come today. Tan Zhengping greeted Chen Chen. Just came to join in the fun. Chen Chen said with a smile. Let me introduce, this is Mr. Chen, who has recently joined our Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. Of course, he is now the vice president of our Chamber of Commerce. Tan Zhengping introduced Chen Chen to the people around him. Hearing Tan Zhengping's words, those people instantly understood. Mr. Chen. Hello. The few people shook hands with Chen Chen one by one, their faces filled with respect. Because they all knew that Chen Chen was the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate and also the owner of Nanjiang No. 1 Manor. Tan Zhengping decided to invite Chen Chen to join the Five Lakes Chamber of Commerce, and everyone in the chamber knew about it. It's just that no one had seen Chen Chen before. "Chairman Chen, come have a drink, what do you say?" In response to Tan Zhengping's invitation, Chen Chen did not refuse. And seeing this scene, the people around were even more shocked. No way! What is the young man's identity? Even Mr. Tan is so polite to him. People were speculating about Chen Chen's identity. And Chen Chen naturally became the topic of discussion at the party. At this time, Pan Chengming and Pan Wenjie were also at the party. Seeing Chen Chen getting so close to Tan Zhengping, Pan Chengming was not in a good mood. Originally, he wanted to invite Chen Chen to join their Golden Ming Chamber of Commerce. But his son offended Chen Chen. Just thinking about it made him angry. "Come with me." Pan Chengming glared at Pan Wenjie beside him. Pan Wenjie lowered his head and naturally didn't dare to say anything. The two of them walked towards Chen Chen like this. "Mr. Chen, hello." Pan Chengming greeted Chen Chen with a thick skin. Chen Chen glanced at Pan Chengming and his son, said nothing, just nodded in response. Before long, someone at the scene also inquired about Chen Chen's identity and exclaimed, "Oh my, turns out that young man is the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate. Have you heard of the largest estate in the Magic City? It's the one bought by that young man. No way, what terrifying background does that young man have?" While the people at the scene were still speculating about Chen Chen's identity, Lin Yao also noticed Chen Chen's figure and immediately showed a look of joy on her face. She walked quickly towards Chen Chen. Today, Lin Yao was wearing a white evening gown, like a holy fairy. When she noticed a beautiful woman standing next to Chen Chen, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but slow down her pace. "Chairman Chen! I never expected you to attend the party." Lin Yao appeared in front of Chen Chen, smiling sweetly. Chen Chen glanced at Lin Yao and smiled, "Just happened to have some time, so I came over." Lin Yao was after all a big star, so her presence here was not surprising. "Who is this?" Lin Yao looked at Su Yuan. She could tell that Su Yuan was Chen Chen's companion, but she didn't know what their relationship was. "I'm the steward of my estate." Su Yuan. Chen Chen introduced Su Yuan to Lin Yao. Su Yuan, upon seeing Lin Yao, seemed a bit excited. "Miss Lin Yao, hello. I'm your loyal fan. You are even more beautiful than on TV." Su Yuan reached out her hand. Although she was also a beauty, in front of Lin Yao, she couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. Because Lin Yao was truly beautiful and elegant, like a fairy above the 9 heavens. Lin Yao extended her fair, jade-like hand and shook hands with Su Yuan. As for Chen Chen, there were naturally many people around him. "Mr. Chen is truly outstanding at a young age. Your future is limitless. We are at your service, feel free. I wonder if Mr. Chen has a girlfriend, this is my daughter." Those people were saying flattering things to please Chen Chen. Some even brought their daughters along, hoping to get to know Chen Chen through this opportunity. And not far away, a pair of eyes filled with hatred were staring at Chen Chen. Detestable Chen Chen! Li Kai drank his wine, his face showing a hint of gloom. He still harbored a grudge over the incident where he was beaten by Chen Chen that day. Seeing the two beautiful women surrounding Chen Chen only made him more jealous. "Chen Chen, you won't be arrogant for long." Li Kai finished his wine in one gulp, his gaze never leaving Chen Chen, just his eyes, a bit scary. "Son, what's wrong?" At this moment, Luo Huojun walked over with his men. Seeing that Li Kai's expression was not quite right, he asked, "Dad, that person is Chen Chen. My mom was harmed by him." Li Kai became angrier the more he thought about it. Following Li Kai's gaze, Luo Huojun quickly noticed Chen Chen as well. He furrowed his brows slightly. He is the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate? Chen Chen does look quite young. But when Luo Huojun saw the many people surrounding Chen Chen, he felt quite displeased. Among the wealthy people present, Luo Huojun's status was one of the top. Although he had immigrated abroad, he still had many connections in the Magic City. Those people were supposed to be flattering him, but unexpectedly, they all went to please Chen Chen. Chen Chen's side was very lively, while his own side was deserted. Yes, that guy is indeed the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate. Li Kai's nodded, lowered his voice, and said, "Dad, I had someone investigate. Chen Chen's parents are just ordinary people. I don't know how he got so lucky to become the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate. He even bought the South River Manor." Luo Huajun became interested and asked, "Is this true?" Li Kai said seriously, "Absolutely true." Luo Huajun looked at Chen Chen's back, squinting his eyes. "Did he hit you?" Li Kai touched on a sore spot, gritted his teeth and nodded. Luo Huajun put his hands behind his back and said, "It seems necessary to teach this Chen Chen a lesson." He wanted to avenge his son. Of course, he also wanted to prove his own existence. Back in the day, he was a prominent figure in the Magic City. But now, it seemed like those people had forgotten about him. This wouldn't do. Li Kai had been waiting for Luo Huajun to say this for a long time. "Dad, I'll go over and teach Chen Chen a lesson right away." Luo Huajun swirled the red wine in his glass, took a sip, and smiled, "Go ahead. I'll back you up from behind." Li Kai immediately took two people and walked towards Chen Chen. A playful smile on his face. Last time he was beaten by Chen Chen, this time he had to regain his face no matter what. As they were about to approach Chen Chen, Li Kai suddenly changed his mind. He decided to provoke Chen Chen by targeting Lin Yor first. "Miss Lin Yor, come over and have a drink with me." Li Kai faced Lin Yor, a hint of a smirk at the corner of his mouth. "I don't know you." Lin Yor glanced at Li Kai, her eyebrows furrowed. "You don't know me now, but you will soon." Li Kai reached out and grabbed Lin Yor's wrist. Looking at Lin Yor's stunning beauty, he suddenly felt a bit unsettled. "Let go of me." Lin Yor's face showed anger as she shook off Li Kai's hand. The attendees at the party were all prominent figures, and they didn't expect such rudeness from the man in front of them. Lin Yor's chest heaved. With anger. "How dare you? Li Young Master asked you to come over and have a drink with him, that's your honor." Li Kai's two lackeys behind him blared. The commotion attracted the attention of the crowd. "Isn't that Mr. Luo's son? What is he doing? It seems like he has taken a liking to Lin Yor." The onlookers started to discuss. But no one dared to interfere, because Luo Huajun was a big shot. Lin Yor realized that Li Kai had a high status and suddenly became at a loss. "Let me tell you, Li Young Master's father is the chairman of Shihang Group. You better apologize to Li Young Master quickly." Li Kai's lackey spoke timely. "Shihang Group is a well-known airline company. And Luo Huajun is the chairman of Shihang Group. Shut up and speak politely to Miss Lin Yor." Li Kai said coldly, pretending to reprimand the people around him. Afterwards, he smiled again and looked at Lin Yor, who looked nervous. Li Kai was very satisfied because this was the effect he wanted. He wanted everyone to fear his identity, including Chen Chen. "Miss Lin Yor, let's have a drink." Li Kai looked at Lin Yor and raised his glass confidently. He seemed to have already seen Chen Chen surrender to him. He felt even more pleased. At this moment, Chen Chen was quietly watching Li Kai's performance. On the surface, Li Kai was harassing Lin Yor, but discerning people could see that Li Kai was here for Chen Chen. Lin Yor was Chen Chen's friend, and he was forcing Chen Chen to step forward. Just as Lin Yor was at a loss, a tall figure stood in front of her. Lin Yor looked up at Chen Chen's handsome figure and felt relieved. It was like a small boat finding a harbor in a storm. "Finally, you show up." Li Kai's face was cold, waiting for this moment. He swore to regain his lost dignity. "Chen Chen, this is none of your business here. You better get lost." Li Kai's eyes darkened as he warned. Chen Chen remained expressionless and bluntly said, "Li Kai, do you feel unsatisfied with the beating I gave you last time?" Hearing Chen Chen's words, the onlookers were shocked. Oh my, Chen Chen had actually beaten Li Kai before. This was going to be interesting. One was the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate, and the other was the son of the chairman of Shihang Group. Both had powerful backgrounds. If they fought, it would be a big deal. "Chen Chen, how dare you bring up the past?" Li Kai clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Being beaten by Chen Chen was a lifelong shame for him. Chen Chen sneered, "I know you have a grudge against me. What's the matter? Come at me." Bullying a woman, what, was as if the highball glass had just been thrown in his face. "You? How dare you hit young Master Li?" Li Kai's two lackeys were full of anger, clenched their fists, and were about to teach Chen Chen a lesson. Bang! Bang! Chen Chen directly threw 2 punches, astonishingly fast. Before the 2 men could even touch Chen Chen, they were hit hard in the chest. They flew back several meters, unable to fight back. This scene was like a movie. It didn't feel quite real. However, it had truly happened. Hiss! Has Chen Chen received training? Those 2 punches were really cool. The onlookers started to get excited again. Chen Chen ignored the people around him, looking down at Li Kai's lying on the ground. His expression was cold. Li Kai's, I have let you go once. I didn't expect you would dare to come looking for trouble again. Li Kai's face twisted, filled with extreme anger. Struggling to get up, he used a tissue to wipe the red wine off his face. Blood was mixed in the red wine. This time, he might be disfigured. Chen Chen, you're finished. Li Kai's pointed at Chen Chen, trembling all over. His voice was filled with endless anger. Chen Chen smirked, Li Kai's, just come at me. I'm not afraid of you. Li Kai's eyes were red with anger. I'm going to kill you. Li Kai's clenched his fists and rushed towards Chen Chen to fight desperately. However, Chen Chen had taken the blue pill and mastered the Xingyi fist. Li Kai's couldn't beat him before, let alone now. Dodging Li Kai's punches, Chen Chen used a sweeping leg technique. Before Li Kai's could react, he was tripped and fell to the ground. He almost passed out from the fall. Gritting his teeth, Li Kai's endured the pain and tried to get up. At this moment, a size 41 foot was already stepping on Li Kai's back. This move wasn't very damaging, but it was extremely humiliating. Chen Chen, I will never forgive you. Li Kai's made a fool of himself in public, his face red. He spouted harsh words. Stop. Let go of my son. Luo Huojun's gaze was dark as he walked quickly towards them. He stopped 3 to 4 meters away from Chen Chen, standing with his hands behind his back. His eyes seemed capable of killing. It was no wonder Luo Huojun was so angry because in his eyes, Chen Chen had gone too far. Beating Li Kai's was one thing, but humiliating him on the spot was like slapping Luo Huojun's face. With Luo Huojun's appearance, the atmosphere at the scene became tense again. Of course, this was just the psychological change of others. Because Chen Chen remained calm, as if Luo Huojun didn't exist at all. Mr. Luo is here. Chen Chen hit Luo Huojun's son, this is big trouble. Luo Huojun has a wide network, Chen Chen might be in trouble. Young people are still too impulsive. The onlookers started to discuss again. Chen Chen looked at Luo Huojun and said calmly, your son is causing trouble outside, if you can't control him, then I will help you discipline him. Luo Huojun snorted and angrily said, when does my son, Luo Huojun, need you to discipline him? You better release my son immediately. At this moment, with Li Kai's under Chen Chen's foot, he felt extremely aggrieved. Dad, please save me. Luo Huojun looked at Li Kai's, then at Chen Chen, and said in a threatening tone, young man, just because you are the chairman of Jianglan Real Estate, doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. I advise you to go outside and inquire about my name. Chen Chen smiled and shook his head. There's no need for that. He knew that Luo Huojun was the chairman of Shihang Group. So what? This Li Kai's had provoked him, and if a fight was to happen, so be it. Very well. Very well. Luo Huojun tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Contrary to his expectations, Chen Chen didn't give him any face at all. It was outrageous. Luo Huojun swore in his heart that he would make Chen Chen regret it. Chen Chen, you better release me now. Li Kai's face was red, still struggling. But he was no match for Chen Chen's strength. All right. Chen Chen smiled and kicked Li Kai's in the waist. With a thud, Li Kai's was kicked and flew out, rolling to Luo Huojun's feet. Son! Luo Huojun was angry but also very worried about Li Kai's injuries. He squatted down, supporting Li Kai's. Dad! Dad, we must not let Chen Chen off. Li Kai's face showed a painful expression, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Luo Huojun nodded firmly. If his bodyguards weren't outside, he would have already taken action against Chen Chen. Injuring Li Kai's in public was no different from slapping Luo Huojun's face. Don't worry. I'll call the bodyguards in right away. Tonight, he had to show Chen Chen some colors, otherwise, no one would take him seriously in the future. Luo Huojun supported Li Kai's, took out his phone, and sent a text message. He would handle this matter in his own way. Chen Chen, you will regret your actions just now." However, Chen Chen remained unmoved. This made Luo Huojun even more angry, with raging fury in his eyes. Suddenly, Luo Huojun also noticed Tan Zhengping standing among the crowd. This person, ranked third on the Shanghai rich list, had some cooperation with him. And there were many people he knew at the scene. However, at the moment, these people were just spectators. They showed no intention of helping him, which made Luo Huojun very displeased and puzzled. Had his influence diminished so much? "Brother Tan, you've been standing on the side for so long. Shouldn't you say a fair word?" Hearing Luo Huojun's words, everyone looked at Tan Zhengping. Tan Zhengping's face showed little expression, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. People started whispering to each other. "I heard that. Chairman Tan has known Luo Huojun for a long time. If he stands with Luo Huojun, then this Chen Chen is in big trouble." "Not necessarily. Didn't you see Chairman Tan chatting with Chen Chen just now? I think Chairman Tan is likely to remain neutral. He might advise both sides to reconcile. Mr. Chen, I'll call the bodyguards in." Su Yuan realized that the situation was not right and whispered softly. If a fight really broke out, Chen Chen might be in danger. "No need." Chen Chen waved his hand, his face still calm. At this moment, Tan Zhengping finally walked out from the crowd and stood not far from Chen Chen. Smiling, Tan Zhengping said, "Chairman Luo, if you want me to speak fairly, then, what your son did was indeed wrong." Tan Zhengping could see that it was Li Kai's who had started the trouble. But that didn't matter. What mattered was whose side to take. Clearly, Tan Zhengping had placed his bet on Chen Chen. "What did you say?" Luo Huojun was furious. He never expected Tan Zhengping to speak up for Chen Chen. What background did this Chen Chen have? Even Tan Zhengping was on his side. No way. Chairman Tan actually chose to stand with Chen Chen. Upon hearing Tan Zhengping's words, the crowd stirred again. No one expected this outcome. Luo Huojun had a wide network of contacts. Was it worth offending Luo Huojun for Chen Chen? At least in the eyes of most people, it wasn't worth it. Tan Zhengping continued, "Director Luo, I think you should really discipline your son properly. Otherwise, he will cause trouble again next time." Luo Huojun's face stiffened. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. He had intended to have Tan Zhengping intervene and pressure Chen Chen. He never expected to be criticized instead. In his heart, Luo Huojun cursed Tan Zhengping's ancestors thoroughly, especially his grandmother who received the most insults. "Mr. Luo, this incident did indeed start because of your son. Mr. Chen did nothing wrong." At this moment, Pan Changming also stepped out from the crowd. Last time, he failed to please Chen Chen because of his son's actions, which made Pan Changming very resentful. Now, he finally found an opportunity to flatter Chen Chen and he couldn't miss it. Although Luo Huojun was more powerful than him, this risk was worth taking. Luo Huojun was so angry that smoke seemed to come out of his 7 orifices. "President Pan, my son was beaten like this, and you're saying Chen Chen did nothing wrong?" One was the public leader of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce, and the other was the president of the Jinning Chamber of Commerce. Both of them sided with Chen Chen, which made Luo Huojun feel a significant amount of pressure. Who exactly was this Chen Chen to have such a big influence? Pan Changming said, "Mr. Chen may have been a bit heavy-handed, but I believe it was unintentional." With these two heavyweight figures speaking up, several others also began to speak in support of Chen Chen. The smart ones had already chosen to stand with Chen Chen. Most people, however, adopted a neutral stance, not wanting to offend anyone. Looking at Luo Huojun and Li Kai's, there was no one by their side. The situation had deviated significantly from what Luo Huojun had anticipated. "President Tan, President Pan, are you planning to have a falling out with me, Luo?" Luo Huojun's gaze was terrifyingly dark. Tan Zhengping said, "Director Luo, I am just discussing the matter at hand. Also, it needs to be clarified that Director Chen is now the vice president of our Wuhu Chamber of Commerce." This statement shocked everyone present. No way! When did Chen Chen join the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce and become the vice president? I heard there are many wealthy individuals in the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. How did Chen Chen, with no apparent qualifications, become the vice president? Everyone was very puzzled. However, since Chen Chen was the vice president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce, it wasn't difficult to understand why Tan Zhengping had spoken up for him. This kid is actually the vice president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce? Luo Huajun's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected Chen Chen to have this additional identity. Could he really not be dealt with today? Just then, the manager of Yapingxuan arrived with security guards. What's going on here? Oh, Mr. Chen, you're here too. The manager saw Chen Chen and quickly walked over to greet him. Chen Chen was the owner of Yapingxuan, so the manager naturally didn't dare to be disrespectful. These two are causing trouble here. Throw them out. Chen Chen didn't want to deal with Luo Huajun and Li Kai's anymore. He had already reprimanded them, and continuing to argue was pointless. All right, Mr. Chen. The Yapingxuan manager nodded. Suddenly, Luo Huajun burst into laughter. His face was stiff, so his laughter seemed somewhat strange. Kid, do you think this place is your home? Chen Chen shrugged. Although this isn't my home, I'm sorry to say that I call the shots here. What did you say? Luo Huajun glared fiercely at Chen Chen. Chen Chen smiled. Sorry, I'm the owner of Yapingxuan. Stirring up trouble on his turf was already being lenient. Seeing the security guards from Yapingxuan approaching, Luo Huajun gritted his teeth and said coldly, very well. I, Luo Huajun, will remember this today. Chen Chen, you hit my son, and I won't let you off. Anyone who supports Chen Chen will have a problem with me, Luo Huajun. The last two sentences were clearly directed at Tan Zhengping and Pan Chengming, with the aim of dissuading them from interfering. However, Tan Zhengping's expression did not change much, because he was not afraid of Luo Huajun. It was Pan Chengming whose brows furrowed. Chen Chen, just wait and see. This was Luo Huajun's final stubbornness. After saying that, he left with Li Kai's. The farce ended with Li Kai's being beaten. However, it was destined to become a topic of conversation for people before and after tea. The party continued. Director Chen, I really appreciate what you just did. Lin Youer felt grateful and became incoherent. Chen Chen found another tall glass, poured some wine, and said, no need to say these things. Actually, that Li Kai's came from me in the first place. Li Kai's chose to harass Lin Youer in order to force Chen Chen to intervene. He just didn't expect Chen Chen to be so violent. He didn't play by the rules at all. That's why he got beaten up. Lin Youer stared blankly at Chen Chen, not thinking that way at all. In her opinion, if Chen Chen hadn't been there just now, Li Kai's would have definitely forced her to drink. Anyway, thank you. Lin Youer lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed. Chen Chen thought Lin Youer was scared and didn't hear clearly, so he said, should I have someone take you home first? Lin Youer shook her head. Director Chen, I'm not in a hurry to go back. All right. Chen Chen didn't say anything more. At this time, Tan Zhengping also walked up to Chen Chen and reminded him, Director Chen, Luo Huajun is one to hold a grudge, so be careful. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Maybe Luo Huajun would use some shady means. I will. Chen Chen nodded. He had a feud with Luo Huajun now. As for how Luo Huajun would deal with him, he would find out soon. If you need any help, remember to let me know. Tan Zhengping raised his glass and clinked it with Chen Chen's. After staying at the party for more than 10 minutes, Chen Chen also left. Lin Youer and Su Yuan followed behind Chen Chen. Miss Lin, I'll have the bodyguard take you home. Chen Chen turned around and looked at the still shaken Lin Youer. Lin Youer didn't refuse. Director Chen, you can just call me Youer from now on. Chen Chen smiled, they're all about the same. Director Chen, goodbye. Lin Youer pursed her red lips, hesitated to speak, and got into the car and left. Later, Chen Chen and Su Yuan also got into the car. Steward Su, was I too violent just now? Su Yuan shook her head, Mr. Chen, you did well. Scum like Li Kai should be taught a lesson. Su Yuan didn't think Chen Chen was violent. On the contrary, Chen Chen's actions just now were really cool. Is that so? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. On the other side, Luo Huajun and Li Kai's had also left. At this moment, the two of them were sitting in the car. The vehicle was driving through a bustling street. The colorful lights shone on their faces, making them look even more gloomy. Son, I was careless this time. Looking at the injury on Li Kai's face, Luo Huajun clenched his fists again. Thinking of what happened at the party, he gritted his teeth even more. Dad, we must not let Chen Chen off the hook. Li Kai's was getting angrier the more he thought about it. He thought that with a bigger backer, he could seek revenge on Chen Chen. But he ended up getting beaten up again. He couldn't swallow this anger. Luo Huajun nodded, rest assured. When the time is right, I will make Chen Chen pay. Tan Zhengping siding with Chen Chen made it a bit tricky for Luo Huajun. Moreover, Chen Chen was the vice president of the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. Once he took action, he would offend everyone in the Wuhu Chamber of Commerce. He needed to come up with a foolproof plan. It would be best to undermine them. But this Chen Chen is not simple, we need to investigate him thoroughly. Luo Huajun had learned his lesson from tonight. Dad, I'll do as you say. At the moment, Li Kai's had no other choice. Luo Huajun said, son, I'll take you to the hospital first. Get your injuries treated before anything else. Let Chen Chen be smug for a while, we will have the last laugh for sure. No words were exchanged that night. The next morning, Chen Chen heard the system prompt sound, which woke him up from his deep sleep. Ding! A wonderful voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind. Today's flash sale item, 75% of the shares of Baya International. Baya International, a company with a market value of over 500 billion. Primarily focused on clothing design and manufacturing, it is quite famous even on the international stage. Chen Chen sat up. When it came to flash sales, he was wide awake. System, flash sale. Flash sale successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 75% of Baya International shares. Tomorrow's flash sale preview, 68% of Jinghao Hotel shares. Jinghao Hotel, a hotel brand that has not yet gone public. It has branches all over China. Although not yet listed, its valuation has already exceeded 700 billion. Not bad. Chen Chen smiled, stretched lazily, and got out of bed. Since the appearance of the system, he had successfully acquired shares in many companies. In just a few days, he had transformed from a 996 office worker to a wealthy tycoon in the bustling city. This feeling was surreal. Stepping out of the room, the maid outside quickly greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Chen. Chen Chen nodded in response and went downstairs for breakfast. Around 9 o'clock, Zhao Kai arrived at the estate. Brother Feng. Oh no, Director Chen. I'm here to report on work. Zhao Kai, dressed in a black suit, exuded a bit of leadership aura. Chen Chen said, no need to report on work. I trust you in DreamClean. I've already transferred the money, you need to quickly establish a market for me. Don't try to save money. Chen Chen wanted to make the most effort to spend money. After all, there was only one investment return card, and once it was used up, it was gone. Losing money could return 10 times the amount, just thinking about it was exciting. Zhao Kai solemnly said, Director Chen, please rest assured, I will not let you down. To expand the platform, a lot of money had to be spent in the early stages. Zhao Kai was well aware of this. It was rare for Chen Chen to hold him in such high regard, and all he could do was to do his own job well. After chatting for a few minutes, Zhao Kai left in his car. Chen Chen stayed in the estate, feeling very bored, so he decided to play games. Around 10 o'clock, he drove to the headquarters of Baya International. Since he had drawn so many shares of Baya International, it was only natural to go and take a look. Although Chen Chen just wanted to be a salted fish, it was still necessary to understand the basic situation of the company. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Chen Chen went straight to the office of the chairman. Director Chen, the general manager happens to be on a business trip. These are the company's financial statements, please have a look. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. Deputy General Manager Yan Shuling stood respectfully by Chen Chen's side and handed him a document. Chen Chen nodded and patiently looked at it for a while. In fact, he just glanced at it briefly. After all, there was too much information, and if he were to look carefully, it would probably take half a day. Seeing Chen Chen put down the documents, Yan Shuling cautiously asked, Director Chen, would you like to call the company's leaders over for a meeting? Chen Chen shook his head and said, no need. Take me to see the company. Okay, Director Chen. Yan Shuling led Chen Chen out of the office. It was the endorser? Yan Shuling remained silent, seeming to confirm the situation. Because of Li Meijuan's influential background, Chen Chen showed no emotion as he walked into the studio. Seeing this, Yan Shuling could only follow helplessly. Stop. You can leave now. Chen Chen went straight to Li Meijun, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Having such an endorser would surely bring trouble to Baya International in the future. So, Chen Chen decided to change the spokesperson. He was not afraid of offending people this way. Li Meijun saw that Chen Chen was unfriendly and frowned. What do you mean? Chen Chen smiled and said, no other meaning, we don't need you anymore. Li Meijun was furious upon hearing this and said, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? Taking off her glasses, she stared coldly at Chen Chen. Chen Chen revealed his identity, I am the chairman of Baya International. I am officially notifying you that our cooperation is cancelled. Li Meijun looked Chen Chen up and down, clearly not believing him. You, the chairman of Baya International? Who are you trying to fool? Li Meijun crossed her arms in front of her, looking at Chen Chen mockingly. Miss Li, please watch your words. Mr. Chen is indeed the new chairman of our company. Yan Shuling spoke up. At this point, she was not afraid to offend Li Meijun anymore. After all, even the chairman had come forward. If she still had reservations, her position might be at risk. What? He is the new chairman of the company? He's so young. The employees in the studio were shocked to hear Chen Chen's identity. Li Meijun frowned again. With Yan Shuling speaking up, she finally believed it. However, she was still very angry about Chen Chen unilaterally proposing to terminate the contract. Even if you are the chairman of Baya International, so what? If you terminate the contract, you will have to pay a penalty. Chen Chen smiled, Miss Li, it seems like you breached the contract first. The shooting date had long passed, but Li Meijun kept delaying and not cooperating. Li Meijun was furious, so what? Let me tell you, my godfather is the chairman of Zhou's film industry. If you dare to terminate the contract, you will never find a spokesperson in the entertainment industry again. The chairman of Zhou's film industry had a strong background. If he spoke, other film companies would indeed give him face. Yan Shuling's expression changed. She had heard some rumors before. Now hearing it from Li Meijun, she was shocked. Offending the chairman of Zhou's film industry would be troublesome. However, Chen Chen remained calm. Finding a spokesperson doesn't require your concern. You can leave. Li Meijun was so angry that her face turned red. You? Fine, very well. You dare to disrespect my godfather, you will regret it. This was Baya International, and Li Meijun couldn't do anything to Chen Chen. Stomping her foot, she left with her bodyguards. But she vowed in her heart that this matter would not end there. Watching Li Meijun leave, Yan Shuling looked somewhat worried. They had offended the people from Zhou's film industry. Director Chen. Chen Chen interrupted Yan Shuling and said, I will handle the spokesperson matter. He had another film company under his name. Finding a suitable spokesperson was a simple matter. With that, he took out his phone and called the general manager of Qingfeng Film Industry. Director Chen, hello. The general manager, Zhang Song, spoke respectfully. Baya International needs a female spokesperson. I will arrange it immediately. Chen Chen wasted no time and said, no problem. I will arrange it right away. Zhang Song was a bit puzzled as to why Chen Chen personally called him for this. But that didn't matter. What mattered was completing the task promptly. Qingfeng Film Industry had many contracted artists, and Zhang Song quickly thought of Lin Yor. Chen Chen personally calling him indicated the importance of the matter. Lin Yor had a good reputation, and she happened to be available. It was most appropriate to send Lin Yor over. With this in mind, Zhang Song quickly called Lin Yor. Upon receiving the task, Lin Yor called her agent and hurried to Baya International at the fastest speed. Chen Chen toured the company as Zhang Song said that Lin Yor had been arranged to come over, but he didn't say much. He was not in a hurry to leave. After waiting for a while, Lin Yor arrived at the company's gate. The spokesperson I was looking for has arrived. Go check at the entrance. Chen Chen said to Yan Shuling in the office. Yan Shuling nodded and left. She was very curious about who Chen Chen would choose as the spokesperson. In addition, she was also worried about offending the Zhou's film industry. So, Yan Shuling walked to the company's gate. When she saw the stunning Lin Yor, Yan Shuling immediately recognized her. Miss Lin. Hello. The company had previously considered inviting Lin Yor to be the spokesperson. But Lin Yor was busy, so she declined. Yan Shuling was shocked at this moment. She didn't expect that Chen Chen would call Lin Yor over with just one phone call. Hello? Is Mr. Chen also in the company? Lin Yor asked with a smile. Yan Shuling guessed that the Mr. Chen Lin Yura mentioned should be Chen Chen and said, yes. Today, Director Chen happened to come to the company for an inspection. Miss Lin, please come in. Hearing Yan Shuling's words, Lin Yara was stunned. Wait, is Baya International also Mr. Chen's company? Seeing Yan Shuling nod, a hint of helplessness appeared on Lin Yara's flawless face. My goodness. How many companies does Director Chen actually have? Qingfeng Film Industry, Hyaming Commercial Street. Duya Technology, Baya International. Chen Chen had too many companies under his name. And these were just the ones she knew of. What about the ones hidden away? No one knew how many more there were. Director Chen is truly a hidden business tycoon. Lin Yara's agent also exclaimed. The two followed behind Yan Shuling towards the office. Director Chen, we meet again. Seeing Chen Chen sitting in the office chair, Lin Yara smiled sweetly. Chen Chen glanced at Lin Yara and said with a smile, Baya International needs a spokesperson, you will sign a contract with Vice President Yan later. She will tell you what to do next. Lin Yara nodded. She went to sign the contract with Yan Shuling. Because they were changing the spokesperson, they needed to make some preparations again. During this time, Lin Yara planned to go out for a meal. Director Chen, would you like to have a meal together? Lin Yara looked at Chen Chen with her beautiful eyes. Sure. Chen Chen agreed. He was also hungry. As for Lin Yara's agent, he did not follow them. When they reached the company gate, Chen Chen took out the key to the Silver Beast Lizard car. The car door opened automatically. Director Chen, did you change your car? Lin Yara looked at the Silver Beast Lizard sports car in front of her in surprise. Chen Chen nodded, get in. Lin Yara wanted to say that they could take her own car, but she thought better of it. So she got into the Silver Beast Lizard. Where are we going to eat? Chen Chen started the car and asked. It's close to Hyaming Commercial Street, so let's go there. Thinking that she would have a shoot later, Lin Yara didn't want to go too far. Okay. Chen Chen drove the car and left Baya International. After 3 or 4 minutes, they arrived at Hyaming Commercial Street. At noon, Hyaming Commercial Street was bustling with people. The two went to a restaurant called Haiwe. The restaurant had a nice environment, and they had eaten together here before. Unfortunately, the private room was no longer available this time, so they had to dine in the main hall. Director Chen, I'm curious. How many more companies do you have? Lin Yara looked at Chen Chen's bright eyes and asked curiously. The man in front of her seemed like a mystery. I'll tell you later. Chen Chen didn't tell Lin Yara. Because there was no answer to this question at all. Probably, only the system knew. Okay. Lin Yara smiled helplessly. Since Chen Chen didn't say, she didn't want to ask further. There would be opportunities in the future to slowly understand. Just then, Lu Mengqing called Chen Chen. She wanted to consult Chen Chen about something. Chen Chen answered the phone, said a few words, and then hung up. Chen Dong, you're also quite busy. Lin Yara looked at Chen Chen, her beautiful eyes smiling. Not really busy. In fact, Chen Chen was more of a hands-off boss. He rarely got involved in company matters. During the conversation, a young man in his early 20s walked in from the restaurant entrance. He was wearing a brown suit and had a Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. It was clear he was wealthy. Suddenly, the young man also noticed Lin Yara, who was dining. Lin Yara was truly too beautiful. In the restaurant, she stood out like a crane among chickens. Lin Yara. He Jiming felt pleasantly surprised and walked over quickly. Yar. I never expected to meet you here. Fate, huh? Seeing his goddess here, He Jiming couldn't be happier. However, when he noticed Chen Chen sitting across from Lin Yara, he furrowed his brows. Was this guy Lin Yara's boyfriend? His handsome face made others envious. He Ji-1. Lin Yara, seeing He Jiming, also furrowed her brows, feeling disgusted. This He Jiming had been bothering her for some time. He was also a second-generation rich kid with considerable influence. Previously, in pursuit of Lin Yara, he often harassed her on the set where she worked. He even sent her many expensive gifts, which she refused. Even in Lin Yara's live broadcasts, He Jiming was a frequent presence. He thought that by spending a lot of money, he could win his goddess's favor. Unfortunately, Lin Yara never paid him any attention. But He Jiming was not ready to give up. He believed that with his sincerity, he would eventually win Lin Youer over. He Jiming smiled. Isn't it beneath you to eat here? I happen to have reserved a private room, why don't we dine together? Dining with his goddess was something He Jiming had longed for. No need. As before, Lin Youer maintained a cold demeanor. He Jiming wasn't angry at Lin Youer's attitude. Instead, he looked at Chen Chen with some hostility. Lin Youer was dining alone with this man. This made He Jiming sense a hint of danger. This man couldn't just be a simple friend of Lin Youer's. Youer, who is this? He Jiming asked tentatively. He's my friend. He Jiming, please don't disturb us while we eat. Hearing Lin Youer's words, He Jiming felt uncomfortable. He thought, could this guy be Lin Youer's kept man? Well, he was handsome and indeed had the potential to be one. But he wasn't bad himself. He couldn't understand why Lin Youer wasn't interested in him. Brother, I'll give you 200,000. Give me your seat. He Jiming patted Chen Chen's shoulder. For him, anything that could be solved with money was not a big deal. Chen Chen looked up and glanced at He Jiming. 200,000? Who did he think he was looking down on? Just as he was about to speak, Lin Youer spoke first. He Jiming, what are you trying to do? Seeing Lin Youer defend Chen Chen at every turn, He Jiming's anger grew. He became more certain that Lin Youer and Chen Chen's relationship was not simple. Brother, let me give you some advice, stay away from Youer in the future. He Jiming lowered his voice, as if warning him. What if I say no? Chen Chen stared at He Jiming, not taking him seriously at all. He had dealt with many rich second-generation troublemakers before. He Jiming sneered, I'm curious, what makes you think you have the right to talk to me like this? Forgot to tell you, my father is the chairman of Brilliant Real Estate. Ever heard of it? Mentioning his father's position, He Jiming was quite proud. Chairman of Brilliant Real Estate? Is that impressive? Chen Chen remained indifferent. He most likes to slap the second generation of the rich. How powerful are you? You can go out and inquire. But I am also very curious, what is your identity after all? He Jiming did not think that Chen Chen was a rich person. Because in the circle of rich people in the Magic City, he knows quite a few. But he had never seen Chen Chen before. Chen Chen casually took a sip of the soup in the bowl and then said, this whole commercial street is mine. What do you think I am? He Jiming was amused by Chen Chen's words. Brother, you are blowing it up a bit too much. And a whole commercial street. His smile suddenly disappeared. Because he saw the Patek Philippe watch on Chen Chen's wrist. Patek Philippe 5002p, worth nearly 20 million. He Jiming's gaze shifted, and he saw the bunch of car keys with the silver lizard on the table. His mouth twitched. The silver lizard he had just seen outside the door, could it be owned by this big shot? Thinking of this, He Jiming felt his legs were a bit unsteady. Wearing a Patek Philippe 5002p and driving a silver lizard. Such a big shot, he might really be the owner of this commercial street. He Jiming's face changed drastically, bending down. Sorry for the disturbance. Wish the big brother and sister-in-law an early birth of a noble child. He Jiming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly left. He Jiming, what do you mean? Lin Youer stood up angrily. This big brother and sister-in-law made her face turn red. Just like a monkey's butt. But He Jiming didn't look back, quickly walked out of the restaurant, and drove away. Originally here for a meal, now he dared not stay any longer. Offending a big shot like Chen Chen, if his father found out, he would probably be hung up and beaten. This guy. Seeing He Jiming disappear, Lin Youer could only sit back down. Forget it, don't mind him, let's continue eating. Chen Chen smiled and didn't take the matter just now to heart. Lin Youer nodded, bowing her head to eat. Unable to help but glance at Chen Chen from the corner of her eye. Just now, that He Jiming was probably scared by Chen Chen's identity. In this way, he wouldn't come to harass her again. It was also a good thing. If only I had a boyfriend like Director Chen. Lin Youer thought to herself. Chen Chen had a special charm that deeply attracted her. Most importantly, being by Chen Chen's side made her feel extremely safe. The sense of security was particularly strong. Thinking about it, Lin Youer remembered what happened last night at the party, when Chen Chen fought Li Kai's for her. Her face couldn't help but turn even redder. Her heart was pounding like a little deer. Was this the feeling of falling in love? Chen Chen, eating, noticed Lin Yuer's unusual behavior. Are you okay? He thought Lin Yuer was uncomfortable. I'm fine. Lin Yuer came back to her senses from her thoughts and silently continued eating. Chen Chen was really outstanding, which made her feel a bit inferior. Maybe Director Chen already has a girlfriend. Lin Yuer shook her head, her face darkening a bit. Soon, the two finished their meal. Because Lin Yuer had to return to the company for a filming task, the two didn't stay long. Director Chen, you go back first. I'll just take a taxi over, it's close anyway. Lin Yuer smiled. It's okay. I'll take you there. Chen Chen planned to go to the Nanjiang Raceway, which was also on the way. Thank you, Director Chen. Lin Yuer got into the car with Chen Chen. When they arrived at Beia International, the two parted ways. Chen Chen drove his sports car to the Nanjiang Raceway, planning to do a few laps on the track. Upon arriving at the gate, Chen Chen called the person in charge of the racetrack. I'm Chen Chen. He directly stated his name. After buying the racetrack, Chen Chen had already sent Su Yuan here to inspect it. However, Chen Chen's understanding of the racetrack only stayed on the information. Mr. Chen, hello. The person in charge of the racetrack greeted anxiously. Because Chen Chen is the current owner of the racetrack. It is said that he spent 2.5 billion to acquire the Nanjiang racetrack. I'm at the entrance. Want to go in and take a look? The person in charge of the racetrack felt a bit nervous, thinking that Chen Chen was conducting a surprise inspection. Mr. Chen, please wait. I'll come out and meet you right away. Chen Chen said, no need, just have the security guard at the gate let me in. I can go in directly, said the person in charge of the racetrack. Okay, Mr. Chen. After finishing the call with Chen Chen, the person in charge of the racetrack instructed the security guard at the gate to let Chen Chen in. Chen Chen was able to enter smoothly. With a value of over 2 billion, the racetrack naturally had a large area. It has professional tracks and has hosted professional races. Many young people who like racing like to come here. As soon as Chen Chen entered the racetrack, he saw many sports cars. Ranging in value from tens of thousands to millions, some of them were modified. In addition to four-wheeled sports cars, there were also motorcycles. Although it was midday, there were still many people at the racetrack. When Chen Chen's silver lizard appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of those young people. Wow, what do I see? If I'm not mistaken, that should be a silver lizard. Wow, a sports car worth over 50 million is here. This is a sight to behold. Some girls in short skirts and shorts widened their eyes, wanting to experience it. The person who can afford such a luxury sports car must be a big shot. I wonder which rich kid it is. People started to speculate. They were all very curious. Meanwhile, the person in charge of the racetrack was already waiting with his staff. When he saw the silver lizard, Luo Yinxin knew that the boss had arrived. This level of luxury car is not something everyone can own. Follow me. Luo Yinxin led a few staff members from the racetrack to greet them. Soon, Chen Chen also stopped the car. He rolled down the window. Mr. Chen, hello. I am the person in charge of the racetrack, Luo Yinxin. I have prepared coffee in the office, please follow me, Mr. Chen. Luo Yinxin said respectfully. Seeing this scene, the handsome men and beautiful women inside the racetrack were even more shocked. No way, even the person in charge of the racetrack is leading people to greet. Could it be that the person in the car is the owner of the racetrack? People began to speculate. Chen Chen ignored the enthusiastic gazes from afar and said to Luo Yinxin, let's go to the office later, I want to go play a few laps on the track. Luo Yinxin smiled, no problem. Track number 1 happens to be empty, I'll take you there. There were several tracks in the racetrack, but some were not open to the public. Luo Yinxin had a car brought over and led the way. Before long, they arrived at the starting point of track number 1. Luo Yinxin patiently explained the track to Chen Chen with a map. Okay, I'll just play around. Chen Chen's driving skills were average, so he just wanted to experience the performance of the sports car. As for those cool driving skills, he had never played before and didn't plan to for now. Without an expert to guide him, it's easy to get into trouble. Okay. Luo Yinxin didn't say much and stepped aside. Soon, Chen Chen set off from the starting point. The silver lizard roared like an arrow leaving the bow, speeding towards the distance. The speed was rapidly increasing. If an ordinary person drove this fast for the first time, they might panic. But not Chen Chen. Perhaps because of the blue pill he took, his hands and feet were more agile. The speed kept increasing. Chen Chen was starting to enjoy the thrill brought by the speed. As he played, he got carried away. He had no intention of stopping. Is that the silver lizard? I really want to experience it. Many young people who play racing cars gathered at track number 1. They stared at the luxurious sports car speeding on the track. Mr. Luo, who is that handsome guy? Some girls couldn't help but be curious and ran to Luo Yanxin to ask about Chen Chen's identity. Luo Yanxin said he is the owner of the racetrack. Although they had already guessed Chen Chen's identity, hearing it from Luo Yanxin still shocked everyone. Oh my god! I heard that the final auction price of the Nanjiang racetrack was 2.5 billion. What kind of person is that young man, to be able to come up with so much money? Luo Yanxin just smiled and said nothing because he also didn't know Chen Chen's exact identity. Chen Chen drove the Silver Bay Lizard on the track for several laps. His driving skills became more and more proficient. But playing racing alone seemed to lack a bit of fun. Nearly 20 minutes passed, and he drove the sports car back to the starting point. There, a large group of young people were eagerly waiting for him, both men and women. The looks they gave Chen Chen were full of envy. At the same time, they also wanted to get a close look at Chen Chen's Silver Bay Lizard. Such a luxurious and beautiful sports car, although they couldn't own it, just seeing it was enough. Many girls at the scene also set their sights on Chen Chen. To them, Chen Chen was a super-rich second generation. If they could be friends with such a wealthy person, they would wake up from their dreams with a smile. As Chen Chen stopped the car, several girls immediately surrounded him. Brother, your driving skills are amazing. Want to play together? Brother, can I have your contact information? Several girls threw flirtatious glances at Chen Chen. The scene can only be described as tumultuous. Sorry, I have something else to do. Chen Chen didn't want to engage too much. Although among those girls, there were two very outstanding beauties, he wasn't interested. Excuse me, sir, are you interested in joining our car club? At this time, a handsome young man squeezed in and asked with a smile. Chen Chen also shook his head. He didn't want to join any club. Now the entire Nanjiang racetrack was his, and he could come to play racing anytime he wanted. Make way. Mr. Chen has other matters to attend to. Don't block the way. Luo Yanxin walked over and said to those people. The girls felt regretful, as they couldn't get Chen Chen's contact information. But there was nothing they could do, as Chen Chen simply wasn't interested in them. Everyone stepped back, but still took out their phones and took a few photos of the Silver Bay Lizard. Mr. Chen, please follow me. Luo Yanxin got into his car and led the way. Before long, Chen Chen arrived at an office. Mr. Chen, have a cup of coffee. Luo Yanxin placed a cup of coffee in front of Chen Chen. Then he handed some information about the racetrack to Chen Chen. Playing at the racetrack wasn't cheap. At the same time, the Nanjiang racetrack had complete facilities and was equipped for various well-known races, both domestic and international. But not everyone could handle the racetrack, as it required a huge investment. After sitting in the office for about 15 minutes, Chen Chen left. Luo Yanxin and the staff saw him off. Shortly after leaving the racetrack, Chen Chen's phone rang. He parked the car by the roadside and answered the call. Director Chen, something has happened. That Li Meijun brought the chairman of the Zhou's film company to the company, saying they want to see you. Yan Shuling sounded very anxious. The chairman of Zhou's film company had a great background, and Yan Shuling didn't dare to offend him. She couldn't handle the situation, so she had to seek advice from Chen Chen. That woman has the nerve to come back? Chen Chen frowned. Yes. The chairman of Zhou's film company just said, let you apologize to Li Meijun. Otherwise, you will regret it. Yan Shuling was very worried. After all, the person they offended this time has a strong background. I will go over to handle it now. Chen Chen didn't say much, he hung up the phone. Apologize? Interesting. Chen Chen remained calm, turned the car around, and headed to Baya International. He actually wanted to meet the chairman of Zhou's film industry. Baya International headquarters, front desk. A man around 50 years old sat on the sofa. He had a flat head, a slightly chubby face, and a hint of majesty between his eyebrows. This person is the chairman of Zhou's film industry, Zhou Jianting. Behind him, Li Meijun stood behind Zhou Jianting with a look of grievance, massaging his shoulders. Godfather. That chairman of Baya International is too much, you must speak up for me. Li Meijun's acting skills were top-notch. She looked pitiful. Nearby, there were several of Zhou Jianting's bodyguards. Zhou Jianting patted Li Meijun's hand on his back, expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Li Meijun continued, Godfather, I have already revealed your identity. But that guy didn't give you any face. Zhou Jianting snorted coldly, rest assured. I will make the other party pay the price. How dare they disrespect him, Zhou Jianting, and bully his woman? Isn't that seeking death? Zhou Jianting wanted to see how arrogant the other party really was. Yan Shuling stood outside the gate, looking very anxious. She didn't know what to do. For now, she could only wait for Chen Chen to arrive. Zhou Jianting sat quietly, took out a pack of cigarettes, and started smoking. After more than 10 minutes passed like this, Chen Chen finally arrived. He parked the car, got out. At this moment, there were still 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked outside the gate. Chen Chen just glanced at them indifferently. Director Chen. Seeing Chen Chen's arrival, Yan Shuling hurriedly went to greet him. Where is he? Chen Chen's tone was calm, no different from usual. At the front desk. Yan Shuling lowered her head, standing behind Chen Chen. Let's go in and take a look. Chen Chen walked in slowly. Yan Shuling followed closely. The moment Chen Chen appeared, Li Meijun immediately became angry. Godfather, it's him. Li Meijun pointed at Chen Chen angrily. Hearing this, Zhou Jianting raised his head. His gaze met Chen Chen's. Zhou Jianting first looked Chen Chen up and down, then smiled, young man, you're not bad. Daring to offend someone like me, Zhou Jianting. Zhou Jianting's expression gradually turned cold. Chen Chen had seen information about Zhou Jianting online and knew he was a big shot in the film industry. Others might not dare to provoke him, but Chen Chen was Chen Chen. Standing in front of Zhou Jianting at this moment, he was neither humble nor overbearing. It's not about bullying. Miss Li breached the contract first, and we at Baya International have every right to replace her. Chen Chen wouldn't indulge a woman who only knew how to throw her weight around. Li Meijun was furious, gritted her teeth, and said, Godfather, look. He completely disregards you. Zhou Jianting's face suddenly turned cold and he said, young man, do you know that Li Meijun is under my wing? Zhou Jianting was not concerned about breach of contract, but that Chen Chen was not giving him any face. So what if I know? What if I don't? Chen Chen could see that Zhou Jianting was extremely protective of Li Meijun. Since he was being unreasonable, there was nothing more to discuss. If Zhou Jianting wanted to play, Chen Chen was ready to accompany him. After all, he was not one to be pushed around. Young man, you really don't know your place. How dare you speak to me like this? Zhou Jianting's gaze darkened. He was extremely displeased with Chen Chen. Outside, everyone treated him with respect. Yet this Chen Chen didn't give him any face at all. Knowing that Li Meijun was under his protection, he still wanted to change the spokesperson. In Zhou Jianting's eyes, Chen Chen's behavior was undoubtedly a provocation. This was something Zhou Jianting could not tolerate. If you have any sense, you better apologize quickly and pay up. Today's matter, I can pretend it never happened. Listen carefully, you only have one chance. Zhou Jianting said expressionlessly. When it came to money, Li Meijun's face showed a smile. Godfather, I want him to pay 10 million. Li Meijun made a bold demand. After all, such a good opportunity shouldn't be wasted by asking for too little. 10 million? A bit low. Zhou Jianting glanced at Li Meijun and shook his head with a smile. Chen Chen also smiled. It was fine that he didn't mention the penalty to Li Meijun, but now these two wanted money instead. What a joke. 10 million is too little, then how much do you want? Chen Chen asked meaningfully. Zhou Jianting held up 5 fingers, at least this much. 50 million. Zhou Jianting wasn't short of money. He just wanted to save face. If he didn't teach these young people a lesson, they might step on his head in the future. Chen Chen smiled faintly, sorry. You won't get a single penny from us. Vice President Yan, contact the company's legal department and prepare to sue Li Meijun. She breached the contract first, we have the right to make her pay the penalty. Since they wanted to play, Chen Chen would play along to the end. Let's see who would have the last laugh. Yan Shuling was stunned. She didn't expect Chen Chen to dare to do this. By doing so, he had completely offended Zhou Jianting. Director Chen, I'll go now. Yan Shuling had no choice but to go. After all, she was just an employee. Godfather, look at them. They want me to pay the penalty. Li Meijun was furious. Zhou Jianting was also angry. He slammed the table heavily and stood up abruptly. Young man, don't go too far. Do you know what the consequences will be if you offend me, Zhou Jianting? Chen Chen just shook his head without saying a word. What a joke. With his system, did he still need to consider others' feelings? I don't offend others unless they offend me. If they offend me, I will definitely retaliate. Very good. Very good. Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older one. Young man, I'm curious, who is your father? Zhou Jianting suddenly suppressed his anger. Chen Hai. Chen Chen revealed his father's name. Chen Hai? Zhou Jianting frowned deeply, feeling very puzzled. In his opinion, Chen Chen was young to already be the chairman of Baya International. It was impossible for him to have no family background. But there was no one named Chen Hai on the rich list of China. The only explanation was that although Chen Chen's family was wealthy, it was limited. Young man, I hope you won't regret what you did today. Let's go. After all, it was Chen Chen's territory, so Zhou Jianting decided to leave first. Dealing with a young man was not a difficult task for him. After saying that, Zhou Jianting walked towards the door. You wait, my godfather won't let you off the hook. Li Meijun glared at Chen Chen, leaving behind those words and quickly caught up with Zhou Jianting. Soon after, Zhou Jianting's bodyguard also left. Chen Chen turned around and looked outside the door, lost in thought. Shortly after, Yan Shuling returned. Mr. Chen, I have discussed with the company's lawyer. Suing Li Meijun, we have 100% chance of winning. After all, she breached the contract first. But offending Zhou Jianting, isn't it a bit of a loss? Yan Shuling expressed her opinion. Chen Chen smiled, it's fine. I've already offended him. Offending once is offending twice is also offending. There's no difference. Seeing Chen Chen so nonchalant, Yan Shuling didn't know what to say. I'll leave first. If there's anything with the company, just call me. Chen Chen yawned, feeling a bit tired. He planned to go back to the manor for a nap. Director Chen, take care. Yan Shuling followed Chen Chen to the gate. Chen Chen got into the car and returned to the manor. He didn't pay too much attention to offending Zhou Jianting. He took a nap in bed until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Chen finally opened his eyes. Comfortable. Chen Chen got up and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Suddenly, the most pleasant sound in the world rang out. Ding! Random task released. Please complete a designated driving task, host. Chen Chen felt that the task issued by the system was really strange. Now even designated driving tasks are coming out. Fortunately, this was not difficult for Chen Chen. Alright. Designated driving it is. Chen Chen immediately downloaded a designated driving app, registered an account, and successfully completed the process. Next, he could start accepting orders. There were not many orders in the afternoon, but Chen Chen was lucky and quickly received one. As he walked out the door, he happened to see the housekeeper Su Yuwan in casual clothes heading towards the garage. Mr. Chen. Su Yuwan also saw Chen Chen and greeted him with a smile. Housekeeper Su, where are you going? Chen Chen casually asked. My mom just called and asked me to come home for dinner. Su Yuwan explained with a smile. Then you should go back first. Su Yuwan curiously asked, Mr. Chen, are you going out too? Chen Chen replied, I have something to do. He did not mention that he was going out to do designated driving. Even if he did, Su Yuwan probably wouldn't believe it. A billionaire like him doing designated driving? No one would believe it. Mr. Chen, then I'll go first. See you tomorrow. Su Yuwan waved to Chen Chen and left. Chen Chen got into the Silver Bay Lizard and set off. When he arrived at the starting point of the order, he was already 2 minutes late. Chen Chen parked the car first, then dialed the customer's phone number. Hello, may I ask? Before he could finish his sentence, an angry voice came through the phone. Are you kidding me? Being late for designated driving. It was a woman's voice. Chen Chen felt helpless and explained, sorry, there was heavy traffic on the road. It was true that he was late. It was normal for the customer to be a little upset. The voice on the phone said, I'll give you a bad review later. I'm at the restaurant entrance, hurry up, and then hung up. Chen Chen put away his phone and quickly rushed over. At the entrance of a restaurant, Chen Chen saw the female car owner. She was a tall and beautiful woman with a graceful figure. She looked to be around 25 years old, with well-maintained skin. She was wearing a white dress with light yellow waves, giving her a charming look. However, she seemed a bit impatient at the moment. Beauty, did you call for designated driving? Chen Chen quickly walked up to the beautiful woman. Your speed is. The beautiful woman with wavy hair was about to scold him. However, when she saw Chen Chen's handsome face, she held back her words. Are you the designated driver? The beautiful woman with wavy hair looked Chen Chen up and down. Her anger disappeared in an instant. After all, they say beauty is justice. I'm really sorry. I made you wait. Seeing the unreserved look in the other party's eyes, Chen Chen awkwardly touched his nose. It's okay. The beautiful woman with wavy hair changed her fiery temper from before and asked in a gentle voice, What's your name? Chen Chen. Chen Chen quickly changed the subject and said, Beauty, where is your car? The most important thing now was to complete the task. And the look in the beautiful woman's eyes made Chen Chen uncomfortable. He just wanted to get the beautiful woman to her destination as soon as possible and leave. The beautiful woman with wavy hair took out a set of Audi car keys from her bag and handed them to Chen Chen. It's in the parking lot. Follow me. The beautiful woman with wavy hair had a bit of alcohol on her breath and a slightly flushed face. She turned around and led Chen Chen to the restaurant's parking lot. Unable to help herself, she occasionally looked back at Chen Chen. It was as if there was some kind of magic on Chen Chen. Chen Chen pretended not to notice and kept his eyes forward. Young man, are you still in school? The wavy-haired beauty was very interested in Chen Chen and continued to find topics of conversation. You've already graduated. Chen Chen touched his nose and replied, So are you doing designated driving full-time now? How much can you earn in a month? The wavy-haired beauty smiled. I'm doing it part-time, today is my first time. Throughout the journey, the wavy-haired beauty kept asking questions, but Chen Chen just casually responded. Before long, the two arrived at a blue Audi car. This is the one. The wavy-haired beauty took the front passenger seat first. Without much thought, Chen Chen also got in and started the car, driving the Audi out of the parking lot. I didn't expect your driving skills to be so proficient. The wavy-haired beauty kept her gaze on Chen Chen's face. It's just a so-so, Chen Chen replied as he drove. Taking advantage of her tipsiness, the wavy-haired beauty became bolder and placed her left hand on Chen Chen's shoulder. Do you want to earn more money? Her hands started to move around. Chen Chen frowned, Miss, please behave. Dealing with such a flirtatious woman, he felt distressed. Seeing Chen Chen's reaction, the wavy-haired beauty smiled and took out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills from her bag. Here's 10,000 yuan. Don't do designated driving tonight. Seeing the situation, Chen Chen felt like she was trying to keep him. I'm sorry. I still prefer doing designated driving. The wavy-haired beauty was not pleased to hear this. What, is my charm not enough? She deliberately teased, playing with her hair. If not, name your price. The wavy-haired beauty started to persist. With her looks, she was confident she could win over a young man who had just entered society. I already have a girlfriend. Chen Chen said, trying to brush off the situation. Even though a beautiful woman was sitting next to him, Chen Chen still couldn't muster any interest. Some cars may look brand new, but the mileage is shockingly high. Especially with women who throw themselves at him, Chen Chen felt even more repulsed. However, in order to complete the task, he had to endure it. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Chen finally dropped off the wavy-haired beauty at a residential parking lot. This short journey was extremely agonizing for Chen Chen. Miss, we've arrived at the destination. Chen Chen quickly got out of the car and handed the car keys back to the wavy-haired beauty. However, the wavy-haired beauty was not ready to let Chen Chen go. Throughout the journey, she couldn't win over Chen Chen. This dealt a blow to her confidence. Young man, come to my place, my bed is big and comfortable. She grabbed Chen Shen's hand and threw a seductive look at him. I have urgent matters to attend to. I'm sorry. Chen Shen pushed away the wavy-haired beauty's hand and quickly left. What a disappointment. Could it be that this guy doesn't like women? I must give him a bad review. Chen Shen left the residential area and hailed a taxi to head back to the restaurant he had just left. His silver giant lizard was still there. As he sat in the car, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned a chance to instantly kill. The item for instant kill is a basic stock market short card. The system's voice echoed in Chen Shen's mind. A stock market short card? System, please explain the purpose of this item. Chen Shen asked with curiosity. The system explained, the basic stock market short card is a virtual item. After use, you can short the stock of any company in the world. And it will actively acquire shares of this company and transfer them to the host. Hearing about this function, Chen Shen was excited. If he used this card to short a trillion-dollar company like Apple, wouldn't he become a trillionaire directly? However, what the system said next left Chen Shen somewhat disappointed. The effect of the basic stock market short card is limited. It is not recommended to use it on trillion-dollar companies. Note, the short effect is somewhat related to the company's strength. The stronger the company's strength, the less obvious the short effect. Please make a reasonable choice, host. Chen Shen rolled his eyes. The system's words seemed to say everything and yet nothing at all. Just say it directly, isn't the final effect explained by this system? It's so profound. System, since there is a primary stock market short card, does that mean there is also an advanced stock market short card in the commodities? Chen Shen thought of this possibility. The host is really smart. Please wait patiently for the follow-up flash sale. Okay. Chen Shen knew there were many good things in the system. To obtain them, he could only wait. Unfortunately, the flash sale opportunities were really rare, which made Chen Shen feel regretful. System, flash. Flash successful. The primary stock market short card has been issued to the system space. Hearing this, Chen Shen entered the system space and saw a shiny little card inside. Which company should I short? After some thought, Chen Shen decided to short Zhou's Film Industry. Zhou's Film Industry is a company listed in the US with a market value of over $1 trillion. Chen Shen wanted to test the effect of the primary stock market short card and also wanted to teach Zhou Jianting a lesson. After making up his mind, Chen Shen immediately silently said in his heart, System, let me use the primary stock market short card. As soon as he finished speaking, the system responded, the primary stock market short card is being used. Please bind a company, host. Zhou's Film Industry. Chen Shen smiled. Binding successful. Shorting process is running. The actual effect is subject to the actual situation, and this system does not guarantee anything. Chen Shen felt speechless. For the first time, he felt that this system was not very reliable. But since he had used the primary stock market short card, he couldn't decide what would happen in the end. It all depended on whether he would receive a pleasant surprise. Sir, we have arrived. The taxi driver dropped Chen Shen off at the restaurant entrance. Chen Shen paid the fare and drove back to the manor in a silver lizard. In the evening, Zhou Jianting and Li Meijun were having dinner in a private room. Li Meijun was not in a good mood. She couldn't enjoy her meal. The thought of being replaced by Chen Shen as the spokesperson made her furious. She was at least Zhou Jianting's person, but Chen Shen didn't give her any face at all. Just thinking about it made her angry. Godfather, that Chen Shen is really despicable. How do you plan to teach him a lesson? Li Meijun didn't want to wait too long. She wanted to see Chen Shen suffer now. Zhou Jianting sneered and said, Don't worry, that Chen Shen is just a brat. He is no match for me. I have sent someone to investigate him. Once we find out everything, I will make him pay. Li Meijun nodded, saying angrily, that guy even wants to sue me and make me pay a penalty. If this gets out, it might affect my acting career. Zhou Jianting took a sip of red wine and said, I will handle this matter. A small chairman of Baya International can't stir up trouble. Li Meijun poured a bottle of Lafite red wine for Zhou Jianting. Godfather, I heard that Baya International has found a new spokesperson. It's Lin Youer. When Zhou Jianting heard the name Lin Yar, he frowned. It's her? Wasn't she hidden by the company? Zhou Jianting remembered that Lin Yar was a contracted artist of Zhou's film industry before. Later, for some reason, she was hidden by the company. Li Meijun explained, her contract period has ended, and recently, she transferred to Qingfeng Film Industry. It seems she is preparing to make a comeback. Zhou Jianting snorted, it's not that easy to make a comeback. I heard that the chairman of Qingfeng Film Industry has changed. I will go take a look tomorrow. Since Zhou's film industry couldn't get it, it could only be destroyed. Zhou Jianting's purpose was clear, to suppress Lin Yar. At the same time, cut off the cooperation with Baya International for Qingfeng Entertainment. Offend Zhou Jianting, and Baya International will never find a spokesperson in the film and television industry in the future. Li Meijun asked, Godfather, are you planning to blacklist Lin Yar? Lin Yar is very popular in Huaxia, and Li Meijun certainly does not want to see Lin Yar rise again. And Lin Yar's beauty also makes her jealous. Zhou Jianting nodded. With his power, shutting down Lin Yar is just a matter of words. In addition, there are some other reasons involved. Zhou Jianting also does not want to see Lin Yar rise again. At this moment, Zhou Jianting's bodyguard opened the door. Mr. Zhou, young Master Zhou is here. Zhou Jianting frowned, didn't I ask him to stay in Yanjing? What is he doing in Modu? Zhou Zhihao is someone who likes to cause trouble, and Zhou Jianting feels very helpless towards his own son. The bodyguard did not speak. Instead, Li Meijun interjected, maybe young Master Zhou wants to have some fun in Modu, young people can't stay put. Zhou Jianting shook his head helplessly and said, let him in. Soon, a slightly effeminate-looking young man arrived at the private room. Dad. Zhou Zhihao bears some resemblance to Zhou Jianting, with fair complexion and wearing Versace, sporting a middle parting. Why are you in Modu? Zhou Jianting said coldly. He had hoped to groom Zhou Zhihao as his successor, but Zhou Zhihao was just too irresponsible. He was always causing trouble. Zhou Zhihao sat down opposite Zhou Jianting and said with a smile, Dad, I invited some friends to Modu to play car racing. You'll be back in a couple of days. Zhou Jianting warned. You better not cause trouble for me, got it? Zhou Zhihao nodded, but he was grinning mischievously. He didn't take it seriously at all. He stayed for dinner together. After finishing the meal, Zhou Jianting left with his bodyguard due to some business matters. What's wrong with my dad? Zhou Zhihao noticed that his father was acting strange and asked Li Meijun. Li Meijun briefly explained what had happened today. After hearing it, Zhou Zhihao let out a cold laugh. Young people these days really have no sense. They dare to offend even my dad. Li Meijun picked up her bag, ready to leave. Suddenly, she remembered something. She walked over to Zhou Zhihao and whispered, Young Master Zhou, there's something you might be very interested in. Zhou Zhihao's curiosity was piqued. What is it? Holding a glass of red wine, suspended in midair. Li Meijun said, Young Master Zhou, if my godfather asks, you must not say it was me who told you. Zhou Zhihao was a bit annoyed. What is it? It's a secret. Spit it out. Only then did Li Meijun say that Lin Yar is also in Modu. She's planning a comeback and has signed with Qingfeng Entertainment. Zhou Zhihao's face darkened, and he slammed the high-footed glass heavily on the table. The red wine spilled out, dripping onto his pants. That bitch. She dares to make a comeback. Where is she? Li Meijun was not surprised by Zhou Zhihao's reaction. Her gaze shifted to a not-so-obvious scar on Zhou Zhihao's forehead. It was caused by Lin Yar 2 years ago. It was because of this incident that Lin Yar was hidden by the Zhou family's entertainment company and had to pay a hefty sum of money. However, Zhou Zhihao would never forget that woman who left an unforgettable mark on him. If his father hadn't warned him, he would have sought revenge on Lin Yar long ago. Li Meijun said, Lin Yar has just become the spokesperson for Baya International. My godfather is preparing to completely shut her down. As for where she is now, I don't know. Zhou Zhihao clenched his fists. Anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't even feel like eating anymore. I'm going to settle the score with that bitch. Zhou Zhihao slammed the table heavily and stood up abruptly. 2 years ago, when he first saw Lin Yar, he was deeply attracted by her beauty. At a banquet, Zhou Zhihao had a little too much to drink and started to make advances towards Lin Yar. Unexpectedly, in a moment of desperation, Lin Yar picked up a vase and knocked Zhou Zhihao unconscious. This incident caused quite a stir at the time. However, Zhou Zihao's father was the chairman of Zhou's film industry, so the public opinion was quickly suppressed. Later, Lin Yao was sidelined by the company and had to pay a lot of money for it. But for Zhou Zihao, this was a disgrace. Li Meijun reminded him, "Zhou, I think you should just let it go. Godfather has told you, you must not cause trouble with that Lin Yao again." In fact, Godfather is already prepared to take action to suppress Lin Yao. You don't need to get involved. Li Meijun is a very scheming person. In fact, she was hoping Zhou Zihao would cause trouble for Lin Yao. This way, Lin Yao would have no chance of a comeback. She knew Zhou Zihao's character, which is why she deliberately said so. "No! I must settle the score with that bitch." Zhou Zihao snorted coldly. A hint of evil flashed in his eyes. Li Meijun pretended to be worried. "Zhou, what if Godfather asks where you went, what should I say?" Zhou Zihao gave Li Meijun a cold stare. "Just act like you don't know." With that, he quickly walked out of the restaurant. Watching Zhou Zihao disappear, a smug smile appeared on Li Meijun's lips. "Lin Yao, oh Lin Yao. You have already offended the Zhou family, why do you still want to make a comeback? Blame your bad luck. Jealousy changes a person's appearance. That's what Li Meijun is like at the moment." Night falls. The neon lights on the streets of the Magic City flicker, bustling with people, showing prosperity. After a busy day at Beia International, Lin Yao finally completed her filming tasks. "Miss Lin Yao, thank you so much." Vice President Yan Shuling breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the advertisement for the new clothing line was done before its launch. Lin Yao had a great reputation, and most importantly, she was easy to work with. For Yan Shuling, who had worked with Li Meijun before, this was deeply appreciated. "No need. I'm just doing this for Director Chen. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now." Lin Yao packed up and prepared to leave. Yan Shuling said, "Miss Lin Yao, we've reserved a table at Yipingchuan. Let's have a meal before you go back." Lin Yao shook her head, "No, thanks. I have to go to Yinjing early tomorrow." Seeing Lin Yao insist on leaving, Yan Shuling added, "Director Chen will be there too." Lin Yao had already turned around, but when she heard Yan Shuling's words, she hesitated. "In that case, I'll go too." Lin Yao said she was really just hungry, not because she wanted to have a meal with Chen Chen. Yan Shuling smiled, "Okay, let's go now." The two of them immediately went to Yipingchuan restaurant. Several executives from Beia International also accompanied them. When they arrived at Yipingchuan, they were led to a private room. Since they had made a reservation in advance, they didn't have to wait long before the waiters started serving the food. As for Chen Chen, he hadn't arrived yet. Director Chen said he'll be here in a few minutes. "Let's wait a bit." Yan Shuling smiled at everyone. Lin Yao didn't say anything, just patiently waited. Suddenly, a figure filled with anger burst into the private room. It was none other than Zhou Zihao, who coldly stared at Lin Yao. Behind him were two young men, who seemed to be wealthy young men as well. "Lin Yao. We meet again." Looking at Lin Yao's flawless face, Zhou Zihao's mouth curved into a sly smile. "Zhou Zihao." Seeing Zhou Zihao, Lin Yao's face changed drastically, her eyebrows furrowed. She remembered the incident from 2 years ago when she had to pay a lot of money for injuring Zhou Zihao, but if it weren't for the decent family conditions, bankruptcy would have been certain. Later on, she was also frozen by Zhou's film industry. She thought that by changing companies after the contract expired, she could get rid of Zhou Zihao. Start over. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zihao still found her. "Lin Yao. I told you I would come after you." Zhou Zihao's face darkened. Over the past 2 years, he had sent people to find Lin Yao. But Lin Yao had gone abroad to hide, and only recently returned to the Magic City. "Zhou Zihao, what do you want?" Lin Yao's face turned pale. She felt even more scared. Being targeted by someone like Zhou Zihao was a terrifying thing. After all, Zhou's film industry was a giant in the Chinese film and television industry. And Zhou Zihao's father was the chairman of Zhou's film industry. His connections were extensive. "What do I want?" "You'll find out soon." Zhou Zihao sneered. He glanced at the people in the box and ordered, "Today, I'm only here to settle the score with Lin Yao. Everyone else, get out immediately." Several executives from Beia International also frowned. They didn't expect Zhou Zihao to say such things. It was a bit too arrogant. Young man, don't cause trouble here. This is Yu Pingquan, one of the executives reminded. Hearing this, Zhou Zhihao snorted. I don't care if it's Yu Pingquan or a Pingquan. I'll count to 3, if you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Zhihao was used to being arrogant, so he naturally didn't care about the people in the box. At this moment, a rich young man behind Zhou Zhihao also stepped forward. You're not leaving, are you? Let me tell you, Zhou's father is the chairman of Zhou's film industry. If you don't leave, you'll bear the consequences. The faces of the crowd suddenly changed. What? His father is Zhou Jianting of Zhou's film industry? What do we do? Upon hearing Zhou Zhihao's identity, the crowd was at a loss. After all, Zhou Zhihao's father was a big shot. They couldn't afford to offend him. What do we do? Everyone looked at Yan Shuling. Among them, Yan Shuling held the highest position. Yan Shuling was shocked and didn't expect Zhou Zhihao's background to be so significant. This afternoon, Chen Chen had offended Zhou Jianting of Zhou's film industry. Who would have thought that now there was another son of Zhou Jianting? With their status, they definitely couldn't confront the other party. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the power. Yan Shuling's mind was racing, thinking of a solution. After a while, Yan Shuling forced herself to calm down and said, Young Master Zhou. I am Yan Shuling, the Deputy General Manager of Baya International. Miss Lin Yar is the spokesperson for our Baya International, and also a friend of our chairman. If there is any misunderstanding. Zhou Zhihao coldly interrupted Yan Shuling. Who's the chairman of Baya International? I don't know. Wait. Baya International? Suddenly, he remembered that it was the chairman of Baya International who had offended his father. Your chairman has provoked my father. I haven't settled the score with you yet. But for now, I don't want to argue with you. Get out now. Tonight, Zhou Zhihao only wanted to teach Lin Yao a lesson. Did you hear that? Zhou Xiao wants you to leave. Believe it or not, Zhou Xiao will bankrupt Baya International tomorrow? 2 rich young men brought by Zhou Zhihao also joined in the clamor. Yan Shuling's face turned ugly. She turned to look at Lin Yor, who was equally at a loss. There was no other way but to inform Director Chen. Immediately, Yan Shuling took out her phone and called Chen Chen. Seeking death. How dare you make a phone call? Don't think we won't hit women. 2 rich young men nearby glared and rushed over to teach Yan Shuling a lesson. Stop. Let her make the call. Zhou Zhihao suddenly changed his mind. He enjoyed playing with others like this, especially seeing the nervousness of the people in the private room. I felt extremely satisfied. He didn't think these people had much backing. With a cold gaze, he walked slowly towards Lin Yor. Don't come over. Lin Yar's face turned pale and she began to step back. Zhou Zhihao sneered, Lin Yar, if you had agreed to be my woman 2 years ago. How could things have turned out like this now? I'll give you a chance, come with me now. Lin Yar shook her head violently. Backed up against the wall, she had nowhere else to retreat. Zhou Zhihao, don't come any closer. I won't go with you. 2 years ago, she had narrowly escaped. But tonight, it was destined that she wouldn't easily escape Zhou Zhihao's clutches. On the other side, Yan Shuling also managed to reach Chen Chen on the phone. Director Chen, something big has happened. Zhou Jianding's son, Zhou Zhihao, has found a pension. It seems he has a grudge with Miss Lin Yar and now wants to take her away. What should we do? Hearing Yan Shuling's words, Chen Chen frowned. These despicable second-generation rich kids again. Can't they let me have a peaceful meal? Calculating the time, the US stock market is about to open. I wonder how effective that junior stock market short card will be. If we can't deal with Zhou's film industry, it will be a waste. First, find a way to stabilize the situation. Don't let him take Lin Yao away. I'll be there soon. Zhou Jianding's son dared to bully his company's contracted artist. Chen Chen couldn't stand for this. All right. I'll do it. Yan Shuling wanted to say more, but Chen Chen had already hung up the phone. Soon, Chen Chen called the manager of a pension to send security guards to stop Zhou Zhihao. Inside the private room, Yan Shuling was also at a loss. She rushed forward and stood in front of Lin Yor. Young Master Zhou, let's talk things out. Zhou Zhihao glared angrily and shouted, I'll king kill you. Raising his hand, he slapped Yan Shuling hard. A clear palm print appeared on Yan Shuling's face. Get out of here, or I'll kill you. Zhou Zhihao was furious and was about to strike again. Other executives saw this and bravely stepped forward to stop Zhou Zhihao. Even though it would offend Zhou Zhihao, they couldn't just stand by. Even a woman like Yan Shuling had stepped up. If they stood by and did nothing, they would lose face as men. Despite trying to stop him, no one dared to lay a hand on Zhou Zhihao. Damn it! How dare they go against young Master Zhou? The two rich kids brought by Zhou Zhihao couldn't stand by and started throwing punches. Chaos erupted in the private room. Lin Yao's eyes were red. Zhou Zhihao, tell your men to stop. Zhou Zhihao angrily said, none of the people in this room will leave today. Those who go against me will not have a good ending. Zhou Zhihao was seething with anger. Stop all of this. Who dares to cause trouble here at a pension? Just then, the manager of a pension arrived with 4 security guards. She had also received a call from Chun Chen and knew that something was wrong. With the arrival of the security guards, Zhou Zhihao and his companions were pulled apart. Looking at the executives from Bayagwo International, their faces were bruised and battered. They were seriously injured. Let go. Do you know who I am? I'll make a pension close down tomorrow. Zhou Zhihao was full of anger and pushed away the security guard in front of him. He glared fiercely at the manager of a pension. The manager coldly said, I don't care who you are. But causing trouble here is not allowed. Zhou Zhihao let out a cold laugh, straightened his collar, and said, how interesting. Today, so many people dare to go against me. Very well, you forced me into this. Zhou Zhihao's face turned extremely dark, very intimidating. Young Master Zhou, don't get angry for now. I'll make a call later and have this pension smashed. The other rich kid beside him was also very angry. Another rich kid with a cold face said, your little Yapingxuan dares to go against Zhou Xiao. Do you know who Zhou Xiao is? You'll be scared when you hear it. Zhou Xiao is the young master of Zhou's film industry. The manager of Yapingxuan's face changed. Zhou's film industry? Of course, she had heard of this company and knew how powerful it was. However, Chen Chen had just instructed her not to let these people cause trouble here. Even if you have status, you can't cause trouble here. Saying this, the manager of Yapingxuan obviously lacked confidence. At the moment, she could only wait for Chen Chen to come and handle it. Starting tomorrow, this restaurant will never open again. Zhou Zhihao was completely furious. Anyone dared to stop him, it was outrageous. Zhou Xiao was very angry. The consequences would be severe. Zhou Xiao, don't be angry for now. Let us handle this. The two rich young men beside him were not willing to miss such a good opportunity. Being able to serve Zhou Zhihao was a sought-after opportunity. Seeing the situation escalate, Lin Yao also started crying. Zhou Zhihao, what do you want in order to let me go? Zhou Zhihao smiled triumphantly, what, are you scared now? Everyone present tonight will pay the price. Just as the words fell, footsteps approached from afar. Finally, Chen Chen appeared at the door of the private room. Mr. Chen. Director Chen. With Chen Chen's appearance, Yan Shuling and the others became excited. It was like seeing a life-saving straw. The disparity in status between them and Zhou Zhihao was such that only Chen Chen could suppress Zhou Zhihao. Chen Chen's gaze swept over Zhou Zhihao and his two companions, then glanced at the executives of Baya International. There was a clear slap mark on Yan Shuling's face. The others were equally embarrassed. Mr. Chen. The manager of Yapingxuan walked to Chen Chen's side. Zhou Zhihao was too influential, so only Chen Chen could handle this matter. You are the chairman of Baya International, Chen Chen? Zhou Zhihao looked at Chen Chen mockingly, not taking him seriously. He couldn't understand how this Chen Chen dared to provoke his father with his status. Chen Chen remained silent, calmly looking at Zhou Zhihao. Zhou Zhihao said coldly, you are really bold. Daring to offend my father. What, do you want someone to help you now? The manager of Yapingxuan reminded from the side, Mr. Chen, this person has a big background. His father is the chairman of Zhou's film industry. Chen Chen said calmly, I already know. Daring to cause trouble on his territory, Chen Chen was determined to teach Zhou Zhihao a lesson today. Zhou Xiao is talking to you. Are you deaf? One of the rich young men next to Zhou Zhihao couldn't stand it anymore, pointing at Chen Chen and scolding. Which dog is barking here? Chen Chen glanced lightly at the rich young man. You? How dare you insult me? The rich young man's mouth twitched, obviously angered by Chen Chen's words. He walked quickly towards Chen Chen, as if to teach him a lesson. However, at that moment, four imposing bodyguards also walked in from outside the private room, standing behind Chen Chen. The rich young man didn't take it seriously, thinking that with Zhou Zhihao present, Chen Chen wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. Are bodyguards impressive? The rich young man clenched his fists tightly and punched towards Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen's right foot was faster. With a scream, the rich young man's abdomen was heavily kicked, causing him to kneel on the ground. Teach him a lesson. Chen Chen said indifferently to the bodyguards behind him. The four bodyguards didn't hesitate and rushed to beat the rich young man. The room echoed with screams. The scene was extremely brutal. Chen Chen, stop your men. Zhou Shihao's face darkened. He didn't expect Chen Chen to lay hands on his people. This was clearly not taking him seriously. Outrageous. This was really going too far. You are seeking death. Seeing Chen Chen ignoring him, Zhou Zhihao was furious to the extreme. Picking up a bottle of red wine from the dining table, he rushed towards Chen Chen. A tiger does not show its might, treating me like a sick cat. The wine bottle was raised high and smashed towards Chen Chen's head. Chen Dong, be careful. Seeing Zhou Zhihao make a move against Chen Chen, Lin Yao looked worried and immediately shouted. Smack! Curious. Director Chen, Zhou Jianting is quite influential. Lin Yao felt worried for Chen Chen. Zhou Jianting is a person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance and is extremely protective. Offending such a person is a very troublesome matter. I know what I'm doing. Chen Chen's face remained calm. Zhou Jianting is a figure, but he's not to be trifled with. Seeing Chen Chen's confident face, Lin Yao gradually calmed down. Since Chen Chen said so, she believed he had a way to deal with Zhou Jianting. In Lin Yao's view, Chen Chen was not a reckless person. At the same time, Lin Yao was also very touched. In any case, Chen Chen had stood up for her now. If Chen Chen hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As a weak woman, she couldn't have fought against Zhou Zhihao. By the way, why did Zhou Zhihao take you away? Chen Chen asked Lin Yao. Lin Yao sighed and recounted what had happened 2 years ago. At that time, Lin Yao had just debuted and reached the peak of her career. Zhou Zhihao lusted after Lin Yao's beauty and had ulterior motives. When Lin Yao resisted, she injured Zhou Zhihao. Later, she was naturally hidden by the company. Lin Yao was afraid of Zhou Zhihao's retaliation, so she hid abroad for a long time. After hearing Lin Yao's story, Chen Chen finally understood why Lin Yao had been missing for so long. It was because she had offended the Zhou family. And tonight, Zhou Zhihao coming to cause, see how. Smack! Zhou Zhihao was furious and slapped the rich young man hard. I was beaten so badly inside, and you just stood by and watched. Among the three, this guy was the most cowardly, so he didn't get beaten. The rich young man covered his face and explained, young Zhou, that Chen Chen had bodyguards with him. Even if I helped, it wouldn't have made a difference. I was afraid they would be too ruthless, and there wouldn't be anyone to take you to the hospital later. So? Zhou Zhihao gritted his teeth and slapped the other person again. Shut up. You're just a coward, making excuses. Zhou Zhihao was full of anger. It was the first time he had been beaten so badly in his life. He was determined to seek revenge no matter what. But with his abilities, he couldn't do anything to Chen Chen. After all, Chen Chen was also the chairman of Baya International. Unless, his father stepped in. But Zhou Jianting had warned him before not to cause trouble for Lin Yao again. If his father found out about tonight's incident, he might praise him instead? What should he do? Zhou Zhihao couldn't think of a solution in the short term. Could he only endure it? Zhou Zhihao gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling. And backing down was not his style. At this moment, hands behind his back and called the bodyguards at the door over. Contact the most influential media in Magic City. Release the news of my son being injured by Chen Chen. Then spend money to hire some internet water army. I want to humiliate that Chen Chen. Occupying the high ground of public opinion would make it much easier to deal with Chen Chen. Yes, Mr. Zhou. The bodyguard immediately went to make arrangements. However, what Zhou Jianting didn't know was that his son was already doing the same. When it came to dealing with Chen Chen, Zhou Zhihao had inherited his father's true skills. Son. Leave it to me next. That Chen Chen won't be arrogant for long. Zhou Zhihao suppressed his excitement and nodded. Chen Chen, oh Chen Chen. You think you're so great? I will pay you back 100-fold. Zhou Jianting patted Zhou Zhihao's shoulder lightly and left the ward. Using public opinion was just his first step in dealing with Chen Chen. There were other means to come. Standing outside the ward, Zhou Jianting had a pensive look on his face. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Zhou Jianting was annoyed, but still took out his phone and answered it. What's up? The voice on the phone said, Director Zhou. Just now, there have been many negative reports about our Zhou's film industry online. The call was from Zhou Jianting's assistant. Zhou Jianting said impatiently, Is it necessary for me to teach you such a simple matter? Let the PR department handle it. The assistant explained, Director Zhou, the situation may be a bit serious. I found out that 2 overseas short-selling institutions are behind this. Hearing the assistant's words, Zhou Jianting frowned. Short-selling institutions, he thought, could it be that Zhou's film industry was targeted by those short-selling institutions? However, just 2 of them couldn't pose a threat. At this time, the US stock market was just opening. The assistant continued, Director Zhou, our stock is also falling. At this rate. Zhou Jianting interrupted the assistant and said, You figure out the PR first. I'll handle the rest. With that, he hung up the phone. Zhou Jianting didn't pay too much attention to this matter because the company had been targeted by overseas institutions before. But it always ended with Zhou's film industry coming out on top. This time would be no exception. Just 2 institutions dared to short Zhou's film industry. Naive. However, this incident still made Zhou Jianting feel inexplicably annoyed. Right now, he just wanted to deal with Chen Chen as soon as possible, but unexpectedly, there was a new development at this time. Deal with one thing at a time. First deal with Chen Chen. Zhou Jianting felt that even if the company's stock price fell, it wouldn't drop too low. He took out a cigar and lit it. The most important thing now was to deal with Chen Chen. Sir, you can't smoke here. A passing nurse frowned and reminded Zhou Jianting. What? Do you want to be fined? Zhou Jianting snorted coldly, leaving 2 bodyguards behind and taking the rest with him. In the private room of Yipingxuan. Lin Yara didn't have much of an appetite and didn't eat much. Instead, she drank a few more glasses of red wine with Chen Chen. Lin Yara couldn't handle the alcohol well, her cheeks flushed. You can't hold your liquor, so don't drink too much. Chen Chen glanced at Lin Yara and advised. Mr. Chen, it's okay. Lin Yara smiled. Chen Chen shook his head helplessly, finished his meal, and then left Yipingxuan with Lin Yara. I'll take you home. Seeing Lin Yara was a bit drunk, Chen Chen was worried. Lin Yara was silent for a moment and said, Mr. Chen, can I stay at your place tonight? Don't get me wrong, my friend just moved out, so I'm the only one at home. So? I'm a little scared. Lin Yara was afraid that Zhou Zhihao would retaliate. Chen Chen asked with a puzzled look, Don't you have a bodyguard? In theory, with Lin Yara's reputation, there should be bodyguards around her. Lin Yara explained, Yes. But I'm afraid I can't handle Zhou Zhihao. Chen Chen thought for a moment and said, That's fine, you come back to the manor with me. Even if Zhou Zhihao is powerful, he wouldn't dare to come to the manor and cause trouble. Once this matter is resolved, Lin Yara won't have to worry anymore. Thank you, Director Chen. Lin Yara said with a slight bow. Chen Chen didn't say anything, he just took Lin Yara into the car and instructed the bodyguard to drive back to the manor. Sitting in the car, Chen Chen was a bit curious. Whether the stock market short-selling card really worked. With doubts, he took out his phone to check. The stock price of Zhou's film company was indeed falling, but not significantly. Chen Chen wasn't sure about the final outcome. All he could do now was wait. Half an hour later, the car drove into the South River Manor. Director Chen, your manor is really huge. It was Lin Yara's first time visiting Chen Chen's manor. Looking at everything in the manor, she couldn't help but feel impressed. Walking into the main villa's gate felt like entering a luxurious palace. The manor worth over 3 billion was truly extraordinary. Inside the hall, Chen Chen called the maid. Prepare a room for Miss Lin. The maid responded and went upstairs. Chen Chen and Lin Yara sat in the hall and chatted for a while. Suddenly, the butler Su Yuan hurried in. Butler Su, didn't you go back? Seeing Su Yuan coming in, Chen Chen asked with a smile. Mr. Chen, something happened. Su Yuan looked a bit anxious. She had indeed gone home in the afternoon, but she saw a piece of news and immediately drove over to see Chen Chen. What happened? Chen Chen asked casually. Su Yuan took out her phone and handed it to Chen Chen. Mr. Chen, take a look. Chen Chen looked at the phone screen. It turned out that the incident with Zhou Zhihao had already become a hot topic on the internet. The report was clearly targeting Chen Chen, distorting the facts and portraying him as a violent maniac. Now that Zhou Zhihao was hospitalized and had hired many internet water armies, public opinion was almost entirely against Chen Chen. The chairman of Baya International is too arrogant. He injured someone so severely. Is there still justice? Is there still law? The internet was buzzing with these comments. Zhou Zhihao took the initiative and gained sympathy online. However, some people remained skeptical because the internet has a memory, and Zhou Zhihao's character wasn't good. From another perspective, even if Zhou Zhihao was injured, it was a struggle between two rich second-generation individuals. Some people raised doubts occasionally, but they were quickly drowned out by the voices of the internet water armies. If this continued, Chen Chen's reputation would be tarnished. How dare Zhou Zhihao fight back? Seeing those reports, Lin Yao was also very angry. It was clear that Zhou Zhihao had provoked the conflict, but now he was pretending to be the victim. Could he be any more shameless? Director Chen, I'll start a live broadcast right now to expose Zhou Zhihao's misdeeds. Lin Yao had many fans. If she stood up to speak for Chen Chen, it would definitely have some effect. No need. Chen Chen leaned back on the sofa and smiled. He wasn't worried at all. In fact, he had already guessed that Zhou Zhihao would play this trick. Walked out onto the balcony. The night breeze was cool, brushing against Chen Chen's face. Looking up, he saw the crescent moon hanging high in the night sky, with stars twinkling. The manor was also very quiet. Chen Chen opened a bottle of red wine, enjoying the night view while sipping the wine. At this moment, a figure was wandering downstairs. It was Lin Yao. After making a phone call, Lin Yao seemed preoccupied, pacing back and forth in front of the main villa. Director Chen, you're still awake? Lin Yao looked up and noticed Chen Chen drinking, smiling. It's still early. Chen Chen smiled. Lin Yao thought for a moment and said, I'll join you for a few drinks. She quickly ran into the hall and up to the third floor. Chen Chen, helpless, found a glass for Lin Yao. The two stood side by side on the balcony, admiring the night view of the manor. Are you still thinking about today's events? Chen Chen noticed Lin Yao's not-so-good state and asked. Lin Yao nodded slightly and began to talk about past events. 2 years ago, I offended Zhou Zhihao and lost a lot of money. My parents' business was also suppressed. It was the darkest moment of my life. Afraid of Zhou Zhihao's retaliation, my parents asked me to hide abroad for a while, and that turned out to be a long time. Director Chen, thank you for helping me tonight. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Lin Yao took a sip of red wine and looked at Chen Chen. The night breeze blew, gently touching her hair. She was charming and alluring. The moon was beautiful, but she was even more beautiful. Chen Chen remained silent, listening quietly as Lin Yao poured out her heart. Lin Yao continued, if that Zhou Zhihao doesn't plan to let me go. Maybe. I have to leave Shanghai, she sighed lightly. As a celebrity, she appeared to be living a glamorous life, but some experiences were known only to herself. Chen Chen took a sip of red wine, looked into the distance, and said, don't worry too much. If Zhou Zhihao dares to cause trouble at Qingfeng Entertainment, I will deal with him every time I see him. As the chairman of Qingfeng Entertainment, Chen Chen would not allow the company's artists to be bullied. Lin Yao turned her head and looked at Chen Chen again, feeling touched but still somewhat worried. After all, people from the Zhou family's entertainment company were not easy to deal with, especially Zhou Jianting, the chairman of the Zhou family's entertainment company, who had a wide network of connections. Chen Chen had offended Zhou Jianting's son, which could be troublesome. Chairman Chen, I guess Zhou Zhihao won't give up. Be careful. Lin Yao reminded. I know what to do. Chen Chen didn't seem to be bothered by what had happened tonight. While Zhou Jianting was powerful, he was not someone to be trifled with. Lin Yao drank quite a bit of red wine, and her cheeks were getting redder. Like a ripe apple. It's late, you should go back and rest. Chen Chen was afraid that Lin Yao would get drunk. Lin Yora's beautiful eyes had a hint of confusion. It's okay. Suddenly, she faced Chen Chen and said, Chairman Chen, you've helped me a lot twice. I really don't know how to repay you. Seeing Lin Yara's cheeks blush, Chen Chen paused and said, You're drunk, I'll take you back to your room. Lin Yara shook her head, her beautiful eyes meeting Chen Chen's. Chairman Chen, I'm not drunk. I'm very clear-headed right now. I think, I might have fallen for you. Under the influence of alcohol, Lin Yara spoke her heart out. A man as charming as Chen Chen would surely stir emotions, and it was impossible not to be moved. Although she had only known Chen Chen for a few days, his sunny and handsome face had already left a deep impression on her mind. She enjoyed being around Chen Chen. Chen Chen was stunned, thinking that Lin Yara was joking or speaking out of drunkenness. Miss Lin, let's talk about this tomorrow. How about? Lin Yara continued, Chairman Chen, I'm serious. Before she could finish, she hugged Chen Chen and planted a kiss on him. Oh my! I've been kissed. Can this be tolerated? Chen Chen shouted, carrying Lin Yara into the bedroom. The following plot is very boring, so it is omitted for 300,000 words. It was late at night. Following Chen Chen's instructions, Su Yuan posted the video online. As expected, it immediately sparked discussions. Oh my, the tables have turned. So it was all because of Zhou Zhihao. That guy actually played the victim first. In my opinion, the chairman of Bea International was too lenient, he should have beaten Zhou Zhihao to death. After learning the truth, public opinion shifted. It was clear that Zhou Zhihao had initiated the conflict, and he had not been gentle when attacking the executives of Bea International. Some viewers even recognized Lin Yara in the video and began tagging her on social media platforms to inquire about the incident. Isn't the truth already obvious? Zhou Zhihao was the one causing trouble in the private room. Later, the chairman of Bea International arrived and beat Zhou Zhihao. Zhou Zhihao was upset, so he tried to smear the other party online. Feeling manipulated by Zhou Zhihao, these netizens were furious and redirected their anger towards him. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhihao, who was still unaware of the situation, had already returned to the hotel. Although the injury was a bit severe, I don't want to stay in the hospital. After today's experience, Zhou Zhihao was very angry and wanted to vent. However, not long after returning to the hotel, his phone rang. Zhou Xiao, something bad has happened. The voice on the phone sounded urgent. Zhou Zhihao, annoyed, said, Are you cursing me? I'm fine, the voice on the phone hurriedly explained, Zhou Xiao, I didn't mean that. Well, check online first, that Chen Chen has started to fight back. Zhou Zhihao snorted, that guy only now knows to fight back. Isn't it a bit too late, the voice on the phone continued, Zhou Xiao, you're in trouble this time. That Chen Chen somehow got hold of a video of the incident and posted it online. People on the internet are condemning you. Zhou Zhihao's face changed, how could this happen? No matter how much it costs, that video must be deleted for me. The voice on the phone hesitated, Zhou Xiao, this might be difficult. I don't care about that. In any case, you have to handle this for me. Zhou Zhihao roared loudly. Feeling extremely bad, he immediately hung up the phone in anger. Damn Chen Chen! Zhou Zhihao, will not let you off. Zhou Zhihao was so angry that he overturned the table in front of him. Soon, his phone rang again. This time it was his father, Zhou Jinting, calling. Zhou Zhihao could already guess that his father was calling to question him because he had lied to his father while in the hospital. With a heavy heart, Zhou Zhihao answered the call. As expected, his father's angry voice came through the phone immediately. You unfilial child! How dare you lie to me? It was clearly you who started the fight in the private room. If it were a normal situation, Zhou Jinting wouldn't be so angry. After all, with their family's power, a fight could be resolved with money. But now it was a special situation, being caught by Chen Chen, they were in trouble. Zhou Zhihao gritted his teeth, Dad. It's all that Chen Chen's fault, he provoked me first. Zhou Jinting angrily said, You are simply being foolish. Quickly find a way to calm down the public opinion on the internet for me. The company's stock price plummeting was already giving Zhou Jinting a headache. And now this happened. If it's not resolved, not only Zhou Zhihao, but the reputation of the Zhou family will also be tarnished. Zhou Zhihao looked distressed. Dad, I really can't do anything now. Shouldn't you step in? At a critical moment, they still had to rely on Zhou Jinting. But what Zhou Zhihao didn't know was that Zhou Jianting was too preoccupied. According to the news from the United States, several short-selling institutions were targeting Zhou's film industry at the same time. And these short-selling institutions were powerful. If this continued, Zhou's film industry would definitely suffer a huge blow. Deal with your own problems. Zhou Jianting scolded Zhou Zhihao and hung up the phone in anger. Continuing like this would probably make him explode with anger. Am I going to fail like this? Zhou Zhihao clenched his fists tightly, feeling extremely unwilling. He threw his phone heavily on the ground, causing it to crack instantly. Chen. Just wait for me. I won't let you off. On the other side, although Zhou Jianting said he didn't care about Zhou Zhihao, he still sent someone to delete the videos that were harmful to his son. No matter what, we must make the greatest effort to calm things down. In addition, the company's stock price keeps falling, causing Zhou Jianting a great headache. He has thought of many ways, but none have worked. In just over 2 hours, the company's stock price has dropped by 10%. And there is no sign of it stopping. If this continues, no one knows how low it will drop. Who is causing trouble for me? Zhou Jianting is frustrated. Helpless, he can only call his assistant. Find a way to contact the heads of those short-selling institutions. Tell them I want to talk to them. Not long after, Zhou Jianting received a reply. The heads of those short-selling institutions seem to have agreed not to talk to Zhou Jianting. Damn it! Why are these foreigners targeting Zhou's film industry? It's infuriating. Zhou Jianting is about to go crazy. He tries to remember if he has offended any important figures recently. For Zhou Jianting, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The next morning, Chen opened his eyes and saw Lin Yao still lying in his arms. He had intended to get up quietly, but ended up waking Lin Yao. They locked eyes, neither saying a word. Remembering what happened last night, Lin Yao felt her cheeks flush. Suddenly, she remembered something important. What time is it now? Lin Yao searched for her phone in bed. It's not even 8 o'clock, what's wrong? Chen took his phone and checked the time. I have to catch the 7:30 flight to Yanjing. Oh no, it's too late now. Lin Yao sighed softly. She couldn't remember what time she had fallen asleep last night. It seemed like she had only slept for a short while. Too crazy. Why are you going to Yanjing? Chen asked casually. Lin Yao explained helplessly, the company arranged a film for me. Filming starts tomorrow. Chen unlocked his phone and said with a smile, I'll help you reschedule the film. After all, Lin Yao is now considered Chen's woman. Filming all day is exhausting. It's better to stay in the city, eat and drink as you please. Like Chen, living carefree. And Lin Yao's appearance is the type that causes trouble, going out all the time makes her an easy target. So the best solution is to stay out of sight. Lin Yao said with distress, but how can I do that? I just returned to work, what else can I do if I don't film? Chen said, let me ask you a question. Why do you act? Lin Yao thought for a moment and replied, being an actress is my dream. Of course, it's also to make money. Chen paused, intending to say that he would support her in the future. But hearing Lin Yao mention her dream, he held back. Having a dream is a good thing. In fact, Chen also has a dream. And his dream is to live carefree. With your current condition, even if you go to Yanjing, you probably won't be able to film. How about this, take 2 days off. Rest well. Lin Yao was silent for a while, and finally nodded. I guess I have to take a leave. But with the crew. Chen smiled, I'll call the general manager of Qingfeng Film and Television Company and have him talk to the crew. Chen is, after all, the chairman of Qingfeng Film and Television Company, helping Lin Yao take a leave is a simple matter. He made the call. Soon everything was arranged. It's all set. You can go to Yanjing in a couple of days. Lin Yao nodded slightly. Being close to Chen, Lin Yao could feel his strong masculine aura. Especially when she saw his 8-pack abs, her face turned even redder. She dared to say those things to Chen last night because she had a bit too much to drink. Now she wishes she could find a hole to hide in. Chen got out of bed, picked up his clothes from the floor, and put them on. Alright, let's go have breakfast first. However, Lin Yao sat on the bed without moving. She just covered her body with the blanket. You go out first. Lin You'er lowered her head, not looking at Chen Chen, her voice barely audible. It's not like I haven't. Fine, I'll go downstairs first. Chen Chen touched his nose and walked out of the room. After a while, Lin You'er finally struggled to get out of bed. She made a great effort to find her clothes from a corner. At this moment, there was a hint of red on the white bedsheet. Lin You'er opened the door and asked the maid outside for a pair of scissors. She then cut off that hint of red. Chen Chen walked downstairs and saw Su Yuan in the hall. Mr. Chen, breakfast is ready. Su Yuan respectfully walked up behind Chen Chen, her hands on her abdomen. Okay. We'll eat later. By the way, what's the situation online now? Last night, Su Yuan posted that video online, but he didn't check it later. However, he thought that the unlucky one should be Zhou Zhihao. Su Yuan said that Zhou Zhihao has become a rat crossing the street. Many people are condemning him. Chen Chen, curious, went online to check. The situation was indeed as Su Yuan said. Initially, Zhou Zhihao tried to suppress Chen Chen using public opinion, but ended up shooting himself in the foot. This time, even his father Zhou Jianting was implicated. In desperation, Zhou Jianting had to make Zhou Zhihao publicly apologize. However, the effect was not good. Su Yuan continued, Mr. Chen, there's one more thing. The stock price of Zhou's film company in the United States has plummeted by 29%. I heard that it seems to have been shorted by some institutions. Su Yuan stared at Chen Chen's face, wanting to see his reaction. Because this incident was too coincidental. The Zhou father and son had just offended Chen Chen, and as a result, the company was shorted. So Su Yuan speculated that this matter was likely related to Chen Chen. In Su Yuan's eyes, Chen Chen was a very mysterious person. Maybe he really had this ability. Really? Chen Chen immediately became excited. He thought that the junior stock market short card wouldn't have much effect. But unexpectedly, it gave him a big surprise. In just one night, the stock price of Zhou's film company plummeted by 29%. It was simply amazing. Su Yuan nodded and said, from opening to closing, Zhou's film company plummeted by 29%. It also broke the record for the largest single stock drop in the US stock market. Chen Chen smiled and didn't say anything. He went online to read the news. Until now, there were still many negative reports about Zhou's film company online, all released by short-selling institutions. Although Zhou Jianting tried hard to stabilize the company's stock price, it had no effect. Chen Chen could imagine how Zhou Jianting spent last night, with a smug smile on his face. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, the host successfully used the junior stock market short card. This time, the shorting acquired 32% of Zhou's film company's shares. The shares will automatically transfer to the host's name. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. 32% of the shares? All transferred to my name? Excited, Chen Chen couldn't help but marvel at the power of the junior stock market short card. 32% of Zhou's film company's shares were worth a lot of money. Interesting. If Zhou Jianting knew that he had acquired 32% of Zhou's film company's shares overnight, I wonder how he would feel. Is there anything else? Seeing Su Yuan still standing behind him, Chen Chen asked. The airport just called. They said your 2 private planes have arrived. Chen Chen said, take the time to go and check. I won't go. Although he had bought 2 private planes, he didn't need them for the time being. Okay, Mr. Chen. Su Yuan respectfully retreated. Chen Chen waited for several minutes, and finally, Lin You'er also came down the stairs. Lin You'er walked on naturally, still holding onto the handrail as she slowly descended the stairs. Seeing this, Chen Chen quickly walked over and supported Lin You'er. He blamed himself for being too rough last night. I can walk by myself. Lin You'er's face turned red. However, Chen Chen did not let go, and he supported Lin You'er into the restaurant. While having breakfast, Lin You'er's phone rang. You'er, did Zhou Zhihao come to see you last night? Are you okay? The caller was Yao Qianxue. She had just seen the video online and knew that Lin You'er was in trouble. As Lin You'er's best friend, she was naturally very worried. Yao Qianxue also knew about the situation between Lin You'er and Zhou Zhihao. Given Zhou Zhihao's temper, he would definitely not let Lin You'er off easily. Qianxue, I'm fine. Lin You'er continued, Zhou Zhihao did come to see me last night. Luckily, Director Chen saved me, so I'm fine. Thinking about what happened last night, Lin Yara glanced at Chen Chen sitting next to her. That's good. You scared me. Are you at home? I'll come see you. Yao Qianxue on the phone patted her chest in relief. Lin Yara said, I'm at Director Chen's estate, it's safe here. Don't worry. Although the events of last night had passed, Lin Yara was still a bit worried. She was afraid that Zhou Zhihao would seek revenge. After all, Chen Chen had injured Zhou Zhihao last night. That's good. After chatting with Lin Yara for a while, Yao Qianxue hung up the phone. But soon, Lin Yara's phone rang again. This time it was her father calling. Daughter, did Zhou Zhihao cause trouble for you again? How are you now? Lin Yara's family was the most worried. After last night's incident, it had caused a stir online. Dad, I'm fine. Lin Yara said. That's good. But daughter, you should leave the city for now. I'm afraid Zhou Zhihao will cause trouble for you. Lin Yara's father was very worried. 2 years ago, he had dealt with Zhou Jinting and knew that the other party would not give up easily. Dad, it's not necessary. I have to go to Yanjing to film in a few days. Lin Yara explained. Now that she had signed with Qingfeng Entertainment and with Chen Shen's help, she didn't need to hide overseas like last time. But resolving this matter completely would be a bit troublesome. Listen to Dad, don't go to Yanjing. I'm already preparing to sell the company. When the time comes, our family will go abroad to hide for a while. Lin Yara's father patiently continued to persuade her. Dad, it's hard to explain over the phone, I'll come see you later. Lin Yara was also a local in the city. Her family was here, but her parents were usually busy and often not at home. Okay. Be safe. Lin Yara hung up the phone, then looked at Chen Chen and continued eating breakfast. Director Chen. I'm going out for a while later. Lin Yara said to Chen Chen. Still calling me Director Chen? Chen Chen looked at Lin Yara's flawless face and reminded her. Lin Yara couldn't help but smile wryly, then what should I call you in the future? Chen Chen shrugged, anything is fine. After some thought, Lin Yara smiled and said, then I'll just call you by your name. The two had already established their relationship, so calling him Director Chen didn't seem quite appropriate. It sounded like a superior-subordinate relationship. Where are you going? Chen Chen casually asked. I'm going to see my dad. Lin Yara explained the reason. I'll go with you. I happen to have some free time. Chen Chen planned to go and meet his father-in-law. Is that necessary? Lin Yara didn't know how to explain to her family about bringing Chen Chen to meet them so soon. It's fine. I'll drive you there later. Seeing that Chen Chen had made up his mind, Lin Yara didn't say anything more. She lowered her head to eat breakfast. Soon, it was time for today's flash sale. The system's voice rang in Chen Chen's mind right on time. Ding! Today's flash sale item, 68% stake in Jinghao Hotel. After a while, Chen Chen finally said in his mind, System, flash. Jinghao Hotel is a chain hotel brand with branches all over the country. Its market value is over 70 billion. Flash sale successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 68% stake in Jinghao Hotel. Tomorrow's flash sale preview, 20-year operating rights of Dongpu Wharf. When he heard the words Dongpu Wharf, Chen Chen was stunned for a while. 20-year operating rights. System, you are really awesome. Dongpu Wharf is also located in the Magic City, with a huge area. Many import and export goods go through Dongpu Wharf. Therefore, the throughput of Dongpu Wharf is astonishingly high. The fees collected daily are also considerable. If you have to calculate the value of Dongpu Wharf, it can be said to be similar to a company worth hundreds of billions. Chen Chen, why are you smiling? Lin Yara saw Chen Chen's happy face and asked in confusion. Just thinking of something happy. Chen Chen didn't explain much. Although Lin Yara is now considered his woman, the existence of the system must not be revealed. Zhou Zhihao sat in a room of a 5-star hotel, having breakfast. Although the breakfast was sumptuous, he didn't find it appetizing. The reason was that he hadn't rested well all night. You could see that he still had dark circles under his eyes. Not only was he beaten by Chen Chen last night, but he also didn't gain any advantage in their confrontation. On the contrary, he became a target of public criticism. Being scolded by netizens was one thing, but the key was that his father was also scolding him. Just thinking about it made him angry. Damn Chen Chen! Zhou Zhihao, will not let you off. Zhou Zhihao gritted his teeth, his forehead veins bulging. Although Zhou Jianting told him not to provoke Chen Chen again, he didn't intend to let Chen Chen off the hook. He must seek revenge. At this moment, a knock on the door sounded. Who? Zhou Zhihao looked towards the door, showing impatience. Young Master Zhou, it's me. It was the rich young man who was beaten by Chen Chen last night. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Zhihao went to open the door. Young Master Zhou. I've gathered over a dozen people. As long as you give the word, I'll go settle the score with that Chen Chen. He was also not lightly beaten last night. Since they were dealing with Chen Chen, he naturally had to be involved. Zhou Zhihao was delighted and said, Great. Let's go now. I heard that Chen Chen lives in Nanjiang No. 1 Manor. Damn, this guy's place is even bigger than our Zhou family's manor. After teaching him a lesson, we should take over his manor too. Nanjiang No. 1 Manor is the largest manor in the Magic City, and Zhou Zhihao naturally wanted to experience it. Immediately, Zhou Zhihao set off with his men. He wouldn't rest until Chen Chen was brought to his knees. As Zhou Jianting, the father of Zhou Zhihao, he hadn't slept all night. Because the company had a major problem and was jointly shorted by several international institutions. In just one night, the company's stock price plummeted by 29%. This had never happened before. There were also numerous scandals about Zhou's film industry. If this continued, the company's stock price would drop further after the market opened. How could this happen? Who was targeting Zhou's film industry behind the scenes? Zhou Jianting was at a loss. Chairman, we found out. At this moment, his assistant called Zhou Jianting. After the incident, Zhou Jianting sent people to investigate. Unfortunately, after a night passed, there were no leads. Those international institutions seem to have conspired to short Zhou's film industry simultaneously. It could be inferred that the person behind the scenes targeting Zhou's film industry must be a big shot. Otherwise, those shorting institutions wouldn't have united. So when the assistant said the matter had been clarified, Zhou Jianting was very excited. As long as you figure out the ins and outs of the matter, everything will be easier. Who is it? Zhou Jianting asked anxiously. The assistant said, after those institutions shorted our company, they bought a lot of stocks at low prices. Finally transferred to another account. It's a person from Huaxia. Hearing the assistant say this, Zhou Jianting frowned. Cold sweat also broke out behind him. A person from Huaxia? Who is this powerful Huaxia person who can simultaneously mobilize those international institutions? Of course, what scared Zhou Jianting the most was that he had no idea who he had offended. Zhou Jianting's assistant continued, I also found out that the person has several companies under his name. By the way, there is also a commercial street in the Magic City. Named Chen Chen. Upon hearing the two words Chen Chen, Zhou Jianting's face immediately turned pale. How could it be him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Maybe it's just a coincidence of the same name. The young man he offended is just the chairman of Baya International, and he couldn't possibly have that much power. Send me that person's information immediately. Quick! Zhou Jianting urged anxiously. He dared not waste any more time and had to contact the other party immediately. Then find out the reason. If he really accidentally offended the other party, he would have to apologize properly. Okay, Director Zhou. Wait a moment. The assistant did not dare to delay and hung up the phone. He immediately sent the collected information to Zhou Jianting's phone. When Zhou Jianting saw the information on his phone, he was dumbfounded. The information read, Chen Chen. Male, likes women. Blood type O, 23 years old. Companies under his name include Longhu Medicine, Xingfeng Entertainment, Jianlan Real Estate, Baya International, Bayalim Takeout. He is also the owner of Haianing Commercial Street. Zhou Jianting took a sharp breath. With widened eyes and an incredulous expression on his face, he muttered, It's really him. It's really him. Zhou Jianting's hands trembled, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He had not expected Chen Chen's identity to be so terrifying. You see, the assets of the richest man in Huaxia are only a little over 400 billion. But Chen Chen's visible assets already exceed 500 billion. Isn't he the new richest man in Huaxia? And this is just what was found. How many more assets that couldn't be found are there behind the scenes? Zhou Jinting didn't know. And not only is he so powerful in Huaxia, but the key is that he can also mobilize those international short-selling institutions. My God! How much power does that require? Zhou Jinting dared not think further, sitting paralyzed on the sofa. There was once an invisible big shot standing in front of me, and I was blind. It wasn't until I offended him that I regretted it. The most painful thing in the world is this. If God could give me a chance to start over, I would say 3 words to that big shot: spare me. After a brief moment of terror, Zhou Jinting suddenly stood up. He was very clear that it was too late for regrets now. He must obtain Chen Chen's forgiveness. In just one night, Chen Chen caused Zhou's film industry's stock price to plummet by 29%. And taking advantage of the short-selling opportunity, he bought 32% of Zhou's film industry shares. Such immense power was something he couldn't possibly contend with. Yes, go apologize to Chen Chen. Zhou Jinting wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and quickly walked out of the room. Not a second to waste. Because he didn't know how Chen Chen would deal with him next. Outside the door stood 6 bodyguards. However, what surprised Zhou Jinting was that the 2 bodyguards he had sent to protect his son had also returned. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to protect the young master? Since he was going to apologize to Chen Chen, of course, he had to. Bring Zhou Zhihao along. The 2 bodyguards lowered their heads. Mr. Zhou. Young Master Zhou said he wanted to go out for a walk and didn't want us to follow. Zhou Zhihao frowned. What? A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. He understood his son's temper very well. If his son were to cause trouble for Chen Chen again, it would be disastrous. Chen Chen had a terrifying background, and provoking him again would undoubtedly be seeking death. Tell me the truth. Zhou Jinting roared in anger. The 2 bodyguards were frightened by Zhou Jinting's expression and stammered, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Xiao brought over a dozen people with his friends. It seems like they are going to teach a lesson to the chairman of Baya International. Zhou Jinting's face turned pale as he reprimanded the 2 bodyguards. Didn't I tell you to follow the young master properly? You are useless. The 2 bodyguards were too scared to speak. Zhou Jinting was extremely anxious and asked through gritted teeth, how long has he been gone? It should be about 10 minutes. Zhou Jinting tried to control his urge to hit someone and took out his phone to call Zhou Zhihao. However, Zhou Zhihao did not answer at all. At that moment, Zhou Zhihao was on his way to Nanjiang No. 1 with his men, determined to teach Chen Chen a lesson, so he ignored Zhou Jinting. Unfilial son. This unfilial son. This time, I must break his legs. Zhou Jinting was furious and said to the bodyguard beside him, get the car ready. I'm going to Nanjiang No. 1. Chen Chen and Lin Youer finished breakfast at the manor. They rested in the hall for a while. Just as they were about to leave to meet Lin Youer's father, the head bodyguard came in. Mr. Chen, there is a person named Zhou Zhihao outside the gate. He wants to talk to you. He brought over a dozen people, seems like they want to fight. Chen Chen suddenly smiled. That guy dares to come and cause trouble again. Looks like he didn't get enough beating last night. Lin Youer pondered. She was somewhat worried. It seemed that Zhou Zhihao was not planning to let Chen Chen off easily. It was a bit troublesome. The head bodyguard asked, should we drive those people away? Chen Chen nodded, bring more people over. If they don't leave, beat up Zhou Zhihao first. The head bodyguard nodded and immediately led the team to the manor's gate. Well, we should also set off. Chen Chen looked at Lin Youer. Seeing Lin Youer looking worried, he smiled and said, don't worry too much. The Zhou father and son are no match for me. Lin Youer raised her head, looked into Chen Chen's bright eyes, and asked with doubt, Chen Chen, do you have a solution? Knowing Chen Chen well, Lin Youer knew he was not an arrogant person. Since Chen Chen dared to say so, he must have confidence in dealing with the Zhou father and son. So Lin Youer was very curious about what method Chen Chen had to resolve this matter. After all, Zhou Jinting was also a big shot. Chen Chen smiled casually and teased Lin Youer, you'll know soon. Anyway, you don't need to worry. Currently, Chen Chen held 32% of Zhou's film industry shares. If he could unite with some other shareholders, he could make Zhou Jinting step down from the position of chairman at any time. The reputation of the Zhou father and son was tarnished now. There were not many people willing to support them. The last straw breaks the camel's back. Although Zhou Jianting had a considerable network, at this time, not many people would dare to help him. Seeing Chen Chen's confident face, Lin Yar nodded. There were many secrets about Chen Chen waiting for her to discover. With that, the two of them left the hall and went to the garage. Chen Chen opened the door of the silver beast lizard and said to Lin Yar, "Get in." Lin Yar looked a bit helpless. She wanted to change to a more low-key car. Glancing around the garage, she found only luxury cars. In the end, she had no choice but to get in. Chen Chen started the car and drove out of the garage. When they arrived at the manor gate, the battle there had already ended. The head bodyguard had warned Zhou Zhihao, but Zhou Zhihao refused to leave. In the end, the conflict erupted, and as expected, the group of over 10 people brought by Zhou Zhihao was defeated. Even Zhou Zhihao himself was beaten. "Zhou, the bodyguards here are too powerful. We should retreat for now." The wealthy young man, also not in good shape, walked over to Zhou Zhihao. The remaining people were scared and dared not approach the mansion's gate. "Damn it!" Zhou Zhihao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with anger. He thought he could make Chen Chen pay a price this time, but even the mansion's gate couldn't be entered. He was careless. "You better leave now. This is not a place for you to cause trouble." The captain of the bodyguards looked coldly at Zhou Zhihao. Zhou Zhihao gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You dare to hit even the young master? I will remember this. Tell Chen Chen, I won't let him off." Zhou Zhihao left after leaving a harsh remark. At that moment, a white luxury sports car slowly drove out of the mansion. The gate opened, and the bodyguards at the entrance lined up and saluted. "Chen Chen." Seeing Chen Chen sitting in the car, Zhou Zhihao's veins bulged on his forehead. Remembering last night's events made him even more uncontrollably angry. The sports car stopped next to Zhou Zhihao, and Chen Chen got out of the car, standing in front of Zhou Zhihao. He had a faint smile on his face. "Chen Chen." Zhou Zhihao glared fiercely at Chen Chen, bloodshot eyes full of anger. When Chen Chen got out of the car, Lin Yar also came down and stood beside Chen Chen. "Chen Chen, I'm telling you, our matter is not over." In Zhou Zhihao's eyes, the smile on Chen Chen's face was undoubtedly mocking. He had never endured such humiliation before. Chen Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, calm and composed. "You came all the way here just to say this to me?" Zhou Zhihao said angrily, "Chen Chen, don't be smug in front of me. Those who offend me never have a good ending. I will make you kneel down and apologize to me. I want your grand mansion. And you, Lin Yar, do you think finding a backer will make me, Zhou Zhihao, unable to deal with you? It's useless, by then." Before Zhou Zhihao could finish his words, Chen Chen slapped him hard across the face. The force was heavy, causing Zhou Zhihao to fly into the air, performing a 720-degree somersault before crashing heavily to the ground. "Zhou!" The wealthy young man, trembling with fear, rushed over to check Zhou Zhihao's injuries. He saw Zhou Zhihao's face distorted and tears streaming down. Yes, Zhou Zhihao was crying from being hit. "I didn't want to resort to violence. You just had to bring your face over." "Pathetic." Chen Chen shook his head. He couldn't understand how someone as brainless as Zhou Zhihao had survived until today. It was a miracle that such a person hadn't been killed outside. Perhaps others feared Zhou Zhihao's status, but Chen Chen was not afraid. Zhou Zhihao's face twitched, his body trembling. He raised his hand, pointing angrily at Chen Chen. He tried to speak but found his mouth wouldn't open. "Chen Chen, you." He struggled to speak clearly, his eyes burning with rage, wishing to dismember Chen Chen and scatter his bones. At that moment, 2 more cars arrived at the mansion's gate. It was Zhou Jianting with bodyguards rushing over. He couldn't remember how many red lights he had run on the way. Now, all Zhou Jianting wanted to do was to stop his son, not to provoke Chen Chen anymore. However, when he arrived at the scene, it was too late. Zhou Jianting deeply felt the despair. "It's over." Zhou Jianting's face was very ugly. But there was no other way now, he could only do his best to remedy the situation. He looked in the car and found a baseball bat, picked it up, and quickly got out of the car. With a cold face, Zhou Jianting walked briskly towards Zhou Zhihao. "Zhou, look! Your father is here." The wealthy young man helped Zhou Zhihao up, becoming excited. Zhou Zhihao also noticed the arrival of Zhou Jianting and became excited. He had no idea that Zhou Jianting had come to teach him a lesson. Dad! Dad! Look at the injuries on my face, they were caused by that Chen Chen. Zhou Shihao pointed to his swollen face, complaining to his father. However, what awaited him was a heavy blow from Zhou Jinting. Zhou Shihao immediately let out a scream. Unfilial son! Do you take my words as a breeze in your ear? I'll make sure to beat you to death today. Zhou Jinting's blows were heavy. Each strike on Zhou Shihao's body made a dull sound. Dad! Dad! You've got the wrong person. I'm your son. Zhou Shihao fell to the ground, wailing continuously. But Zhou Jinting seemed not to hear, continuing to strike Zhou Shihao. Uncle! Let's talk it out. The rich young man witnessing this scene was also stunned. Dad! Dad, please stop. Zhou Shihao rolled on the ground. His right hand was also broken. However, Zhou Jinting showed no intention of stopping. After nearly a minute of beating, Zhou Jinting also grew tired. He threw away the baseball bat and cautiously approached Chen Chen, bowing his head. He dared not look at Chen Chen. Seeing Zhou Jinting's fearful expression, Ling Yar felt puzzled. Wait a minute. Shouldn't Zhou Jinting be seeking revenge on Chen Chen for his son being beaten? Why did he end up beating his own son instead? Besides Lin Yor, Zhou Zhihao and the rich young man were also very puzzled. Because Zhou Jinting was acting very unusually today. Bending in front of Chen Chen, Zhou Jinting swallowed his saliva and apologized in a low voice. Mr. Chen. I'm truly sorry. I was blind and ignorant. Standing in front of Chen Chen, Zhou Jinting felt immense pressure. He could hardly catch his breath and his body stiffened. He didn't know if Chen Chen would spare him. The only thing he could do now was to apologize to Chen Chen. Lin Yar looked at Zhou Jinting, then at Chen Chen, completely astonished. Oh my god! Zhou Jinting actually took the initiative to apologize to Chen Chen. This was truly unexpected. After all, Zhou Jinting was the chairman of Zhou's film industry. How did Chen Chen manage to make such a prominent figure bow down? Lin Yar was very curious. What? Zhou Zhihao and the rich young man's faces changed as well. The expected situation did not occur. Instead, Zhou Jinting unexpectedly apologized to Chen Chen. What was going on? Zhou Zhihao got up angrily, running to Zhou Jinting's side in a sorry state. Dad, are you out of your mind? This Chen Chen is our opponent. He just hit me. Zhou Zhihao, with a swollen face and a broken right hand, walked awkwardly. Zhou Jinting's heavy-handedness just now left Zhou Zhihao greatly puzzled. In his memory, it was the first time his father had been so severe. It seemed like he really wanted to kill him. Shut up! Smack! Zhou Jinting, furious, turned around and gave Zhou Zhihao a crisp slap. Kneel down immediately and apologize to Mr. Chen. Kneel down! Zhou Jinting looked ferocious. This scared Zhou Zhihao. However, Zhou Zhihao still felt unwilling. He couldn't bring himself to apologize to Chen Chen. Zhou Zhihao gritted his teeth, covering his swollen face, and questioned, Dad. Isn't this Chen Chen the chairman of Baya International? What's so great about him? He hit me, and I will fight him to the end. Zhou Zhihao looked determined, refusing to back down. You! Zhou Jinting was almost driven to faint by anger. At that moment, he felt like creating another account. The big one was already useless. Zhou Jinting roared, You know nothing. Do you know how much wealth Mr. Chen holds? At least 10 times ours. Last night, Zhou's film industry was shorted, and that was also Mr. Chen's doing. Mr. Chen now holds 32% of our Zhou's film industry shares. As long as he is willing, he can replace me as the chairman at any time. What do we have to compete with Mr. Chen? Zhou Jinting became more and more excited as he spoke. He wished he could beat Zhou Jinting up again. How is this possible? Dad, is this information wrong? Zhou Zhihao shook his head, looking incredulous. Their assets exceed theirs tenfold? What does that mean? Doesn't it mean that if Chen Chen wants to play with them, it's as easy as turning over his hand? Lin Yara lightly covered her red lips, also feeling very shocked. She did not expect that Chen Chen had already made a move on Zhou's film industry. And he suddenly acquired 32% of Zhou's film industry shares. Oh my god! How much energy does this require? Now Lin Yor finally understood why Chen Chen had been so calm and composed from the beginning to the end. It turns out he never considered the Zhou father and son as opponents. Let me tell you, you better kneel down and apologize to Mr. Chen right away. Otherwise, you will no longer be my son Zhou Jinting. Zhou Jinting glared at Zhou Zhihao. He was completely enraged. Hearing his father say such ruthless words, Zhou Zhihao's eyes instantly became distracted. He finally realized that Chen Chen was a person he couldn't afford to provoke at all. Without his father's protection, he was nothing. Now even his father had softened. If he continued to confront Chen Chen, it would be a dead end. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhihao also became afraid. His previous arrogance disappeared completely. Dad! Dad! You can't abandon me! Zhou Zhihao grabbed Zhou Jinting's hand with a trembling voice. At this moment, the rich young man standing behind Zhou Jinting also couldn't stop trembling. He thought Zhou Zhihao would be a great support. Never did he expect that Chen Chen's background was even greater. Now even the support had collapsed. If Chen Chen pursued it, he would end up in a very bad situation. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I was blind to your greatness. The rich young man took a step towards Zhou Zhihao, knelt on the ground, his face extremely pale. I was wrong. I deserved to be punished. The rich young man was quite scared by Chen Chen's background and began to slap himself. And he didn't hold back. He was willing to do anything to earn Chen Chen's forgiveness. Zhou Jinting ignored the rich young man and shouted at Zhou Zhihao. Apologize to Mr. Chen. Zhou Zhihao panicked. His face was pale, and his body trembled like a sieve. Finally, he knelt on the ground. Mr. Chen! I was wrong. Please give me a way out. Zhou Zhihao was in a panic. Following the rich young man, he began to slap himself. But his face was already injured, and now the pain almost made him faint. However, he dared not stop. Chen Chen remained expressionless, looking at Zhou Zhihao kneeling on the ground, and said coldly, Zhou Zhihao, this is the second time you have provoked me. His words carried an invisible pressure, making Zhou Jinting also tremble with fear. Mr. Chen, it's my son's fault. Please don't lower yourself to his level. Although Zhou Jinting was angry with Zhou Zhihao, he was still his own son. He couldn't just stand by. Chen Chen looked at Zhou Jinting and sneered, your son's fault? Are you not at fault as well? It was clear that these two were used to bullying others. But this time, they had offended Chen Chen. That's why they stumbled. If it weren't for Chen Chen's greater ability, how would they have known they were wrong? In the eyes of people like Zhou Jinting, there was probably no right or wrong. They only recognized the strength of power. Zhou Jinting was speechless. He now realized that not only had his son provoked Chen Chen, but he himself had also offended Chen Chen thoroughly. If he had known, he wouldn't have stood up for that foolish woman Li Meijun yesterday. Now, he had offended a big shot like Chen Chen. Zhou Jinting's forehead was covered in dense cold sweat. He knew that it would not be easy to gain Chen Chen's forgiveness today. What to do? Zhou Jinting was at a loss. Looking at Zhou Zhihao and the rich young man still slapping each other, they dared not stop. After all, Chen Chen had not spoken yet. Zhou Jinting pondered for a while, gritted his teeth, and said, Mr. Chen, we were indeed wrong in this matter. I plan to resign as the chairman of Zhou's film and television company. You will be the chairman from now on. If you are still not satisfied, you can also beat my son. Zhou Zhihao, who was slapping himself, paused when he heard this. What? Resigning as chairman was one thing, but wanting Chen Chen to beat him was another. Is this his real father? Chen Chen smiled and said, I never intended to let you continue as the chairman of Zhou's film and television company. Currently, Chen Chen owned a considerable amount of shares in Zhou's film and television company. Although we couldn't achieve absolute control, it wouldn't be difficult for the other shareholders of the joint company to remove Zhou Jinting. Zhou's film and television company was the largest film and television company in China. Since he had obtained 32% of the shares, he needed to manage it well. As for Zhou Jinting, it was clear that he could no longer be involved in the company's management. Hearing Chen Chen's words, Zhou Jinting was shocked. Indeed, Chen Chen was not planning to let him off easily. Zhou Jinting felt his legs weaken, gritted his teeth again, and said, Mr. Chen, to show my sincerity in apologizing, I am willing to give you 10% of Zhou's film and television company's shares. Although Zhou's film and television company's stock price had plummeted by 29%, the company's strength remained. As long as the storm passed, the stock price would surely rise again. and Zhou Jianting's offer of 10% of the shares was not insignificant. Saying this, Zhou Jianting felt a pang in his heart. Even Zhou Zhihao was very distressed. Giving away so many shares to Chen Chen like this. But there was no choice. At this point, Zhou Zhihao dared not say much. Getting Chen Chen's forgiveness was the most important thing. If Chen Chen did not let them off, they would be in big trouble. Compared to their lives, money had become secondary. Zhou Jianting lowered his head, waiting for Chen Chen's response. After some thought, Chen Chen decided to accept the shares Zhou Jianting offered him. This way, he would own 42% of Zhou's film and television company's shares. Pursuing the matter further seemed to have no meaning. After all, Zhou Zhihao had already been taught a lesson. You can leave now. Chen Chen did not intend to waste any more time on these two. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chen. Zhou Jianting and Zhou Zhihao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve. Giving so many shares to Chen Chen had resolved the matter. It was a close call. Both of them wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Let's go. Chen Chen glanced at Lin You'er, got into the Silver Bay Lizard, and left. Lin You'er nodded and ignored the Zhou father and son, getting into the car. Afterwards, Chen Chen also drove away. Watching Chen Chen's sports car disappear, Zhou Zhihao finally got up. Thank goodness. Mr. Chen let us off. By now, Zhou Zhihao's face was swollen like a pig's head. It couldn't get any more embarrassing. And you have the nerve to say that. It's all your fault. Zhou Jianting became angrier the more he thought about it and kicked Zhou Zhihao hard on the buttocks. Zhou Zhihao staggered and fell down. Pointing at Zhou Zhihao, Zhou Jianting scolded, I told you to stay put at the hotel, but you didn't listen. If I hadn't arrived in time, you might have been dead by now. Zhou Zhihao dared not argue. Thinking back to his own ignorance just now, he couldn't help but shiver. Getting beaten up was a light punishment. If he completely angered Chen Chen, he wouldn't know how he would die. Dad, I know I was wrong. Zhou Zhihao said with a bitter face. Zhou Jianting angrily said, because of this, I lost 10% of Zhou's film and television company's shares. You said, besides causing trouble, what else can you do? Zhou Zhihao muttered, didn't you also offend Chen Chen yesterday? You dare talk back. Zhou Jianting was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices, picking up the baseball bat on the ground. He swung it towards Zhou Zhihao again. Watch me beat you to death. Sitting in the car, Lin You'er occasionally looked at Chen Chen, who was focused on driving. What are you looking at? Chen Chen smiled at Lin You'er. Nothing. Lin You'er withdrew her gaze and shook her head. In fact, she was very curious. How did Chen Chen manage to acquire 32% of Zhou's film industry? But after some thought, she didn't ask. Everyone has secrets, and Chen Chen has many secrets in particular. To truly understand Chen Chen, it will take time. Chen Chen looked ahead, driving and smiling. Now Zhou Zhihao is also afraid of me. He definitely won't dare to bother you again in the future. Lin You'er gratefully said, thank you, Chen Chen. Without Chen Chen, she really didn't know how to handle this matter. After all, the father and son of Zhou are not simple characters. You don't need to say such things to me in the future. Lin You'er is now Chen Chen's woman. Lin You'er's affairs are his affairs. Chen Chen smiled, didn't you say being an actress is your dream? You can continue to pursue your dream in the future. But I still hope you can stay in the Magic City. It's so tiring to be filming all day. Chen Chen gave Lin You'er a suggestion. Lin You'er remained silent for a while and said, I'll think about it after finishing the current film. Before long, the two arrived at a restaurant. Lin You'er's father, Lin Zhenrong, had been waiting at the entrance. Lin You'er's younger brother, Lin Haoming, was also there. Both of them looked worried. Seeing Lin You'er getting out of the luxury sports car, Lin Zhenrong and Lin Haoming were both stunned. Then they walked over quickly. Daughter. Sister. Are you okay? The two walked up to Lin You'er, showing a caring expression. At this moment, Chen Chen also got out of the car. Lin Zhenrong and Lin Haoming found Chen Chen somewhat familiar. After all, the events of last night had caused quite a stir. They had also seen Chen Chen in that video clip. It just took them a moment to recognize him. Lin You'er said, I'm fine. This is Chen Chen, my dear friend. Lin Zhenrong suddenly realized, so he is the chairman of Baya International. Chairman Chen, thank you for saving my daughter. Lin Jinrong was very grateful. If Chen Shen hadn't been there last night, his daughter would have been in trouble. Uncle, no need to be polite. Chen Shen smiled. Lin Jinrong took another look at Chen Shen, sighed, and apologized. I'm really sorry for involving you. To dispel her father's concerns, Lin Yor said, Dad, you don't need to worry anymore. The matter has been resolved. Zhou Zhihao won't come to bother me again in the future. Saying this, Lin Yor looked at Chen Shen again. Indeed, it was largely thanks to Chen Shen. Otherwise, she might have had to hide overseas. It's been resolved? Sister, what's going on? Lin Haoming and Lin Jinrong exchanged a puzzled look. They knew that Zhou Zhihao was the type of person who wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. Once he offended someone, how could that person easily back down? It was Chen Shen who helped me. I'll explain to you slowly later. Lin Yor didn't know how to explain. After all, Chen Shen's identity was quite complicated, and it would be troublesome to explain. As for how Chen Shen shorted Zhou's film industry, Lin Yor also didn't know the details. That's great. Lin Haoming and Lin Jinrong were very happy. With the matter resolved, they no longer had to worry all the time. This was good news. Lin Haoming said, Chairman Shen, thank you for helping my sister. Have you had breakfast? Why don't we have breakfast together? They had rushed out without having breakfast. Now that I heard the matter has been resolved, everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the matter is considered over. Chen Shen said, let's eat. This time, accompanying Lin Yor, they came to reassure Lin Yor's family so they wouldn't worry anymore. It's okay. Let's go in and have a drink. Chen Shen looked at Lin Yor. Lin Yor didn't say anything. And so, the four of them walked into the restaurant. In front of Chen Shen, Lin Jinrong and Lin Haoming still seemed a bit awkward. In their eyes, Chen Shen was not an ordinary person. Last night, Chen Shen dealt with Zhou Jianting, and he resolved the matter. He was definitely more than just the chairman of Baya International. Maybe he had a big family background. At the same time, the two could also tell that Chen Shen's relationship with Lin Yor was not ordinary. They planned to find a time to ask Lin Yor about it. If it was true, that would be great. After all, a remarkable man like Chen Shen is not easy to find. The four of them found a table in the restaurant and sat down. Lin Yor and Chen Shen just ordered a glass of orange juice. As they chatted, suddenly, 3 black Audi cars parked outside the restaurant. 4 bodyguards got out of the cars first, followed by several staff members. Who is coming? Such a grand entrance. Lin Haoming looked outside the restaurant with curiosity. At this moment, Chen Shen also looked over and recognized the staff members. Finally, a woman in a long dress got out of the car. Surrounded by bodyguards and staff, she walked into the restaurant. The woman wore sunglasses and had a proud look on her face. It was Li Meijun, who had a history with Chen Shen. Chen Shen shook his head and looked away. No wonder he felt familiar with the staff members, he had seen them yesterday. Li Meijun entered the restaurant and immediately noticed Chen Shen. She frowned, took off her sunglasses, and showed a hint of anger on her face. She didn't expect to run into Chen Shen while coming out for breakfast. Her good mood instantly disappeared. Miss Li. Breakfast is ready, please follow me upstairs. The restaurant manager, knowing Li Meijun's identity, spoke respectfully. Li Meijun coldly looked at Chen Shen and said, I'll also book the first floor. Clear out everyone here. Li Meijun was angry when she saw Chen Shen. Miss Li, this might not be possible. The restaurant manager felt awkward. It was breakfast time, and although there weren't many diners, kicking them out for no reason would surely affect the restaurant's reputation. And he couldn't make the decision on his own. Li Meijun was not pleased and said coldly, why not? Don't you want to make money in this restaurant? Li Meijun wanted to show her authority to Chen Shen. What she didn't know was that her backer, Zhou Jianting, had already compromised with Chen Shen. Miss Li, please don't put me in a difficult position. Let me call the boss. The restaurant manager stepped aside to make a call. He didn't dare to make such a big decision on his own. Li Meijun, in a bad mood and accompanied by bodyguards, walked towards Chen Shen. Chen Shen, we meet again. She glanced at Chen Shen and then at Lin Yor. She wasn't close to Lin Yor, but Lin Yor's beauty made her jealous. She didn't want to see Lin Yor make a comeback. Last night, she intentionally leaked Lin Yor's information to Zhou Zhihao, hoping he would cause trouble for Lin Yor. Little did she know, Zhou Shihao ended up being beaten by Qin Shen. What a useless person. Of course, Li Meijun couldn't show her dissatisfaction because Zhou Shihao's father was her benefactor. Chen Shen ignored Li Meijun and continued drinking his orange juice. Lin You'er glanced at Li Meijun, also aware of her identity. She looked at Chen Shen and remained silent. As for Lin Jinrong and Lin Haoming, they could tell that Li Meijun was here to cause trouble for Qin Shen. But they couldn't intervene in such matters. Li Meijun, being ignored by Qin Shen, was not happy. Chen Shen, don't be too arrogant. You offended my godfather, your good days are coming to an end soon. If you have any sense, you better apologize to my godfather quickly. My godfather is the chairman of the Zhou Group's film industry, you can't compete with him. Last night, Li Meijun was not by Zhou Jianting's side. She had no idea what had happened this morning. Otherwise, she would never have said these words. Chen Shen couldn't help but smile. Sorry, the godfather you mentioned is no longer the chairman of the Zhou Group's film industry. In Chen Shen's eyes, Li Meijun was just a clown. Li Meijun found it amusing. Chen Shen, are you talking in your sleep? My godfather is not the chairman of the Zhou Group's film industry, are you? Chen Shen didn't say anything. He owned 42% of the shares of the Zhou Group's film industry. If he wanted to be the chairman, there would be no problem. However, he didn't want to. Since he rarely got involved in the company's management, he preferred not to be the chairman. This way, he could have a leisurely life. He just needed to enjoy the company's dividends. You are just the chairman of Baya International. What can you use to compete with my godfather? Chen Shen's face showed little expression as he said calmly, are you done talking? You can leave now. Li Meijun was burning with anger, her eyes filled with rage. Chen Shen, how dare you tell me to leave? I have booked the entire restaurant now, and the one who should leave is you. Seeing that Chen Shen showed no intention of leaving, Li Meijun instructed her bodyguards behind her, get them out. Quick! The 4 bodyguards dared not disobey Li Meijun's order and rushed towards Chen Shen. Chen Shen, be careful! Although Lin You'er knew that Chen Shen was skilled, she was still a bit worried. As Li Meijun's 4 bodyguards approached, Chen Shen's face turned cold. He took action. Even though the 4 bodyguards had received professional training, they were no match for Chen Shen's fist. In no time, the 4 bodyguards were defeated, lying on the ground, clutching their chests in pain. You! Li Meijun was shocked by Chen Shen's strength, her face turning pale. She involuntarily took 2 steps back. But by then, Chen Shen had already walked towards her quickly. Chen Shen, don't do anything reckless. My godfather. Before Li Meijun could finish her sentence, Chen Shen slapped her on both cheeks. The force was strong, and Li Meijun's face visibly swelled up rapidly. Don't think I won't hit a woman. Chen Shen looked coldly at Li Meijun. Feeling the burning pain on her face, Li Meijun roared in madness, Chen Shen. You! How dare you hit me? Seeing Chen Shen's fierce skills, Lin Jinrong and Lin Haoming were completely stunned. Everything happened too quickly, and they hadn't even seen clearly. This is too amazing. Daughter, has Director Chen received training? Lin Jinrong leaned over to Lin You'er, sounding amazed. Lin You'er just shook her head. She didn't know much about Chen Shen, so she didn't know. Chen Shen sneered, what's wrong with hitting you? Not only will I hit you, but I will also blacklist you. Perhaps in the past, Chen Shen wouldn't dare say such words. But now, he held a significant amount of shares in the Zhou Group's film industry. To blacklist Li Meijun was just a matter of words. Li Meijun's eyes were red. The intense pain on her face made her cry immediately. Chen Shen, stop boasting here. My godfather is the chairman of the Zhou Group's film industry. With your status, how can you blacklist me? The remaining staff members didn't dare to help when they saw Li Meijun being hit. Of course. Even Li Meijun's bodyguards were beaten by Qin Shen. If they intervened, the only result would be getting beaten by Qin Shen. Chen Shen smiled and said, you can call Zhou Jianting and ask. Let's see if Zhou Jianting can save you. Li Meijun glared at Chen Shen with resentment and anger, saying, just wait for me. She took out her phone and called Zhou Jianting. What's the matter? Zhou Jianting was in a bad mood. Seeing that it was Li Meijun calling, he was a bit impatient. The chairman's position was lost, and he even gave 10% of the shares to Chen Shen. Just thinking about it made him angry. At this time, Zhou Jianting was still lecturing his son Zhou Zhihao. Li Meijun complained to Zhou Jianting, "Godfather, I met that Chen Chen at the restaurant. Not only did he hit me, he also said he would blacklist me. Godfather, you must help me." Li Meijun cried bitterly. Upon hearing Li Meijun's words, Zhou Jianting became furious. "What, you provoked that Chen Chen again?" Zhou Jianting was extremely angry. He had paid such a high price just to be forgiven by Chen Chen. And now, Li Meijun, this foolish woman, had offended Chen Chen again. At this moment, Zhou Jianting felt the urge to kill Li Meijun. Li Meijun explained while crying, "Godfather, last night, Chen Chen hit Zhou Xiao. I just wanted to help Zhou Xiao vent his anger." Zhou Jianting scolded loudly, "Li Meijun, you can go to hell. Go as far away as possible. From now on, we have no relationship." Li Meijun panicked. She never expected Zhou Jianting to tell her to go to hell. What's going on? Is Godfather abandoning her? Godfather! Godfather! You can't ignore me. Without Zhou Jianting as her backer, how could she compete with Chen Chen? In this way, Chen Chen could really blacklist her. Get out! Zhou Jianting didn't want to say another word to Li Meijun. He hung up the phone immediately. This completely illustrated what it meant for a woman to be like clothes. He couldn't offend Chen Chen again for the sake of Li Meijun. Godfather! Godfather! Li Meijun called out a few times. But the phone was already silent. She was completely desperate. She realized that she had been abandoned by Zhou Jianting. But she couldn't understand why Zhou Jianting's tone changed so drastically when Chen Chen's name was mentioned. Weren't Zhou Jianting and Chen Chen enemies? Why did it turn out like this? At that moment, the staff next to Li Meijun also received a phone call. When she learned about the changes in the company, her face immediately changed. After listening to the call, she walked to Li Meijun's side and said, "Miss Li, something bad happened. Just now, Mr. Zhou resigned as chairman of the company. And I heard that someone named Chen Chen bought 32% of Zhou's film industry shares." Li Meijun turned pale. "What? My godfather is no longer the chairman of Zhou's film industry?" Of course, what shocked Li Meijun the most was that Chen Chen had actually bought so many shares of Zhou's film industry. How did he manage to do that? Thinking back to what Chen Chen had just said, Li Meijun's eyes glazed over as she sat paralyzed on the ground. She knew she was finished. Obviously, Chen Chen had taken control of Zhou's film industry. Blacklisting her was no joke. This also explained why Zhou Jianting was so angry when she mentioned Chen Chen on the phone. It turned out that Zhou Jianting had been completely defeated in this battle. Abandoning Li Meijun was just to avoid provoking Chen Chen again. As for what price Zhou Jianting had paid, Li Meijun had no idea. How could this happen? Li Meijun panicked. She didn't want to be blacklisted. She didn't want to disappear like this. "Mr. Chen! I was wrong, give me another chance. Please don't blacklist me, I can still create value for the company." Li Meijun tried to stand up, but her legs were weak and she couldn't get up. She could only crawl awkwardly to Chen Chen's feet. She never expected Chen Chen to be so capable. Even Zhou Jianting was no match for this young man. This. Lin Jinrong and Lin Haoming looked at each other, puzzled. They were a bit confused as to why Li Meijun's attitude changed so quickly. Just a moment ago, she was still boasting about teaching Chen Chen a lesson. As a result, just 2 minutes, Zhou's film and television company is a bit inappropriate. At least for Chen Chen, he doesn't like this name. Of course, besides renaming the company, there is another way. That is to merge Zhou's film and television company with Qingfeng Film and Television Company. However, Chen Chen only owns 42% of Zhou's film and television company, so he cannot have absolute controlling stake. Whether other shareholders of Zhou's film and television company will agree is also a question. It looks like I can buy more shares of Zhou's film and television company. Now that the stock price of Zhou's film and television company has plummeted, it's a good opportunity. As long as the timing is right, the two companies can be merged. This will also make management easier. Passing by Haiming Commercial Street, Chen Chen stopped the car. Because the headquarters of Jinghao Hotel is located here. I want to visit the headquarters of Jinghao Hotel.